A Gentleman's Gamble, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe. Prologue. And then the brave knight raised his sword and Emma bounced on her wooden stool, cornflower blue eyes flashing beneath an uneven fringe of dark hair. Did he kill the dragon? Amelia Edgewood pressed her lips together, fighting a smile as she lowered the leather-bound volume. Emma, if you wish to know how the story ends, you must allow me to read it. Sunlight streamed through the cracked windows of St. Margaret's reading room, catching dust motes that danced above the children's heads. The wooden floors had been scrubbed to a warm honey glow, though no amount of polish could disguise the deep grooves where generations of small feet had scuffed and shuffled. Emma folded her arms with theatrical defiance. The knight always kills the dragon. It's dreadfully predictable. Mary glanced up from her corner seat, fingers worrying the frayed hem of her dress. Not always. Sometimes the dragon is misunderstood. Amelia's gaze softened. At 10, Mary was already developing the quiet watchfulness that Amelia recognized from her own childhood. The girl possessed the careful observation of someone who preferred books to people. An excellent point, Mary. Amelia shifted on her wooden chair, adjusting her simple blue muslin day dress. Perhaps we might consider solutions beyond swordplay. Jane piped up from the middle row, her green hair ribbon distinguishing her from her twin. Like bargaining? Lucy, adorned with a blue ribbon, clapped her hands together. The knight could offer the dragon gold. Amelia felt warmth unfurl in her chest. Here, surrounded by orphans in a room furnished with cast-off chairs and patched cushions, she experienced a freedom and joy that eluded her in society's gilded ballrooms. Thomas snorted from the back row, his voice sharp with 10-year-old skepticism. That's stupid. Dragons already have gold. Amelia lifted her chin, meeting his defiant stare until it wavered. Perhaps what the dragon truly wants is understanding. Not everything of value glitters, Thomas. The heavy wooden door creaked open before Thomas could reply. Mrs. Winters appeared in the doorway, her tall frame silhouetted against the light from the corridor. Years of stretching pennies to feed London's unwanted children had carved deep lines around her mouth and eyes. Mrs. Winters clutched a folded paper against her chest. Miss Edgewood, might I have a word? Amelia's stomach tightened at the matron's grave expression. Children, please practice your letters until I return. Mary, would you assist the younger ones? She placed the book on her chair and followed Mrs. Winters into the narrow corridor, with its blistered paint and sagging floorboards. Every step revealed the building's age and its desperate need for repair. Mrs. Winters extended the letter with trembling fingers. The news is not good. With Lady Darby's passing, her solicitor informs us that our patronage has ended. Her nephew has no interest in continuing her charitable works. Amelia scanned the elegant script, her breath catching. The roof will not survive another winter. Mrs. Winters' voice remained steady, though her eyes betrayed her fear. The builder estimates £3,000 for repairs alone, with winter provisions, coal, and basic operational expenses. £5,000. Amelia's mind raced with calculations, her inherited merchant instincts surfacing. By when? 3 months, before the September storms. Amelia folded the letter with methodical precision, buying time to compose herself. The paper's edges cut into her palms as her grip tightened. I shall speak with my father immediately. Hope flickered across Mrs. Winters' weathered features. You've been such a blessing to us, Miss Edgewood. Through the cracked door, Amelia could see Emma helping the twins form their letters, her small face serious with concentration. These children had already lost too much. Emotion lodged in her throat. She had promised herself never to cry in front of others after Lord Carrington had mocked her tears during their final confrontation. Yet here, with Mrs. Winters, her composure threatened to crumble. I will not fail them, she promised. Absolutely not. Mr. Edgewood didn't look up from the shipping manifest on his mahogany desk. Brass instruments and maritime charts cluttered the shelves behind him, testaments to the fortune he'd built as an American merchant. Father, if you would simply consider, he continued writing, his quill scratching harsh lines across the parchment. I've indulged your charitable inclinations far beyond what propriety demands. Charlotte has secured herself an excellent match with Mr. Sears, and is now well established in society despite the family's previous difficulties. You would do well to follow your sister's example rather than concerning yourself with street orphans. The casual dismissal cut deeper than anger would have. At least anger acknowledged her cause as worthy of emotion. Amelia stood her ground, the morning sunlight harsh against her face. These are children who are not your responsibility. Her father set down his quill with deliberate precision, finally meeting her gaze. You've had 3 seasons to secure an advantageous match, Amelia. 3. Each one ending in disappointment and whispered scandal. Fire rushed to her cheeks. Lord Carrington and Lord Hargrove pursued me for our shipping connections. Mr. Edgewood's expression hardened. Precisely my point. Your romantic notions have proven costly in both reputation and opportunity. If you wish to command respect, you will focus on securing a proper match this season rather than fretting over some dilapidated orphanage. Each word landed with surgical precision, finding every vulnerable spot in her carefully constructed armor. Her fingernails dug into her palms, leaving crescent marks she would discover later. The memory of Lord Carrington's transformation flooded back, his charming smile vanishing the moment Charlotte's strategic rumors revealed her dowry's true limitations. Then Lord Hargrove's predatory calculations, never seeing her, but only her family's trade routes. The building requires only £5,000 to... Mr. Ed returned to his manifest, dismissing her with deliberate indifference. Enough. I've business matters to attend. Your sister Charlotte expects you this afternoon to prepare for tonight's ball. I suggest you focus your energies there. Dismissed, as always. Amelia curtsied with mechanical perfection and withdrew, keeping her spine straight until she had closed the heavy door behind her. In the empty corridor, she pressed her back against the cool plaster wall. A single tear escaped before she could stop it, and she wiped it away with angry haste. Her father's refusal had been swift and absolute. The thought of approaching yet another London ballroom felt like entering hostile territory. Society would display her before the ton like cargo at market. Lord Carrington's public humiliation when the Wallflower Alliance exposed his fortune hunting still stung, despite knowing they'd saved her from a mercenary match. Lord Hargrove's predatory pursuit had been even worse. She'd sensed his calculating nature from their first meeting, yet society had pressed his suit regardless. Now a 3rd season stretched before her, each ball a reminder of her failures. At 21, she was already considered firmly on the shelf, a failure at the one task society demanded of her. She straightened her shoulders, steel replacing despair. Perhaps that was her salvation. If she could no longer be considered a matrimonial prize, she might finally claim the independence she secretly craved. No husband to control her fortune or dictate her charitable interests. No risk of fresh betrayal from men who valued her dowry over her heart. Amelia returned to St. Margaret's that afternoon, needing the children's honest affection to steel herself before tonight's social obligations. The familiar mixture of lye soap, chalk dust, and beeswax welcomed her as she stepped through the battered door. "Miss Amelia," Emma's small voice called out. The child hurried down the corridor, clutching a worn slate. "Did you finish the story? Does the knight win?" Amelia crouched to meet the girl's eager gaze, her silk skirts billowing around her. "Do you know what I think, Emma? I think sometimes we must become our own knights. Even girls? Especially girls." Amelia tucked a stray hair behind Emma's ear. "Now, I must prepare for an engagement this evening, but I shall return tomorrow with fresh chalk and perhaps a new story. One without dragons? One where the heroine saves herself." Amelia rose gracefully, smoothing her skirts, and perhaps others as well. As she emerged into the spring afternoon, determination crystallized within her. £5,000, 3 months, daunting sums and impossible timelines, but she had promised not to fail them. Charlotte's pragmatic words from last season echoed in her memory. In London, everything has a price. The question is whether you're willing to pay it. Tonight, she would enter the ballroom not as a woman marked by romantic failure, but as one with clear purpose. What she lacked in matrimonial prospects, she would compensate through sheer determination. For £5,000, for Emma's bright curiosity, Mary's gentle wisdom, and all the children who called St. Margaret's home, She would pursue any honorable solution, regardless of the personal cost. And if she could secure their future while preserving her independence from the marriage mart that had twice wounded her, all the better. Chapter 1. Another season, another parade of simpering debutantes and fortune-hunting gentlemen. Amelia examined her reflection in Charlotte's gilded dressing table mirror, pinning a stubborn golden curl that had already escaped its moorings. How many times must one endure the same tedious conversations? Charlotte looked up from her embroidery hoop, her needle pausing mid-stitch. Not everyone attends with marriage as their sole objective. The Rothbury Ball is the most coveted invitation of the early season, for those who enjoy such things. Amelia's fingers traced the delicate beadwork on her cornflower blue gown, a shade chosen to match her eyes, though she found the coincidence unworthy of the effort Evans had expended to create it. Her hands betrayed a slight tremor as memories of previous seasons surfaced unbidden. Lord Carrington's false poetry, Lord Hargrove's predatory gaze. Her stomach clenched at the prospect of facing another evening of thinly veiled assessment. The Duchess specifically mentioned wanting to speak with you about St. Margaret's. Charlotte set aside her needlework, moving to stand behind her sister. Diana has significant influence among the patronesses. The mention of the orphanage sent a flutter of hope through Amelia's chest. Did she say when? Later this evening, after the initial crush subsides. Charlotte adjusted the pearl combs securing Amelia's coiffure, her touch gentle. William and I have already contributed what we can, but the Duchess could rally far more substantial support. Amelia's shoulders tensed beneath Charlotte's fingers. Father refused to hear another word about it. I suspected as much. Charlotte met her sister's gaze in the mirror. How much is needed? £5,000. The sum sat heavy on Amelia's tongue. The roof requires $3,000 for repairs, and another $2,000 for provisions and coal for winter. Charlotte's fingers stilled. By when? 3 months. Amelia turned from the mirror, facing her sister directly. Before autumn. Mrs. Winters has already stretched their resources to breaking. A shadow of concern crossed Charlotte's face. Her hand moved unconsciously to rest against her still flat stomach, a gesture Amelia had noticed with increasing frequency over the past fortnight, though Charlotte had yet to make any announcement. We shall find a solution. Charlotte squeezed Amelia's shoulders. The Duchess has connections to multiple charitable societies. If anyone can raise such funds quickly, it would be her. I cannot bear to approach another season with such desperation. Amelia rose from the dressing table, smoothing her skirts. The weight of her failed seasons pressed against her chest, making it difficult to draw a full breath. First Lord Carrington with his false poetry and falser intentions, then the Hargrove disaster, both of which you escaped. Charlotte collected her shawl, a delicate creation of Brussels lace that emphasized her newfound elegance as William Sears' wife, thanks in no small part to the Wallflower Alliance. Only I remain unmarried. Amelia's mouth curved in a wry smile that didn't reach her eyes. Her fingers twisted the small pearl pendant at her throat, her grandmother's, the only jewelry she truly treasured. Eleanor secured the Earl of Blackwood. You found happiness with William, and I remain the sole representative of the Wallflower Alliance. Charlotte laughed, a light sound that reminded Amelia of their childhood in Boston, before London society had polished Charlotte's American directness into something more refined. Each of us found our path in due time. Yours simply takes a different course. Now come. William is already downstairs with the carriage. The Rothbury townhouse blazed with light against the deepening London twilight. Carriages lined the curved drive, disgorging their elegantly attired occupants beneath a silk canopy that shielded delicate slippers and trailing hems from the light spring drizzle. Inside, hundreds of candles reflected in gilded mirrors, creating an illusion of endless space. Despite the subdued palette required by court mourning for the late King George III, the Duchess of Rothbury had managed a display of understated opulence that whispered rather than shouted of wealth and position. Breathtaking, as always. William offered an arm to each sister as they navigated the crowded entrance hall. The Duchess never disappoints. Diana has exquisite taste. Charlotte's voice carried a hint of pride at claiming acquaintance with the American-born Duchess. The renovations to the East Wing are newly completed. Amelia barely registered the conversation, her attention fixed on calculating possibilities. That sum represented a minor fortune to most, though merely a seasonal clothing allowance to some in this very room. If she could secure just a fraction of that from each of the ton's wealthier families. Amelia blinked, suddenly aware of Eleanor Blackwood standing before her, resplendent in a gown of deep burgundy that complemented her copper hair. The Countess of Blackwood now carried herself with the confidence of a woman secure in her position and her heart. "You've been ignoring my waves for a full minute." Eleanor's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Plotting our next wallflower maneuver?" "Merely considering financial strategies." Amelia squeezed her friend's gloved hands. "Though if you know a wealthy patron in need of a charitable project, I'm open to suggestions." Eleanor's expression softened. "Charlotte mentioned St. Margaret's difficulties. Thomas and I will contribute, of course. You have my gratitude." Amelia forced lightness into her tone, though I fear it may require the combined resources of half the ton to reach the necessary sum. "The Duchess wishes to speak with you later." Eleanor glanced toward the receiving line where Diana, Duchess of Rothbury, greeted her guests with American warmth, tempered by British propriety. "She mentioned something about the orphanage committee." "So Charlotte informed me." Amelia glanced around the crowded ballroom. "I shall position myself strategically once the dancing begins." "Near the refreshment table, I presume?" Eleanor's lips twitched. "Our old vantage point still offers the best observation with minimal exposure to eager dance partners." "Old habits." Amelia smiled, genuine warmth replacing calculation for a brief moment. "Though I suspect you'll be claimed for most dances tonight." Eleanor's cheeks flushed. "Thomas is rather insistent on propriety now that we're married. Speaking of whom?" She nodded toward the entrance where Thomas Blackwood had appeared, his tall frame distinctive even among the crowd. "I should go. We'll speak more later?" "Of course." Amelia squeezed her friend's fingers once more before releasing her. "Save me a place in our corner if you find yourself momentarily free." As Eleanor departed, Amelia surveyed the room with practiced detachment. Charlotte and William had already been absorbed into a group of acquaintances, her sister's golden head bent in conversation with Marcus and Lucy Pembry. The Duchess remained occupied with greeting latecomers, her husband standing sentinel beside her. Perfect. Unobserved, Amelia slipped along the perimeter of the ballroom, nodding to acquaintances but never slowing enough to invite conversation. The orchestra had begun a lively country dance, drawing attention to the center of the room where couples formed intricate patterns. Near the tall windows overlooking the garden, Amelia found a partially concealed alcove, close enough to observe the proceedings but removed from the immediate crush. From here, she could monitor the Duchess's movements while avoiding unwanted attention. The sound of masculine voices from the adjacent card room drew her attention. 3 gentlemen had paused at the threshold, crystal glasses in hand, surveying the ballroom with the entitled ease of men accustomed to society's approval. A dark-haired gentleman, whose immaculate evening clothes barely contained his substantial frame, gestured broadly. "I'm telling you, Pemberton, this season is woefully short on entertainment. Same faces, same gossip, same tedious matchmaking. You could always try marriage yourself, Wakefield." The tallest of the 3, a distinguished gentleman with silver threading his dark hair, leaned against the doorframe. "I understand Lady Millicent is still seeking a husband of appropriate standing." Lord Wakefield shuddered dramatically. "Good God, no. The woman has the personality of a wet handkerchief and the conversational skills of a mollusk." The 3rd gentleman raised an eyebrow. He was younger, blonde, with a face that might have been sculpted by a Renaissance master. "What about the Russell twins? They've substantial dowries, decent connections." Wakefield waved dismissively. "And 4 left feet between them. Saw them at the Fenwick's Music Hall. Absolute disaster. Besides, marriage is a fool's endeavor." "You merely lack imagination, Wakefield." Lord Pemberton's gaze swept the ballroom. "The right incentive might change your perspective." Wakefield's voice dropped, though not enough to escape Amelia's hearing. "The same amount might suffice. but only if the challenge proved sufficiently diverting. A wager? The blonde gentleman raised an eyebrow. What terms did you have in mind? Amelia remained perfectly still, curiosity outweighing her usual inclination to avoid eavesdropping. Something in their tone suggested more than idle gossip. Consider Mrs. Carmichael, Wakefield suggested, widowed these 2 years with a fortune that would make Croesus weep. Too easy, Pemberton waved dismissively. Half the unmarried men in London pursue her already, yourself included. Lady Hester Fanworth, engaged to be announced next week. You're behind on your intelligence, Wakefield. What about the American girl? Wakefield's gaze drifted across the ballroom. The elder Edgewood's sister, Charlotte, is it? The blonde gentleman shook his head. Married last year to William Sears. You're thinking of the younger, Amelia, Wakefield chuckled. Ah, yes, the American spinster with her unfortunate romantic history. Edgewood's shipping fortune secured her plenty of attention, but somehow she remains unclaimed. There's a challenge worthy of such a wager. Amelia's breath caught in her throat. A roaring filled her ears, drowning out the music and conversation around her. The blood rushed to her face, then drained away just as quickly, leaving her lightheaded. Her gloved fingers clutched the damask curtains for support as her knees threatened to buckle. They were discussing her, wagering on her prospects like racehorse odds at Ascot. Her carefully constructed composure threatened to shatter. Twice betrayed by fortune hunters, and now made sport of by gentlemen with too much money and too little conscience. The humiliation burned through her chest, scorching her lungs with each shallow breath. Miss Edgewood, Pemberton's eyebrows rose. I thought you above such sport, Clarendon. Amelia's attention sharpened through the haze of shock. So, the blonde gentleman was Lord Nathaniel Sterling, Earl of Clarendon, a notorious rake, infamous gambler, and subject of countless drawing-room whispers. Clarendon spoke with careless confidence. £5,000 says I can secure Miss Edgewood a proper proposal by season's end. Well, any respectable gentleman of quality will suffice. And if she refuses, Pemberton challenged. Clarendon's smile held no warmth. The wager concerns her receiving a proposal, not accepting one. Her taste in gentlemen has proven questionable at best. The fresh wave of humiliation burned hotter than anger. Amelia's fan snapped open with enough force to startle a nearby dowager, who glanced over with narrowed eyes before returning to her gossip. Her eyes stung with unshed tears, tears she refused to let fall in such a public setting. The exact sum St. Margaret's needed. The coincidence struck her with sudden clarity, cutting through her distress. Her mind, always quick with calculations, began assembling possibilities. These men treated her marriage prospects as idle entertainment, but perhaps their careless wager could serve a greater purpose. Wakefield extended his hand, which Clarendon shook with casual elegance. The sum stands, though I warn you, Clarendon, I look forward to collecting. Clarendon turned slightly, his gaze sweeping the ballroom and freezing when it collided with Amelia's. For one excruciating moment, their eyes held. His widened fractionally in recognition, an infinitesimal tightening around his mouth suggesting he registered her presence and comprehension. Mortification threatened to overwhelm her. Her throat closed, and she swallowed hard against the rising panic. But she was Amelia Edgewood, who had weathered worse humiliations than this. Drawing on years of practice, hiding her feelings from her father, from society, from fortune hunters, she drew herself up. She would not give him the satisfaction of seeing her distress. Amelia lifted her chin a fraction, refusing to flinch or flee. The ice in her veins had hardened into something stronger than mere indignation. The exact sum required to save St. Margaret's. She turned away deliberately, her movements measured as she moved toward the refreshment table. Her mind raced with possibilities, evaluating and discarding strategies with the same precision her father applied to shipping manifests. Beneath her composed exterior, her heart hammered against her ribs, her breath coming in careful, controlled measures. Public confrontation would satisfy her pride but accomplish nothing of value. Private outrage would be equally fruitless. But that wager, Amelia accepted a glass of lemonade from a footman, using the moment to compose herself. Her hands still trembled slightly, but her mind had cleared. Years of watching her father negotiate shipping contracts had taught her to seek opportunity in adversity. These gentlemen had carelessly provided both insult and potential solution in a single conversation. Across the room, she caught sight of Charlotte watching her with concern, clearly having noticed something amiss in her expression. The flush of humiliation still burned beneath her skin, but a strange calm had settled over her, the clarity that came with decisive action. With a slight shake of her head, Amelia reassured her sister all was well. For the first time in months, a plan was forming, one that might solve St. Margaret's crisis while teaching one arrogant nobleman the cost of treating her as a subject for sport. Lord Clarendon wished to wager on her marriage prospects. Very well. But he would soon discover that this particular American had terms of her own. Nathaniel turned slightly, his gaze sweeping the ballroom and colliding with a pair of striking blue eyes that reflected comprehension, outrage, and something that might have been calculation. Miss Edgewood had heard every word. For one excruciating moment, their eyes held. Nathaniel felt an unfamiliar heat rise at the back of his neck. Not embarrassment precisely, but a discomfort he rarely experienced. He had not intended to mock her within earshot. The jest had been poor enough in private. He'd encountered Amelia Edgewood precisely 3 times before tonight. At Lady Montrose's musical evening last season, she'd worn a gown of muted silver that had caught the candlelight when she'd turned her head to laugh at something her sister had said. The sound, unexpectedly warm from a woman so often described as cold, had drawn his attention across the room. Their second meeting at the Blackwood wedding had been brief, a mere exchange of pleasantries, while she'd arranged her friend's train with deft fingers. The third, at a charity bazaar in Hyde Park, he'd watched her haggle with remarkable effectiveness over a bolt of Chinese silk, her normally reserved demeanor giving way to animated determination. The clarity of these memories startled him. He was not a man given to sentimental recollection, particularly of women society had deemed unremarkable. Yet each encounter had revealed a facet of Miss Edgewood that contradicted the ton's dismissal. Intelligence, warmth, practicality. Qualities that apparently had registered in his mind more distinctly than he'd realized. Perhaps his instinct for recognizing value where others saw none, the same instinct that served him well at gaming tables, had been quietly cataloging Miss Edgewood long before tonight's wager brought her fully into his focus. Each encounter had revealed a different facet of a woman society had too quickly dismissed as merely American and unmarried. Yet instead of the tears or public confrontation he might have expected, she merely lifted her chin a fraction, her expression shifting from shock to something cooler and more measured. Then she deliberately turned away, moving toward the refreshment table with unhurried grace. Nathaniel found himself recalling his mother's quiet dignity when faced with society's constant whispers about his father's indiscretions. That same steadfast composure now radiated from Miss Edgewood, despite the insults she'd overheard. He felt a surprising twist of admiration and something uncomfortably like guilt. Interesting. Pemberton followed Nathaniel's gaze. It appears the lady in question overheard our exchange. So it seems. Nathaniel watched her progress across the room, noting the rigid set of her shoulders beneath perfectly arranged curls. Yet she chooses discretion over confrontation. Perhaps she considers public scenes beneath her dignity. Pemberton's tone held a note of rebuke. Not all ladies resort to histrionics when insulted. Indeed, Nathaniel felt a twinge of something unpleasantly like shame. His sister Sophia would be mortified by his behavior, his mother even more so. The wager had begun as idle sport, but Miss Edgewood's quiet dignity transformed it into something that felt surprisingly mean-spirited. Wakefield remained oblivious to the undercurrents. The wager stands, though I suspect your task has just grown considerably more difficult. On the contrary, Nathaniel handed his empty glass to a passing footman. I believe it's become far more interesting. He excused himself and moved through the crowd with deliberate purpose, his gaze never straying far from the cornflower blue dress. Miss Edgewood had positioned herself near the refreshment table, where the Countess of Blackwood, a former wallflower herself, waited with 2 glasses of lemonade. Eleanor Blackwood handed a glass to Miss Edgewood, her copper curls catching the light. I must insist you tell me what troubled you just now. Your expression turned positively arctic. Nothing of consequence. Miss Edgewood accepted the lemonade with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Merely an overheard remark. From his position near the edge of the refreshment area, Nathaniel caught this exchange. Miss Edgewood had already confirmed his suspicion that she'd overheard the wager. He altered his approach, deciding that a direct conversation with the Duchess might provide better insight before approaching her. From whom? Lord Clarendon and his companions. She sipped her lemonade with remarkable composure. Apparently, the twice-jilted American spinster provides fertile ground for wagering. The Countess's expression darkened. How dare they? Shall I have Thomas speak with them? Absolutely not. Miss Edgewood's voice remained steady. I require neither protection nor vengeance, Eleanor. Some matters are best addressed directly. Nathaniel altered his approach, moving instead to intercept the Duchess of Rothbury, who had finished greeting new arrivals and now surveyed her gathering with satisfied ownership. Your Grace. He executed a flawless bow over her extended hand. A triumphant affair as always. Lord Clarendon. The Duchess assessed him with the direct gaze that had shocked London society a decade earlier, and now commanded its respect. I had not expected the pleasure of your company this evening. The season proved lacking without your Grace's gatherings. He injected just enough sincerity to soften her expression. I trust Lady Sophia might call upon you before her debut next season. Your guidance would prove invaluable. I should be delighted. The Duchess's eyes warmed. Your sister sounds charming. I look forward to making her acquaintance next season. As they conversed briefly about Sophia's preparations and suitable introductions, Nathaniel remained aware of Miss Edgewood's position across the room. When the orchestra began the opening notes of a waltz, he recognized his opportunity. The crowd shifted, couples forming on the dance floor, while wallflowers and chaperones retreated to the perimeter. Miss Edgewood remained with the Countess of Blackwood, though her gaze drifted occasionally toward the main entrance as if calculating an escape route. The Earl of Blackwood approached to claim his wife for the dance, leaving Miss Edgewood momentarily alone. Perfect. If you'll excuse me, Your Grace. Nathaniel bowed again. I believe I see an opportunity I must not neglect. The Duchess followed his gaze to Miss Edgewood, her expression shifting from surprise to speculation. Indeed, though I advise caution, Lord Clarendon, Amelia Edgewood is not some debutante to be dazzled by a title and a practiced smile. I would expect nothing less. He offered a smile that contained more honesty than he had intended. The predictable holds little appeal. Nathaniel crossed the ballroom with purposeful strides, ignoring the speculative glances that followed his progress. As he approached, he found himself assessing Miss Edgewood with new eyes, not merely as the subject of a wager, but as a woman. Her golden curls caught the light, richer and more vibrant than the pale strawberry blonde favored by society. Her figure, while modest by current fashion standards, possessed a graceful proportion that suited her height perfectly. The dress of cornflower blue complemented her fair complexion, the cut more sophisticated than girlish, a woman's gown rather than a debutante's finery. Professionally, he considered potential matches. Hartwell, perhaps, whose quiet scholarly nature might appreciate her intelligence. Or Lord Banning, whose shipping interests aligned with the Edgewood business connections. Even Sir James Whitmore, whose recent inheritance made him eager for a wife with social connections. These calculations ran beneath his more immediate awareness of the gentle curve of her neck, the determined set of her jawline. By the time he reached her, Miss Edgewood had positioned herself against a pillar, a strategic location that allowed observation while minimizing her visibility to eager dance partners. Miss Edgewood, he stopped before her, executing a bow just deep enough for propriety. I believe I owe you an apology. Her deep blue eyes widened fractionally, the only evidence of surprise in her otherwise composed expression. A subtle floral scent reached him, not the overwhelming rose or lavender favored by most society ladies, but something lighter, with notes of spring rain and freesia. He found himself inhaling deeper than strictly necessary. Lord Clarendon, how unexpected. That I would apologize or that I would acknowledge your presence at all? He kept his voice low, aware of curious glances from nearby dowagers. Standing this close, he noticed a small cluster of freckles across the bridge of her nose, nearly invisible beneath a light dusting of powder, but charming in their imperfection. Both, I suppose. She studied him with unsettling directness. Long lashes framed those remarkable eyes, which in this light appeared more azure than blue, though I wonder if the apology extends to the wager itself, or merely my overhearing it. Nathaniel felt the blow land precisely where intended. A fair question. The conversation was ungentlemanly regardless of audience. Yet the wager stands. It wasn't a question. Her chin lifted slightly, drawing his gaze to the graceful column of her throat where a simple pearl pendant rested against her skin. It does. He held her gaze, searching for the anger or hurt he expected. Instead, he found calculation. Unless you object. Object? A smile curved her lips without reaching her eyes. Those lips, he noticed with a rakish appreciation he couldn't entirely suppress, were fuller than fashion dictated as ideal, their natural rose hue requiring no artificial enhancement. On the contrary, Lord Clarendon, I find myself quite interested in your proposition. The response caught him entirely off guard. I beg your pardon? Such a sum is substantial. She glanced toward the dance floor, where couples twirled to the waltz. The movement exposed the delicate curve of her shoulder, her skin like fine porcelain in the candlelight. One might accomplish a great deal with such resources. Indeed. Nathaniel studied her with growing curiosity, suddenly aware of her as more than a subject for wagering. The proximity between them felt charged, a tension he hadn't anticipated when approaching her. Although I'm not certain I follow your meaning. I propose an amendment to your wager with Lord Wakefield. Miss Edgewood turned her full attention to him, her gaze steady. A tendril of her golden hair had escaped its pins, curling against her temple in silent defiance of proper restraint, one that might prove advantageous to us both. Nathaniel found himself leaning closer, drawn by the unexpected challenge in her expression and the inexplicable desire to catch another breath of that subtle floral scent. I'm listening. Not here. She glanced meaningfully at the nearby dowagers who had edged closer, straining to overhear. The terrace, perhaps? I believe the Duchess has illuminated the East Terrace for evening strolls. The terrace would certainly provide more privacy for our discussion. He offered his arm, the crisp fabric of his evening coat pulling slightly across his shoulders. Though I fear your reputation. My reputation? Her laugh held no humor, but the sound still sent an unexpected shiver down his spine. I believe that ship has sailed, Lord Clarendon. The twice jilted American spinster. I believe you called me? The words stung with their accuracy. All the more reason to avoid additional fodder for gossip. You mistake me, sir. She placed her gloved hand lightly on his offered arm. Even through layers of fine kid leather, broadcloth, and linen, he felt the subtle pressure of her fingers with surprising intensity. The top of her head barely reached his shoulder, forcing him to incline slightly toward her to catch her words. I'm concerned not with gossip, but with expediency. Such stakes against 3 months present certain urgencies. Before he could question her meaning, she guided him toward the terrace doors with a determination that belied her slight frame. Her skirts brushed against his legs as they moved through the crowd, a whisper of silk against wool that seemed oddly intimate amid the crush of the ballroom. Shall we, Lord Clarendon? I believe we have much to discuss regarding your wager. For the first time in longer than he cared to remember, Nathaniel found himself following another's lead rather than setting the course. Miss Amelia Edgewood had not only overheard his careless wager, but appeared to have formulated a response that he had not anticipated. As they stepped into the cool evening air, the scent of early spring blossoms mingling with her subtle perfume and the distant sounds of the orchestra, Nathaniel realized 3 things simultaneously. He had gravely underestimated Amelia Edgewood. The wager he had so carelessly accepted had just become something far more complicated than money and a spinster's marriage prospects, and he found himself inexplicably drawn to the woman whose reputation he had so carelessly dismissed minutes earlier. This particular American might prove the most formidable opponent he had faced across any gaming table in London, and perhaps the most intriguing woman he had encountered in many seasons. Glancing behind them, he noted with relief that the terrace doors remained open, keeping them within view of the ballroom. While he enjoyed his reputation for rakish behavior, he had witnessed too many hasty marriages made necessary by compromising situations. He had no intention of being trapped in such a manner, particularly with a woman clever enough to potentially orchestrate it. Chapter 2. The moonlight cast Amelia Edgewood in silver, transforming her practical beauty into something more ethereal. Nathaniel studied her as she paced the length of the secluded terrace, her skirts whispering against the stone balustrade. Behind them, the muted strains of the orchestra and the gentle glow of the Rothbury ballroom created a theatrical backdrop, as if they performed in some drawing-room comedy rather than negotiating terms that might alter both their fortunes. "Let me understand precisely what you propose, Miss Edgewood." Nathaniel positioned himself where he could observe both her expression and any approaching guests. "You wish to collaborate in my wager with Lord Wakefield?" Amelia paused her pacing, turning to face him directly. "I propose an amendment to your existing terms, one that benefits us both." "I'm listening." He studied her with genuine curiosity, finding himself unexpectedly intrigued by this forthright American and whatever proposition she might offer. "St. Margaret's Home for Orphan Girls requires £5,000 for urgent repairs and winter provisions." Amelia's voice remained steady, though something in her eyes revealed the stakes behind her composure. "Without these funds within 3 months, 30 children will face displacement when autumn rains collapse the roof." "St. Margaret's?" Nathaniel's brow furrowed slightly. "I confess I'm unfamiliar with this particular charity. It's not among the fashionable causes celebrated at society gatherings." A hint of defensiveness crept into her tone. "They focus on caring for children rather than entertaining patrons." "And you propose some connection between this orphanage and our wager?" "The terms are simple." She spoke with the directness Americans seem to possess in abundance, her voice low enough to remain private, yet clear enough to brook no misunderstanding. "If I receive a proposal from a gentleman of quality by season's end, you win your £5,000 from Lord Wakefield, but donate it to St. Margaret's." Nathaniel raised an eyebrow. "And if you receive no such proposal, then you donate the same sum to St. Margaret's from your own funds." The moonlight caught the pearl combs in her hair as she tilted her chin upward. Consider it compensation for the indignity of being the subject of gentlemen's sport. A laugh escaped him before he could suppress it, not at her audacity, but at his own miscalculation. "You negotiate like a seasoned diplomat, Miss Edgewood. I had not expected such creativity." "I prefer to consider it American practicality." Something that might have been pride flickered across her features. "One learns to recognize opportunities when they present themselves, even when the opportunity arrives in the form of an insult. Especially then." The hint of a smile curved her lips. "Necessity often wears unseemly disguises." Nathaniel found himself studying those lips longer than propriety allowed, his mind wandering briefly from negotiation to more improper considerations. He returned his attention to her eyes with deliberate effort. Something about this American heiress presented a challenge unlike any he'd encountered across London's gaming tables, a prospect that stirred his interest far more than Wakefield's wager. His sister Sophia's upcoming debut season would benefit considerably from his association with a respectable charitable cause, regardless of the wager's outcome. "Your terms place me at considerable disadvantage." He moved to the balustrade, resting one hand on the cool stone. "I risk £5,000 regardless of outcome, while you risk nothing. Nothing except my reputation, dignity, and the possibility of becoming even more notorious in London society." She joined him at the balustrade, maintaining a proper distance, but close enough that the subtle floral scent of her perfume reached him again. "I would hardly call that nothing, Lord Clarendon." "Fair point," he conceded with a slight incline of his head. "Though I notice a flaw in your proposal. What prevents you from thwarting my efforts at every turn, ensuring I lose my wager with Wakefield and am forced to pay from my own funds? You secure your orphanage's money either way." Her expression sharpened with appreciation for the observation. A worthy opponent indeed. "What would you suggest instead?" "A modest amendment." Nathaniel's voice dropped lower, though they remained alone on the terrace. I will donate the £5,000 to St. Margaret's only if you help me win my wager with Wakefield. Your cooperation ensures my victory and your orphanage's funding. Your sabotage, whether deliberate or through indifference, results in my losing the wager to Wakefield and St. Margaret's receiving nothing. Amelia's mind worked through the implications rapidly. This arrangement would compel her participation without forcing her to accept any proposal. She could fulfill her obligation by securing offers while maintaining her independence, precisely what she had planned regardless. And if I receive a legitimate proposal, but decline it without just cause. If you deliberately sabotage my efforts to secure you a proposal through rudeness to eligible gentlemen, refusing to attend events, or otherwise making it impossible for me to win my wager, then St. Margaret's receives nothing. I require your sincere cooperation, not your acceptance of any offers that arise. A reasonable adjustment, though it meant her behavior would be scrutinized by Lord Clarendon throughout the season, an uncomfortable prospect. The timing presents another concern. St. Margaret's requires funds before the autumn rains. The roof cannot withstand another 3 months of neglect. You expect me to advance such a sum on faith alone? Nathaniel's voice remained measured despite the sharp assessment in his gaze. Heat rushed to Amelia's cheeks. You don't believe me? I believe you believe the situation urgent. His expression remained carefully neutral, which is precisely why I insist on visiting St. Margaret's myself, tomorrow afternoon. To verify my claims? The words emerged sharper than intended, her fingers clenching briefly in the folds of her skirt where he couldn't see. Once again, she found herself defending her intentions to a skeptical man, just as she had with her father. The familiar sting of being doubted tightened her chest. As if I would fabricate children's suffering to assess precisely what repairs are needed and their true cost. He cut her off with unexpected gentleness. If the situation is as dire as you describe, waiting until season's end would be unconscionable, but I must see for myself before advancing such a sum. Amelia studied him, caught between indignation and grudging respect for his practicality. Her father had dismissed St. Margaret's outright. At least Lord Clarendon was willing to investigate. She drew a steadying breath, forcing down the defensive response that rose instinctively. Very well, though I warn you, Lord Clarendon, St. Margaret's is no fashionable charity with gilded donation plaques and grateful children paraded in clean pinafores for patrons' admiration. It is real work addressing real need. I should hope so. Something flickered across his features, a brief vulnerability quickly masked. If I am to commit my funds and reputation to this venture, I expect substance rather than performance. And if you determine the need genuine, Amelia pressed, recognizing the opportunity his words presented. Her pulse quickened with hope she dared not fully embrace. What then? Nathaniel considered for a moment. Then we negotiate terms for an advance sufficient for immediate repairs, with the remainder to follow upon successful completion of our arrangement. And what assurance would you require of my continued cooperation once the initial funds are secured? Amelia raised her chin slightly. I imagine you would demand some guarantee. An excellent question. His lips curved in appreciation of her perception. What would you offer? The question caught her off guard. She had expected demands, not negotiation. Your reputation is already at stake. Your word as an Edgewood might suffice for some, but business requires more concrete assurances. Amelia's mind raced through possibilities. What could she offer that would demonstrate her commitment without compromising her dignity or safety? Then the answer came, simple and powerful. A binding agreement. Not legally enforceable, perhaps, but witnessed by Mrs. Winters at St. Margaret's. Should I fail to uphold my end of our arrangement after receiving funds for repairs, you would be entitled to publicize our agreement, revealing that I accepted assistance under false pretenses. Social ruin rather than financial penalty. Nathaniel's eyebrows rose slightly. Substantial stakes indeed. For the children of St. Margaret's, no stake is too high. She held his gaze steadily, willing him to see her sincerity. A tremor of fear ran through her at the enormity of what she was risking, her already tenuous social standing, the possibility of being sent back to Boston in disgrace, everything she had fought to maintain through 2 disastrous seasons. I would risk far more than my reputation to secure their welfare. Something shifted in his expression, respect mingled with curiosity. Tomorrow, then, 2 o'clock. We shall see what repairs St. Margaret's truly requires and whether our arrangement warrants immediate action. Amelia nodded, suddenly aware that this negotiation had revealed more of her character than she had intended. The realization that Lord Clarendon might be doing the same, using this arrangement to assess her rather than merely fulfill a wager, sent an unexpected shiver down her spine. Until tomorrow. She stepped back slightly, needing distance from his unsettling scrutiny. And Lord Clarendon? The children have seen enough disappointment. Please do not make promises you cannot keep. His expression softened unexpectedly. On that point, Miss Edgewood, we are in complete agreement. Now, he offered his arm with practiced elegance, our first lesson begins. Lesson? Her brow furrowed slightly. In securing a proposal of marriage from a gentleman of quality. Nathaniel guided her toward the ballroom doors. Lesson 1. Visibility. No more hiding in corners, observing from the shadows. I do not hide, she began to protest before catching herself. I prefer strategic positioning. Indeed, his lips quirked. And now your strategic position must be at the center of attention, beginning with a waltz, with me. Alarm flashed across her face. A waltz meant his hand at her waist, their bodies closer than propriety typically allowed, save with family or fiancés. The prospect sent a flutter of panic through her stomach, not from the impropriety, but from the unwelcome awareness that had developed during their conversation. That seems unnecessary for our arrangement. On the contrary, Nathaniel guided her toward the ballroom doors. When one man shows interest, others invariably follow. Human nature compels us to value what others desire. You speak of me as if I were a commodity at auction. Despite her words, she allowed him to lead her back toward the music and light. The warmth of his arm beneath her gloved fingers served as an unwelcome reminder of how long it had been since she'd permitted any man such proximity. Society treats all unmarried women as such, regardless of my language. He kept his voice low as they approached the threshold. The difference is that you and I now control the bidding. As they re-entered the ballroom, Nathaniel noted the subtle shift in attention their appearance together created. Dowagers leaned toward one another behind fans, gentlemen assessed them with newfound interest, and across the room, Charlotte Sears watched with undisguised concern. The orchestra had begun another waltz. Without allowing her time to retreat, Nathaniel guided Amelia toward the dance floor. This is premature. We've only just established our agreement. There is no better moment to begin than the present. He placed his hand properly at her waist, maintaining the distance propriety demanded while drawing close enough to speak privately. Your orphanage's needs are pressing, are they not? As the music began, Nathaniel guided her into the first turn with practiced ease. Despite her reluctance, she moved with unexpected grace, following his lead with the precision of a woman who understood the steps perfectly, but rarely had occasion to perform them. You dance well for someone who claims to prefer corners. He guided her through a particularly complex figure, noting how quickly she anticipated his movements. Understanding proper form doesn't require enthusiasm for its execution. She matched his steps flawlessly, her back straight beneath his palm. My reluctance stems from practicality, not inability. A common misconception about wallflowers. Nathaniel guided her through another turn, aware of the eyes following their progress. Society assumes those who observe lack the capacity to participate, while those who constantly participate rarely develop the capacity to observe. A spark of challenge flickered in her eyes. Nathaniel found himself smiling genuinely, an expression that felt unfamiliar in these surroundings, where his smiles typically arrived by calculation rather than impulse. A fair critique. He deftly maneuvered them past Lord and Lady Pembrey, noting Marcus Pembrey's raised eyebrow at their unexpected partnership. Though I assure you, Miss Edgewood, I observe far more than most credit. Such as the fact that your sister has made 3 attempts to catch your attention since we entered the ballroom. He nodded slightly toward where Charlotte stood with her husband, and that the Duchess watches us with particular interest from beside the punch bowl. Your powers of observation are indeed keen." Her lips curved slightly. "Though perhaps less remarkable than you imagine. Both my sister and the Duchess have particular interest in my welfare. As do I, now." He guided her through another turn, bringing them momentarily closer than strict propriety might allow before resuming proper distance. "Our interests are aligned, after all." Temporarily. The slight flush in her cheeks suggested his proximity had not gone unnoticed. The warmth of his hand at her waist seemed to burn through layers of fabric, an unwelcome distraction from the business arrangement she had initiated. She fixed her gaze slightly above his shoulder, maintaining composure through practiced detachment. As they continued their circuit of the floor, Nathaniel found himself cataloging details with unusual attentiveness. The precise shade of her eyes in the candlelight, the way her fingers rested with just the right pressure against his, the subtle changes in her expression when she was surprised or amused, details that seemed suddenly, inexplicably important. The revelation was unsettling. This was meant to be a business arrangement, a wager amended for mutual benefit. Yet something about Amelia Edgewood defied simple categorization, just as she defied the simple dismissal he had offered Wakefield earlier that evening. By the time the music concluded, Nathaniel had revised several of his initial assessments. This partnership would require more finesse and perhaps more caution than he had anticipated. Amelia had danced with precisely 7 gentlemen during her 3 London seasons. None had inspired the peculiar awareness she experienced during her waltz with Lord Clarendon. Perhaps it was the circumstances, the calculated nature of their arrangement, the stakes involved, the lingering indignation at being the subject of a wager. Perhaps it was simply that, unlike her previous partners, Lord Clarendon actually knew how to lead without crushing her toes or breathing heavily against her temple. Whatever the cause, she found herself conscious of details she typically ignored. The precise pressure of his hand at her waist, the faint scent of sandalwood, and something uniquely masculine that clung to his evening clothes. The way his eyes, a shade of green so deep they appeared almost gray in certain light, assessed her with unnerving focus. Each turn brought a disturbing flutter in her stomach that she hadn't experienced since her first season, before experience had taught her to guard against such vulnerabilities. "Charlotte is determined to speak with you." Lord Clarendon's voice interrupted her analysis as the music concluded. He guided her from the floor with the easy confidence of a man accustomed to navigating society's complex choreography. "Shall I escort you to her, or would you prefer a moment to compose yourself first?" "I'm perfectly composed, thank you." The lie slipped out automatically. In truth, the waltz had left her oddly disoriented, though she would sooner admit to picking pockets than confess such weakness to him. "I should rejoin Charlotte before she sends out a search party." A wise decision. His lips curved with amusement, as if he had glimpsed through her facade. "The refreshment room, perhaps? It would provide a natural conclusion to our dance without appearing overly intimate." Amelia nodded, allowing him to guide her toward the smaller salon, where tables had been arranged with refreshments. Crystal bowls of punch caught the candlelight, surrounded by delicate porcelain plates of cakes and sandwiches. Several couples and small groups were scattered throughout the room, providing the perfect balance of company and discretion. Lord Clarendon secured 2 glasses of punch and led her to a relatively secluded corner, maintaining a respectful distance that nevertheless allowed private conversation. "To our mutual venture." He offered a glass with a gesture that might have appeared like a toast to observers, but carried a weightier significance between them. "To St. Margaret's future." She accepted the punch, careful not to allow their fingers to brush during the exchange. One unsettling waltz was quite enough for an evening. Across the room, she noticed William engaged in animated conversation with Lord Hartington, a dignified widower whose substantial shipping investments had been the subject of her father's frequent praise. Charlotte stood nearby, dividing her attention between her husband and Amelia with practiced vigilance. "You've attracted some attention with our dance." Lord Clarendon sipped his punch, his gaze never leaving her face. The focus of his attention, while not improper, created an odd sensation of intimacy that Amelia found simultaneously disconcerting and not entirely unpleasant. "Including my sisters," Amelia observed, noting Charlotte's concerned expression from across the room. "She'll have questions about our sudden association. What explanation will you offer?" His question revealed unexpected insight. The truth would likely distress her. "I'll tell her you've expressed interest in supporting St. Margaret's." Amelia set her punch glass on a nearby table, untouched. "Which is, after all, partially true." "A selective truth." His lips quirked slightly. "Though I suppose that's the foundation of most social interaction. Charlotte believes strongly in marriage for affection rather than arrangement. News of our wager would distress her deeply." "Then we are agreed?" Lord Clarendon's expression grew more serious. "I shall assess St. Margaret's needs tomorrow at 2:00, and we shall proceed according to what I find there. Should I deem the situation urgent, we'll establish our arrangement of 3 weekly meetings, 2 social events, and 1 private consultation." "Our arrangement stands." For the children of St. Margaret's, she would have agreed to far more onerous terms, though I believe my sister's patience has reached its limit. Charlotte had indeed begun moving toward them, her determined stride cutting through the crowd with the precision of a ship's prow through calm seas. "Remember, our mutual success depends on convincing society and potential suitors of your desirability. The performance begins now." Before Amelia could respond, he turned to greet Charlotte with the perfect balance of deference and charm. "Mrs. Sears, you must be proud of your sister's dedication to St. Margaret's. She has quite convinced me of its worthiness." Charlotte's surprise registered briefly before her social training asserted itself. "Lord Clarendon, I hadn't realized you held interest in children's charities." "A recent development." His smile revealed nothing of their true arrangement. "Miss Edgewood presents her case most persuasively." "Indeed." Charlotte's gaze shifted between them, assessment clear in her expression. "Amelia has always been passionate about causes she believes in. A quality I admire greatly." Lord Clarendon's voice carried the perfect note of sincerity. "In fact, I've arranged to visit the orphanage tomorrow to better understand its needs." Charlotte's eyebrows rose nearly to her hairline. "Have you indeed?" "Lord Clarendon has expressed interest in becoming a patron." Amelia interjected smoothly, the partial truth coming easier than expected. "Given the urgency of their situation, I could hardly refuse his offer to visit." "How? Unexpected?" Charlotte's tone suggested she found the situation somewhat less than credible. "William and I would be delighted to accompany you both, naturally." Amelia's heart skipped a beat at the suggestion. Charlotte's presence would make their true negotiation impossible. "Unfortunately, business matters demand William's attention tomorrow, and you mentioned your appointment with the dressmaker, did you not?" A flicker of confusion crossed Charlotte's face before understanding dawned. "Ah, yes, though I could certainly reschedule. Unnecessary." Amelia touched her sister's arm gently. "Mrs. Winters will be present, along with the entire afternoon staff. Propriety will be thoroughly observed." Lord Clarendon watched this exchange with barely concealed amusement. "I assure you, Mrs. Sears, your sister's reputation remains my utmost concern. Perhaps you might join us for another visit later this week." The offering seemed to mollify Charlotte slightly. "That would be most acceptable." "Excellent." He bowed to both women with elegant precision. "And now, ladies, I fear I must bid you good evening. Other obligations call. Miss Edgewood, until tomorrow." As he departed, Amelia braced herself for Charlotte's inevitable interrogation. "Lord Clarendon?" Charlotte's voice dropped to an urgent whisper. "Of all the gentlemen in London, you choose to associate with a notorious rake whose gambling exploits are legendary." "He approached me regarding St. Margaret's." Amelia maintained her composure with effort. "Given their dire financial circumstances, I can hardly afford to refuse potential patronage based on rumor and reputation. His interest seems suspiciously sudden." Charlotte's eyes narrowed slightly. "What precisely transpired during your conversation on the terrace?" Guilt twisted in Amelia's stomach. She had never kept secrets from Charlotte before. "He expressed concern about my welfare after overhearing some unkind remarks." Another partial truth that made Amelia's conscience twinge unexpectedly. When I mentioned St. Margaret's situation, he seemed genuinely moved. What sort of remarks? Charlotte's protective instincts were visibly roused. Amelia hesitated, then offered the smallest portion of truth she could. I overheard Lord Clarendon and some gentlemen referring to me as the twice-jilted American spinster. She hurried on as Charlotte's cheeks flushed with indignation. Lord Clarendon noticed I had overheard and approached to offer an apology on behalf of all gentlemen. The modification of events flowed easily, perhaps too easily. Charlotte studied her with the penetrating gaze that had intimidated suitors and social climbers for years. You're not telling me everything. I've told you all that matters. Amelia met her sister's gaze steadily, years of practice allowing her to maintain her composure despite the deception. Lord Clarendon may prove a valuable ally for St. Margaret's. Beyond that, I harbor no illusions. Something in her tone must have convinced Charlotte, for her expression softened slightly. Be careful, Amelia. Men like Clarendon rarely act without calculated purpose. On that point, sister, we are in complete agreement. Amelia allowed herself a small smile. Now shall we rejoin William? I believe we've provided sufficient fodder for gossip this evening. As they moved through the crowd toward William's tall figure by the card room, Amelia found her gaze drawn inexorably to where Lord Clarendon stood in conversation with the Duke of Rothbury. As if sensing her attention, he glanced up, meeting her eyes across the crowded room. For a moment, something unspoken passed between them, an acknowledgement of their shared secret, their mutual purpose, the strange partnership they had forged on a moonlit terrace. Then he inclined his head slightly, the gesture containing a promise that sent an unexpected shiver down Amelia's spine. Tomorrow at St. Margaret's, their true performance would begin. £5,000 and 30 children's futures hung in the balance, requiring Amelia to play her role flawlessly. Yet as she turned away, she couldn't help wondering if she had underestimated the dangers involved. Not to her reputation or social standing, but to the careful detachment she had cultivated. Something about Lord Clarendon's ready agreement to her terms nagged at her thoughts. Why would a man with his reputation agree to risk £5,000 with no possibility of financial gain? Pride in winning his wager with Lord Wakefield explained part of it, certainly. Men of their ilk often valued victory more than the prize itself. But there had been something in his expression when discussing St. Margaret's, a momentary softening she couldn't quite reconcile with the careless libertine society portrayed. The inconsistency troubled her. Men with hidden depths presented far greater challenges than those whose intentions were transparently mercenary. No matter. The arrangement would secure St. Margaret's future while allowing her to maintain her cherished independence. The perfect solution, provided neither of them forgot the business nature of their agreement. Chapter 3. The click of Emma's shoes echoed through the entrance hall as she darted from window to window, pressing her nose against the glass before racing to the next vantage point. Is he very rich? Emma's small face turned toward Amelia, curiosity brightening her blue eyes. Mrs. Winters says only rich gentlemen have carriages with matched horses. Amelia gently redirected the child away from the smudges she was creating on the freshly cleaned windows. Lord Clarendon is coming to assess the building's condition, not to be assessed himself. But is he handsome? Emma persisted, twirling a strand of unevenly cut dark hair around her finger. Like in the storybooks? Heat rushed to Amelia's cheeks. That is hardly an appropriate question, Emma. Is he going to marry you? The child's directness left no room for evasion. Amelia choked on her response, coughing delicately into her handkerchief. Certainly not. Lord Clarendon is merely a potential patron for St. Margaret's. But Mrs. Winters said only a husband would make you smile like you did this morning. Emma's voice carried the penetrating innocence of childhood, heedless of Amelia's growing mortification. I most certainly did not smile in any particular manner. Amelia's protest faltered as Mrs. Winters emerged from the corridor, her weathered face arranged in careful neutrality. Emma, perhaps you might join the others in the classroom. The matron's gentle directive brooked no argument despite its phrasing. Miss Wheeler is demonstrating multiplication tables. Emma's nose wrinkled. Must I? Thomas says I already know them better than he does. which is precisely why Miss Wheeler might appreciate your assistance with the younger children. Mrs. Winters waited until Emma had reluctantly departed before turning to Amelia. My apologies. The children have vivid imaginations, particularly concerning my personal affairs, it seems. Amelia straightened a vase of wildflowers the children had gathered that morning, their cheerful yellowness incongruous against the peeling wallpaper. Lord Clarendon comes solely to evaluate St. Margaret's needs. Of course. Mrs. Winters adjusted her cap, a hint of amusement flickering in her tired eyes. Though I must say, it's not every day a handsome earl takes personal interest in our humble establishment. I suppose some ladies might find him handsome, Amelia conceded before catching herself. That is, his appearance is entirely irrelevant to our purpose. Before Mrs. Winters could respond, voices drifted through the open window, a deep male voice and another, more measured tone discussing something about load-bearing walls and structural integrity. Amelia moved to the doorway just as a boy of perhaps 12 raced in from the kitchens. There's a fine carriage outside, with matched greys and a coat of arms on the door. Thank you, James. Mrs. Winters gently directed him back toward the corridor. Please inform Miss Wheeler that our visitor has arrived. The boy hesitated, eyes wide with curiosity. Is he really an earl? Thomas says all lords are liars. Thomas formed that opinion after Lord Westmoreland promised to send books for our library last Christmas and never did. Now, off you go. As James departed, Amelia caught fragments of conversation from outside. Worse than I expected from external examination, said an unfamiliar voice. The eastern corner shows significant water damage extending to the supporting timbers. Can it be repaired? Lord Clarendon's distinctive baritone carried clearly through the spring air. Certainly, my lord, though the cost would exceed. Amelia's stomach tightened. She had believed her estimate conservative, allowing for unexpected complications. If the damage proved worse than anticipated, the heavy front door swung open before she could complete the thought. Lord Clarendon ducked his head slightly to clear the doorframe, his tall figure momentarily filling the entrance. Behind him followed a shorter, sturdier man clutching a leather portfolio and wearing the practical clothing of a tradesman. Miss Edgewood. Lord Clarendon executed a bow that would have been perfectly appropriate in any Mayfair drawing room, yet somehow appeared incongruous against St. Margaret's humble backdrop. In daylight, his features appeared more defined than they had in the ballroom's gentle illumination. The aristocratic angles of his cheekbones, the clear green of his eyes, the way his blonde hair caught the sunlight streaming through the windows. I trust we haven't kept you waiting. Not at all. Amelia curtsied automatically, oddly conscious of her simple blue muslin dress compared to her elaborate ball attire the previous evening. Lord Clarendon, may I present Mrs. Winters, our matron? A pleasure, ma'am. He bowed again, though less formally. Allow me to introduce Mr. Fellows, London's finest building inspector and architectural consultant. The shorter man bowed, his expression reflecting professional assessment rather than social pleasantry. I've taken the liberty of examining the exterior while awaiting your arrival, miss. The northeastern section shows concerning deterioration. Indeed, Mr. Oat, Fellows has already identified several areas requiring immediate attention. Lord Clarendon's gaze swept the entrance hall, taking in the worn rugs, clean but faded wallpaper, and carefully mended furniture. Something flickered across his features, not the condescension Amelia had half expected, but something closer to respect. Perhaps we might proceed with a thorough inspection? Before Mrs. Winters could respond, a small figure darted from the corridor and planted herself directly in front of Lord Clarendon, hands on her hips and head tilted back to scrutinize his face. Are you going to make Miss Edgewood marry you too? Emma demanded, her voice ringing through the entrance hall. Amelia froze in mortification. Mrs. Winters' hand flew to her throat. Even Mr. Fellows appeared momentarily stunned by the child's directness. Lord Clarendon, however, regarded Emma with perfect composure. He crouched to meet her eyes, bringing himself level with the small girl. I believe you have me confused with someone else, miss. Emma? She supplied without hesitation. Emma Patterson. Miss Patterson. He inclined his head with the same courtesy he might show a duchess. I assure you I have no intentions regarding Miss Edgewood's marital status. I am merely here to examine your roof, which I understand leaks most terribly when it rains." Emma's eyes narrowed, assessing his sincerity. "Thomas says all lords are liars, like Lord Westmoreland, who promised us books and never sent them." Thomas sounds like a young man of strong opinions. Something that might have been amusement flickered in Lord Clarendon's eyes. "While I cannot speak for all lords, I try to avoid lying whenever possible. It creates too many complications." Emma considered this. "Our roof makes puddles in the dormitory when it rains. Mary caught a fever last winter because her bed got wet." "That," Lord Clarendon said gravely, "is precisely why I'm here. Mr. Fellows and I shall do our utmost to ensure no more beds get wet and no more fevers result." "Would that be satisfactory?" Emma nodded solemnly. "I suppose that would be acceptable." "Your approval means a great deal." He straightened, his gaze meeting Amelia's over Emma's head. Something unreadable passed through his expression, a moment of connection that made Amelia's breath catch unexpectedly. "Emma," Mrs. Winters intervened, "perhaps you might return to the classroom now? I believe Miss Wheeler is wondering where her best mathematics student has disappeared to." "I was only asking questions," Emma protested, though she allowed herself to be guided toward the corridor. "Miss Edgewood says questions are how we learn." "Indeed they are," Mrs. Winters agreed, "though perhaps with more consideration for timing. Run along now." As Emma reluctantly departed, Amelia turned to Lord Clarendon, apology rising to her lips. "I'm terribly sorry for Emma's impertinence. The children have had unfortunate experiences with gentlemen visitors in the past." "No apology necessary." His response held surprising gentleness. "Children's direct questions often reach truths adults spend considerable effort avoiding." His gaze moved past her to where Mr. Fellows was examining a section of ceiling with professional interest. "Shall we proceed with our inspection? I believe we should begin with the areas of most immediate concern." Nathaniel ducked his head to clear the low beam as they entered the attic space. A sharp crack sounded above, and he instinctively reached out to steady Miss Edgewood as a small section of timber dislodged, landing with a dull thud mere inches from where they stood. "My sincere apologies." Her voice remained steady, despite the momentary alarm that had flashed across her features. "We've cordoned off the most dangerous sections, but the entire upper floor has become rather treacherous." Nathaniel reassessed Amelia Edgewood with each passing minute. In society, she projected cool composure and detachment, a wallflower by choice rather than temperament. Here, among peeling wallpaper and worn floorboards, she displayed a passionate determination that transformed her entirely. The contrast was intriguing. "As I suspected," Mr. Fellows murmured, examining the fallen timber. "Water damage has compromised the structural integrity of several supporting beams." He produced a small notebook, making rapid calculations. Replacement of the affected sections would require substantial materials and labor. Rain pattered against the roof, and Nathaniel glanced upward to see daylight filtering through multiple gaps in the shingles. The spring shower sent water streaming through these openings, forming growing puddles on the attic floor. Below, he could hear the faint sounds of children reciting multiplication tables, seemingly unconcerned with the inadequate barrier between them and the elements. The children's dormitories lie directly beneath. Miss Edgewood gestured toward the floor. "During heavier rains, the water seeps through to their beds. We've arranged buckets where possible, but buckets cannot replace proper roofing." Nathaniel completed her thought, something tightening in his chest as he imagined children huddled in damp beds through London's notorious rains. The image stirred uncomfortable memories. His mother leading him through various London orphanages as a boy, teaching him that privilege carried responsibility. She had brought him to places much like this one, though none he recalled in quite such desperate condition. "The Eastern dormitory is our greatest concern." Miss Edgewood stepped carefully across the attic toward a section where the damage appeared most severe. "It houses our youngest children." Mr. Fellows moved to examine the area, his expression growing graver. "My lord, if I might have a private word." Nathaniel nodded, gesturing for Miss Edgewood to precede them down the narrow attic stairs. As she disappeared below, Mr. Fellows dropped his voice to ensure privacy. "The entire eastern section is structurally unsound, my lord." His weathered face reflected professional concern. The repairs would require not merely patching but complete replacement of significant portions. £5,000 might address the most immediate dangers, but comprehensive restoration would approach 10,000. Nathaniel absorbed this assessment with growing disquiet, and if only the most critical repairs are completed, the building might withstand another year, perhaps two. Mr. Fellows closed his notebook with a decisive snap. But eventually, more extensive work would be unavoidable. Postponement would likely increase the ultimate cost. I see. Nathaniel's mind calculated rapidly. £10,000 represented a substantial sum, even for a man of his resources. The wager with Wakefield covered only half that amount, leaving him to supply the remainder personally. Yet the image of Emma and the other children sleeping beneath leaking ceilings made the calculation oddly simple. Prepare a complete assessment with costs for both immediate necessities and comprehensive restoration. Very good, my lord. Mr. Fellows tucked his notebook into his coat pocket. Shall we rejoin the ladies? The dormitories below proved equally troubling. Neat rows of narrow beds arranged with military precision, each covered with a thin blanket, carefully mended in multiple places. The ceiling bore dark water stains, and several areas had been reinforced with makeshift wooden supports. Despite these deficiencies, someone had made determined efforts to create cheerfulness. Small vases of wildflowers adorned the windowsills, and children's drawings had been carefully affixed to the walls. A young boy of perhaps 10 stood by the dormitory entrance, his thin frame suggesting inadequate nourishment despite the clean, well-mended clothing he wore. He watched Nathaniel with undisguised suspicion. "Thomas," Miss Edgewood addressed him with gentle authority, "would you show Lord Clarendon and Mr. Fellows the water damage near your bed? You explained it so clearly during our last committee meeting." The boy straightened, pride briefly overcoming wariness. "It comes through worst when the wind blows from the east." He led them to a bed positioned against the far wall, pointing upward to a particularly ominous water stain. "Makes a sound like crying when it rains hard." Thomas keeps a detailed record of each leak and its severity. Miss Edgewood's voice held unmistakable pride. "He hopes to apprentice with a carpenter when he's older." The boy flushed slightly at this praise, but maintained his serious expression. "Are you really here to help, or just to look important like the other gentlemen who come and never return?" "Thomas," Mrs. Winters appeared scandalized by this breach of propriety. "A fair question." Nathaniel met the boy's direct gaze with equal candor. "I confess many gentlemen make promises with little intention of fulfilling them. However, I prefer to avoid such behavior. It creates tedious complications and disappoints people who deserve better. So yes, I am genuinely here to help." Thomas studied him for a long moment before offering a curt nod. "Miss Edgewood deserves better than empty promises. She gives us her own money for coal when it gets cold, even though she thinks we don't know." Nathaniel's gaze shifted to Miss Edgewood, whose cheeks had colored slightly at this revelation. Another piece of understanding clicked into place: the discrepancy between her fashionable but not extravagant gowns compared to her sister's more elaborate attire. She had been redirecting her personal funds to support these children, explaining her fierce determination to secure alternate funding. "I've seen enough to make an initial assessment," Mr. Fellows announced, breaking the moment. "With your permission, I'll examine the western section to complete my evaluation." As Mrs. Winters led Mr. Fellows toward the other dormitory, Nathaniel found himself alone with Miss Edgewood and Thomas, who continued to watch him with unwavering scrutiny. "Perhaps you might show Lord Clarendon our classroom, Thomas," Miss Edgewood suggested. "I believe Miss Wheeler would appreciate an update on our progress." The boy hesitated before nodding reluctantly. "This way, my lord." He pronounced the title with careful precision, as if testing unfamiliar vocabulary. As they moved through the narrow corridor, Nathaniel noticed a small desk tucked into an alcove, its surface covered with neatly arranged ledgers and correspondence. Miss Edgewood paused briefly, rearranging the papers as if to conceal their contents. Not quickly enough, however. Nathaniel glimpsed columns of figures and a notation in a feminine hand: "Personal contribution, March allowance." The classroom revealed the same careful management of limited resources as the dormitories. Children of various ages sat at battered wooden desks, copying letters onto slates under the supervision of a young woman whose faded dress and earnest expression suggested dedication rather than training for her position. At their entrance, the children rose with well-rehearsed decorum. "Please continue," Miss Edgewood urged them gently. "Lord Clarendon is merely observing our lessons." As the children resumed their studies, Thomas positioned himself protectively near the youngest pupils, his stance suggesting appointed guardianship. The scene stirred something uncomfortable in Nathaniel's chest, memories of his own childhood, when he had similarly protected his younger siblings from their father's unpredictable temper. The familiar weight of responsibility reflected in Thomas's young eyes resonated with unexpected clarity. "You maintain an educational program despite your financial constraints." Nathaniel kept his voice low to avoid disrupting the lesson. "Impressive. Education offers their best hope for eventual independence." Miss Edgewood's expression softened as she watched the children. "We focus on practical skills: reading, mathematics, basic household management. Miss Wheeler volunteers 3 days weekly, supplemented by other committee members with particular areas of expertise." "Including yourself?" Nathaniel had noticed several advanced mathematical texts among the modest collection of books on the classroom shelf. A faint smile touched her lips. "I find navigation and shipping calculations translate effectively to practical mathematics. The children seem to enjoy calculating cargo capacities and trade routes more than abstract sums." Before Nathaniel could respond, Mr. Fellows reappeared in the doorway, beckoning them with discreet urgency. They stepped into the corridor, where the building expert's expression had grown even more concerned. "I've completed my assessment, my lord." Mr. Fellows glanced toward Miss Edgewood, hesitating. "You may speak freely before Miss Edgewood," Nathaniel assured him. "She has greater stake in this matter than anyone." Mr. Fellows nodded. "The situation is substantially worse than initially apparent. The entire eastern wing shows signs of structural compromise, extending beyond the roof to the supporting walls. Without immediate intervention, I would consider it unsafe for habitation, particularly during storm conditions." Miss Edgewood's face paled, though her composure remained intact. "Unsafe? But that section houses all our younger children. My preliminary estimate for essential repairs to render the building safe would be approximately £7,000. Mr. Fellows delivered this assessment with professional detachment. Comprehensive restoration, including preventative measures against future deterioration, would approach £10,000. £10,000? Miss Edgewood's voice remained steady, but Nathaniel noted the slight tremor in her hands before she clasped them tightly before her. "That's considerably more than anticipated. I should like to review your complete findings in Mrs. Winter's office," Nathaniel instructed. "Miss Edgewood, would you be so kind as to join us? I believe we have matters to discuss regarding our arrangement." As they made their way toward the matron's small office, Nathaniel found himself evaluating options with the same strategic precision he typically applied to business ventures. The orphanage's condition demanded immediate action, regardless of any wager with Wakefield. The question remained how to structure their arrangement to address both urgent needs and long-term solutions without compromising Miss Edgewood's already fragile social standing. More troubling was his unexpected personal response to St. Margaret's plight. He had anticipated a straightforward business transaction, funds exchanged for services rendered in securing a suitable proposal. Instead, he found himself genuinely moved by the children's circumstances and Miss Edgewood's evident dedication to their welfare. The complication was inconvenient to his carefully ordered existence. Yet as Emma appeared briefly in the corridor, offering him a solemn wave before disappearing again, Nathaniel acknowledged that certain complications proved impossible to avoid. "I've completed my assessment, my lord." Mr. Fellows wiped his brow with a handkerchief, his expression grim as he gestured for them to follow him into Mrs. Winter's small office. "I regret to inform you that I must make an official determination." Amelia's pulse quickened as she followed the men into the cramped space, closing the door behind them. Mr. Fellows laid his drawings and notes across Mrs. Winter's desk with methodical precision. The entire eastern wing is structurally unsound. Mr. Fellows looked up, his weathered face grave but compassionate. As a certified building inspector for the City of London, I am obligated to declare it uninhabitable, effective immediately. Chapter 4. Uninhabitable? Amelia gripped the back of a chair to steady herself. That's impossible. The Eastern dormitory houses 16 children. I understand your distress, Miss Edgewood. Mr. Fellows' voice carried genuine regret. The supporting beams have been compromised beyond safe tolerance. One heavy rainstorm could collapse the entire section. Lord Clarendon's expression had turned to stone. Surely temporary reinforcements, would be insufficient. Mr. Fellows shook his head firmly. The deterioration extends to the load-bearing walls. I cannot in good conscience allow children to remain in those rooms. He pulled an official-looking document from his portfolio. This order of vacancy requires immediate compliance. This is preposterous. Amelia's composure finally cracked, her voice rising with barely controlled fury. Where exactly do you propose 16 children sleep tonight? In the street? Mrs. Winters placed a gentle hand on Amelia's arm. Perhaps the dining hall could. For how long? Amelia turned toward Lord Clarendon, anger displacing propriety. This is precisely why I sought reasonable funding before matters reached crisis. Now, instead of simply repairing a roof, we face displacing children who have already lost everything. Lord Clarendon's face remained impassive, though something flickered in his eyes at her outburst. Miss Edgewood, your inspection has made an already desperate situation catastrophic. The words tumbled out before she could temper them with discretion. What good is your wager now? £5,000 won't even begin to address this disaster. Mr. Fellows glanced between them in confusion. Wager? Amelia inhaled sharply, realizing her error. Her shoulders slumped as she turned toward the small window, needing a moment to compose herself. Outside, the spring rain had intensified, water now streaming down the glass in rivulets that mirrored her internal chaos. Mr. Fellows, Lord Clarendon's voice remained steady. I appreciate your professional assessment. Might I have a moment alone with Miss Edgewood and Mrs. Winters? The building inspector nodded, gathering his papers. Of course, my lord. I shall wait in the entrance hall. His steps receded down the corridor, leaving a heavy silence in his wake. Miss Edgewood. Lord Clarendon moved to stand beside her at the window. I deeply regret that my intervention has worsened your situation. Regret changes nothing. She kept her gaze fixed on the rain-soaked garden. 16 children must vacate their beds by nightfall. I have a solution. His quiet statement drew her attention. Not perfect, perhaps, but immediate. Amelia turned toward him, wariness replacing anger. What solution? I maintain a townhouse in Bloomsbury. His gaze held her steadily. My late mother's residence. It stands fully furnished but unoccupied. The displaced children could relocate there until repairs render the eastern wing habitable. Amelia stared at him, momentarily speechless. A townhouse in Bloomsbury? 5 bedrooms plus servants' quarters. He continued matter-of-factly. More than adequate for 16 children and necessary staff. It could be prepared by evening. My lord, Mrs. Winters breathed. Such generosity is entirely practical. His tone discouraged excessive gratitude. Better the house serves children in need than sit empty collecting dust. Amelia studied him, searching for the calculation or hidden motive behind this unexpected offer. And what would you require in exchange for this accommodation? Something that might have been hurt flashed briefly across his features before disappearing. The children's safety requires no exchange, Miss Edgewood. What of our agreement? She pressed, unwilling to accept such generosity without understanding its implications. £5,000 against a proposal of marriage seems rather moot now. Our agreement may require significant renegotiation. He glanced toward Mrs. Winters before continuing carefully. Even I cannot commit the kind of funds comprehensive repairs would require without consideration. For now, we'll use the townhouse until I can determine an alternative solution. Alternative solution. Amelia repeated the words slowly. And who would oversee these children at your townhouse? Mrs. Winters must remain here with the other residents. I had assumed you might take charge of the Bloomsbury house. given your close relationship with the children and familiarity with their needs. You expect me to live in your townhouse? The impropriety of such an arrangement struck her immediately. That would be entirely proper. My housekeeper, Mrs. Templeton, has maintained the residence since my mother's passing. She would serve as both chaperone and assistance. No hint of scandal need attach to the arrangement. Mrs. Winters cleared her throat gently. Miss Wheeler might also accompany the children. Her presence would provide both continuity in their education and additional propriety. Amelia found herself trapped between propriety and practicality. The children required immediate shelter. Lord Clarendon offered a solution that addressed their needs while circumventing the bureaucracy that might delay other alternatives. Yet accepting placed her in his debt in ways their original agreement had carefully avoided. This changes everything. Our arrangement can be addressed later. Lord Clarendon moved toward the door. For now, let us focus on relocating the children before nightfall. I'll send carriages within the hour. As he exited to make arrangements, Mrs. Winters touched Amelia's arm. This is unexpected providence, my dear. Or excellent strategy. Amelia couldn't dismiss her suspicion entirely. Lord Clarendon rarely acts without calculation. Perhaps. Mrs. Winters smiled gently, though sometimes even the most calculated men surprise themselves with genuine feeling. Amelia had no response to that unsettling observation. Instead, she squared her shoulders and moved to begin preparations. Whatever Lord Clarendon's motives, the children required her focus now. Within minutes, the orphanage had transformed into organized chaos. Children gathered meager possessions, while staff sorted necessities for immediate relocation. Through it all, Lord Clarendon moved with surprising efficiency, issuing directives to staff who appeared with remarkable speed. Amelia found herself working alongside him, their shared purpose temporarily overriding the tension between them. When their paths crossed in the corridor, she paused. I must apologize for my outburst earlier. It was unwarranted. On the contrary, his voice held no reproach. Your anger was entirely justified. I brought official inspection that created immediate crisis rather than gradual solution. Nevertheless, she met his gaze directly. The Bloomsbury house is unexpected. My mother would approve its use. Something vulnerable flickered in his expression. She believed homes should shelter those who need shelter, not stand as monuments to those who've departed. Before Amelia could respond, Emma appeared, clutching a threadbare stuffed elephant. Mrs. Winters says we're having an adventure. Are you coming with us, Miss Edgewood? Amelia crouched to meet the child's eyes. Indeed I am, Emma. We'll stay in a different house while this one receives its repairs. Lord Clarendon's house? Emma glanced toward him with renewed interest. Is it very grand? Not particularly grand, but comfortable, with a small garden and rooms that haven't heard children's laughter in many years. Emma considered this solemnly. Will you visit us there? The question created a moment of awkward tension. Lord Clarendon glanced toward Amelia, seemingly waiting for her cue. Lord Clarendon has many responsibilities, Amelia began diplomatically, but I shall certainly check that you're properly settled. He crouched beside Amelia, meeting Emma's eyes directly. Perhaps you might show me that mathematics skill Miss Edgewood speaks so highly of. Emma's face brightened. I can multiply 2-digit numbers in my head. Impressive. His genuine admiration brought a flush of pride to Emma's cheeks. A valuable skill indeed. As Emma departed to join the other children, Lord Clarendon straightened, his shoulder briefly brushing against Amelia's. The fleeting contact sent an unexpected warmth through her arm. The Duchess of Rothbury's musical evening tomorrow. I believe our attendance remains crucial, despite these complications. Amelia had forgotten the engagement entirely. Surely under these circumstances, maintaining appearances becomes more essential, not less. His voice dropped to ensure privacy. Speculation regarding your residence at my mother's house will require immediate countermeasures. The realization struck Amelia with full force. By accepting his offer of shelter for the children, she had placed herself in a socially precarious position. Their agreement, originally a simple business transaction, had transformed into something far more complex and potentially damaging to her already fragile reputation. I hadn't considered. I have. His matter-of-fact tone offered strange reassurance. Your presence at the Duchess's gathering, properly chaperoned and engaged in appropriate social interaction, will discourage the worst speculation. Trust me in this, if nothing else. The quiet authority in his voice made denial difficult. Besides, he was right. Her absence would only fuel gossip about her new living arrangements. Very well, she nodded reluctantly. Though this situation represents precisely the entanglement our arrangement was designed to avoid. Life rarely accommodates our careful designs, Miss Edgewood. Something that might have been a genuine smile touched his lips. Though I find the unexpected often proves more interesting than the meticulously planned. With that unsettling observation, he departed to oversee the arrival of carriages, leaving Amelia to contemplate how thoroughly her careful plans had unraveled in a single afternoon. What had begun as a simple business arrangement now entangled her in Lord Clarendon's life in ways she had never anticipated. Living in his mother's house, navigating society under his guidance while speculation inevitably swirled around them, every aspect increased her vulnerability precisely when she had sought to establish independence. Most troubling of all was the realization that despite her legitimate anger and suspicion, she found herself responding to glimpses of the man beneath the aristocratic facade. His interaction with Emma, his evident discomfort at having worsened their situation, his practical solution that required significant personal inconvenience. These actions suggested complexity beyond the calculated rake society described. 2 hours later, Thomas appeared beside her, interrupting her thoughts. The carriages have arrived, big ones, with the Clarendon crest. Then we'd best finish our preparations. Amelia forced herself back to practical concerns. Have you gathered your belongings? The boy nodded, his expression serious. Miss Edgewood, is Lord Clarendon truly helping us, or is this another lie like Lord Westmoreland's books? The question struck at the heart of her own uncertainty. Amelia chose her words carefully. Lord Clarendon has offered practical assistance when we most needed it. His actions speak more truthfully than any promise could. Thomas considered this with surprising maturity. I still don't trust him. Nor do I, Amelia admitted softly. But sometimes we must accept help even from those we don't fully trust. Like arithmetic problems with multiple solutions. Thomas nodded with practical acceptance. We choose the most efficient path forward, even if we're not certain it's the only way. Precisely. Amelia squeezed his shoulder gently, drawing strength from his pragmatism. Now let's ensure everyone is ready. We have an adventure ahead. As they joined the gathering, children in the entrance hall, Amelia caught Lord Clarendon watching her again. This time not with idle curiosity or rakish amusement, but with something quieter, warier, as if he, too, was beginning to understand the weight of what they had set in motion. Their eyes locked. Whatever had begun as a calculated wager had changed shape, too quickly, too unpredictably, and neither of them could afford to pretend otherwise. A knock rattled the front door. Amelia turned, startled. One of the older boys darted to open it, revealing a footman in familiar livery, her father's. Miss Edgewood, the man intoned, eyes flicking between her and Lord Clarendon, your presence is required at home, immediately. Amelia's stomach dropped, her father's messenger here, now. In front of Clarendon, in front of the children. Why? She managed, voice tight. Lord Edgewood has received word of your relocation. He wishes to speak with you, in private. A murmur rippled through the room, the children's excitement dimming into uncertain quiet. Behind her, Clarendon straightened. Amelia stiffened. The real cost of this arrangement had just arrived. She turned to Clarendon, her voice low but urgent. Can you manage the move without me? He nodded once. Of course. And as she followed the footman into the rain, the thrum of thunder overhead barely masked the sound of her heart pounding. She had made her choice. But she wasn't sure if it had already begun to unravel. Chapter 5. Absolutely not. Mr. Edgewood's fist struck his mahogany desk, causing the brass instruments arranged at its corner to tremble. I forbid it completely. Amelia stood before her father's desk, hands clasped at her waist, her traveling cloak still damp from the rain outside. The summons from Edgewood House had arrived at St. Margaret's just as she'd been helping Emma pack her few belongings, forcing her to leave the children's preparations midway. Now, as evening shadows lengthened across her father's study, she found herself facing precisely the confrontation she had anticipated, though perhaps sooner than expected. The building inspector has condemned the Eastern Wing effective immediately. She maintained the even tone that had proven most effective in previous confrontations. 16 children require shelter tonight. Not your shelter. Her father's complexion darkened dangerously as he circled the desk to tower over her. Not your responsibility, and certainly not in Lord Clarendon's Bloomsbury townhouse of all places. It's his late mother's former residence, Amelia emphasized, where Lord Clarendon himself does not reside. The house is maintained by Mrs. Templeton, his mother's longtime housekeeper, with Miss Wheeler joining us as additional chaperone. Lord Clarendon will have no presence there beyond occasional visits to ensure the children's welfare. A meaningless distinction. Mr. Edgewood waved his hand dismissively. Society cares nothing for such technicalities. They will see only that my daughter has taken up residence in a notorious rake's property. Your reputation can scarcely withstand another scandal. The children cannot wait for society's approval before seeking shelter. The building inspector has condemned the Eastern Wing effective immediately. 16 children require safe accommodation tonight. There must be alternatives that don't involve your residence in his property. Mrs. Edgewood's fingers pleated her handkerchief with increasing agitation. Surely other committee members could. None with the means or space to accommodate 16 children and necessary staff on such short notice. Amelia maintained her composed exterior despite the frustration building beneath. This solution addresses an immediate crisis without displacing the children to separate locations. Charlotte stepped forward from her position near the window, her expression a complex mixture of concern and something that might have been admiration. Perhaps we might find a compromise. The children could relocate to Lord Clarendon's property under Mrs. Winter's supervision, while Amelia remains here and visits daily. The children need consistency during this upheaval. Amelia met her sister's gaze directly, acknowledging the genuine concern behind the suggestion. Their world has been disrupted enough without their primary caretaker becoming a visitor rather than a constant presence. You cannot possibly be this naive. Mrs. Edgewood's voice carried the precise modulation that had intimidated countless servants and social inferiors. After Lord Carrington and Lord Hargrove, your reputation barely exists. This action would destroy what little remains. And what of the children? Amelia countered. Where would you suggest they sleep tonight, Mother? Perhaps we might arrange pallets in your drawing room. Or would the music room provide better accommodation? Your sarcasm is unbecoming. Mrs. Edgewood's fingers tightened around her handkerchief. There are proper channels for such matters. Applications to the parish, appeals to established charities, which require weeks of deliberation while these children sleep beneath a roof declared unsafe. Amelia's patience frayed at the familiar arguments. The building inspector has issued an order of vacancy effective immediately. You will not take up residence in Lord Clarendon's property. Mr. Edgewood's tone shifted from anger to flat declaration. I forbid it. The familiar words hung in the air between them. How many times had she heard that phrase throughout her life? I forbid it. The universal response to any action, interest, or ambition that extended beyond the narrow confines of proper feminine behavior. I forbid your reading those maritime journals. I forbid your involvement with that orphanage committee. I forbid your friendships with those unfashionable girls. Each prohibition had been met with reluctant acquiescence, the cost of continued financial security and family harmony. Yet this time, the calculation yielded a different result. The stakes had changed. Then consider this not a request, but a courtesy. Amelia's voice remained steady despite the enormity of her declaration. I am informing you of my decision, not seeking your permission. Amelia, her mother gasped, you forget yourself. Her father's complexion darkened dangerously. While you reside under my roof, I no longer reside under your roof. The words emerged with calm certainty. As of tonight, my residence is with the children who need me. A stunned silence descended upon the room. Even Charlotte appeared momentarily speechless, her eyes widening at the unprecedented defiance. You would choose this charitable whim over your family obligations. Mrs. Edgewood's voice trembled with genuine incomprehension. Over your future prospects? I choose responsibility over abandonment. Amelia met her mother's gaze directly. I've made commitments to these children. I will honor them. Charlotte stepped forward, diplomatic instincts clearly engaged. Perhaps a compromise is possible. Amelia, I can send Jenkins to accompany you. My lady's maid's presence would provide additional propriety, and William and I will make daily morning and evening visits to ensure all appears above reproach. An inadequate remedy for a situation that should never exist. Mr. Edgewood's voice had gone dangerously quiet, but perhaps the best available given your sister's inexplicable stubbornness. I appreciate your support, Charlotte. Amelia's shoulders relaxed fractionally at this unexpected alliance. Jenkins' presence would indeed be helpful, as would your visits. This is not approval. Mr. Edgewood moved to stand behind his desk, physically creating distance between himself and his daughter's decision. Understand clearly, Amelia. I consider this choice foolhardy and potentially ruinous. When, not if, complications arise from this association with Lord Clarendon, do not expect me to intervene. You have chosen this path. You will navigate its consequences. I understand. The calm in her voice surprised even herself. Is that all? The children are waiting, and there's much to arrange before nightfall. Her father stared at her as if seeing a stranger. Perhaps he was. The dutiful daughter who had chafed at restrictions but ultimately complied had been replaced by a woman who had found her immovable point. Go then? He turned away, dismissal evident in every line of his body. Thompson will arrange for your personal effects to be delivered to the Bloomsbury address tomorrow. Thank you. The polite response emerged automatically, though whether for the minimal concession or the conclusion of their confrontation remained unclear even to Amelia. Charlotte moved quickly to her side. I'll return home to speak with William and send Jenkins to you immediately. Expect us first thing tomorrow. She squeezed Amelia's hand, conveying solidarity without words. As they exited the study, closing the heavy door behind them, Charlotte guided Amelia toward the entrance hall rather than the narrow servants' stairs that might have offered greater privacy. That, Charlotte murmured as Thompson retrieved Amelia's still damp cloak, was either the bravest or most foolhardy display I've witnessed since Eleanor Lockhart refused the Duke of Montrose at Lady Whittington's ball. I had no choice. Amelia's voice remained steady despite the trembling that had begun in her fingertips. The full magnitude of her declaration and its potential consequences was beginning to register beyond the immediate confrontation. There's always a choice, Amelia. Charlotte's expression softened as they reached the privacy of the entrance hall. You simply made the one that honored your conscience rather than convention. I admire your courage. I just hope you don't regret staking your future on a man you barely know. The observation struck with unexpected precision. Lord Clarendon remained largely unknown despite their brief acquaintance. His unexpected generosity regarding the Bloomsbury property suggested depths beyond his rakish reputation, but whether those depths contained genuine character or calculated strategy remained unclear. My future depends upon my choices, not his. Amelia adjusted her cloak with deliberate care. His mother's property solves an immediate crisis. Beyond that, our paths need not entangle further than propriety demands. Don't they? Charlotte studied her with the perceptiveness that had always seen beyond Amelia's careful composure. You've tied your reputation to his actions in ways neither of you could have anticipated. Society will view your residence in his property as something far more significant than charity work, regardless of how many children or chaperones accompany you. The observation echoed Amelia's own unspoken concerns. What had begun as a simple solution to an immediate crisis had created unexpected complications. Now, with 16 children and her own residence transferred to his property, society would inevitably draw conclusions beyond the simple truth. Society has never viewed me with particular favor. Perhaps this change will prove beneficial. Less expectation allows greater freedom, or greater vulnerability. Charlotte's voice dropped further as Thompson approached with Amelia's umbrella. Be careful, Amelia, not just of society's judgment, but of your own heart. Gratitude can masquerade convincingly as other emotions. Before Amelia could respond to this cryptic warning, Thompson opened the front door, revealing the rain-drenched steps and the waiting carriage. The moment for private conversation had passed. Until tomorrow, Charlotte squeezed her hand once more before releasing her to the elements and the path she had chosen. Nathaniel stood in the center of Clarendon House's drawing room, watching rain streak down the tall windows that overlooked Bedford Square. His mother's portrait hung above the mantelpiece, those familiar eyes following him with the same knowing expression that had always seen through his carefully constructed facades. "My lord, where shall we place the additional beds?" Mrs. Templeton appeared in the doorway, her gray hair arranged in its customary severe bun. The nursery furniture from the attic for the second and third floors. Nathaniel turned from the window. "Convert the schoolroom for the older boys, the green and gold bedrooms for the girls. The nursery itself should accommodate the youngest children." "All of this is most irregular, my lord." Mrs. Templeton's voice carried decades of dignified service, though something in her eyes suggested more curiosity than disapproval. "My mother would hardly have turned away children in need of shelter." The words emerged more sharply than intended. A flicker of approval crossed the housekeeper's face. "Indeed, Lady Sterling was most concerned with practical charity. Shall I prepare the blue bedroom for Miss Edgewood? It offers the best vantage point for overseeing both corridors." "Yes, that would be suitable. Miss Edgewood will be accompanied by Mrs. Sears's lady's maid and Miss Wheeler from St. Margaret's." "And will you be taking up residence in the master suite during this arrangement?" The question caught him off guard. "No, certainly not. That would be most inappropriate." "As you wish." Something that might have been disappointment flickered across her features. "Though your occasional presence would silence certain speculations that might arise." "Speculations will arise regardless." Nathaniel moved toward the library door. "Better they concern my absence than my proximity." The schoolroom door stood ajar. Nathaniel stepped inside, momentarily transported by the familiar sight of the large oak table where he and his siblings had completed their lessons. Dust sheets had already been removed here, revealing the tutor's demonstration board with faded diagrams still pinned to its surface. "What was I thinking?" he murmured, running his fingers along the table's edge where he had once carved his initials during a particularly tedious Latin lesson. "Begging your pardon, my lord." Andrews appeared in the doorway, his weathered face creased with age. "The coal delivery has arrived, and I've taken the liberty of instructing them to fill all the bins." "Very good. The garden will need attention as well. Clear the paths and ensure the swing is secure." "The swing, my lord?" Andrews twisted his cap in gnarled hands. "It hasn't been used since my brother fell and broke his arm, yes." Nathaniel's lips curved slightly. "Nevertheless, it should be made safe." "Might I say, my lord," Andrews hesitated, "that Lady Sterling would have approved most heartily of this endeavor." The simple statement struck with unexpected force. His mother's approval had been precious currency during his childhood and increasingly scarce as he had cultivated the calculating libertine society now expected. "Perhaps, though I doubt she would approve of the scandal likely to result." "Begging your pardon." But Lady Sterling never concerned herself overmuch with scandal when principle was at stake. Andrews delivered this observation with the quiet authority of long service before withdrawing. Nathaniel moved through the connecting corridor to the nursery, where a rocking horse occupied one corner, its painted eyes somehow accusatory as he passed. This impulsive decision was hardly aligned with the character he had cultivated since his mother's death. Lord Clarendon, calculating rake with an eye for advantage rather than sentiment. "I've found additional blankets in the cedar chest, my lord." Mrs. Templeton reappeared, her arms filled with neatly folded wool, and several volumes of children's stories in the library. "The books my mother used to read to us." Nathaniel recognized the worn spines immediately. Lady Sterling insisted they stay for future grandchildren. She particularly enjoyed reading to visitors from the charity school she supported. Perhaps Miss Edgewood might continue that tradition. The image formed unbidden. Miss Edgewood sitting in his mother's chair by the library fire, a circle of children at her feet. The vision created an odd constriction in his chest, a thoughtful suggestion. He moved toward the staircase. I'll inspect the garden. Please ensure fires are lit in all occupied bedrooms. Outside, rain had subsided to a gentle mist. Nathaniel descended the stone steps to the lawn, his boots leaving impressions in grass grown slightly too long. The fountain at the center stood silent, its basin filled with stagnant rainwater, another project requiring attention before children could safely explore. The distant sound of carriage wheels pulled him from his reflections. Moving toward the house, he arrived at the front entrance as the first of his carriages pulled up, the Clarendon crest gleaming despite the rain. The vehicle had barely stopped before its door flew open. Emma jumped down without waiting for assistance, clutching a threadbare stuffed elephant while assessing Clarendon House with undisguised curiosity. "Is this really where we're staying?" She directed the question toward the carriage interior. "It's almost as big as a castle." "It's a townhouse, not a castle." Thomas emerged next, his serious expression suggesting he found the distinction important. "Though I suppose it's grand enough for a lord." The second carriage arrived, containing Mrs. Winters and 6 more children, followed quickly by a third with the remaining orphans. Miss Edgewood was conspicuously absent. "Lord Clarendon." Mrs. Winters approached, executing a neat curtsy despite evident exhaustion. "Your generosity is most appreciated. Miss Edgewood sends her apologies. Her father summoned her home unexpectedly." Something tightened in Nathaniel's chest. The Edgewoods were unlikely to view their daughter's relocation to his property with equanimity. "Mrs. Templeton has prepared rooms for everyone." He inclined his head, maintaining formal distance. "Perhaps the children might benefit from refreshment before exploring? Food." The exclamation came from one of the younger boys, his face lighting with enthusiasm. The simple response triggered unexpected laughter. Even Thomas's serious expression softened. "Indeed." Mrs. Templeton appeared at his side. "Cook has prepared sandwiches, biscuits, and hot chocolate in the dining room. If you would follow me." The children formed a surprisingly orderly procession behind Mrs. Templeton. Their eyes widened at the grandfather clock's solemn ticking, at the gleaming marble floor, at the family portraits lining the staircase. "Are all of these lords like you?" Emma had paused beside him, studying his great-grandfather's imposing portrait. "Some are earls, some viscounts, some merely gentlemen of good family." Nathaniel found himself crouching to her level. "The formidable gentleman with the impressive wig is my great-grandfather, who built the family's fortune in shipping before acquiring his title." Emma nodded solemnly. "My elephant is called Elephant. He's afraid of new places, but I told him this house isn't scary, just big." "A very sensible assessment. Perhaps you might show Elephant the garden once you've had refreshments. There's a swing that Andrews is ensuring is safe for brave adventurers." "A swing?" Emma's eyes widened with delight. "Thomas, did you hear? There's a swing." Thomas looked up sharply. "We mustn't run ahead, Emma. Miss Edgewood said we must stay together in new surroundings." "Miss Edgewood is very wise." Nathaniel straightened. "Though I assure you, Clarendon House contains no particular dangers beyond the ordinary hazards of an unfamiliar building." Thomas studied him with disconcerting directness. "You speak differently here than you did at St. Margaret's. More like a proper lord." The observation caught Nathaniel off guard. An astute observation. "I suppose childhood homes bring out old habits in all of us." "This was your home when you were small?" Emma looked around with renewed interest. "Not my primary residence, but I spent considerable time here with my mother. She preferred London during the social season." "Where is she now?" Emma's question carried the innocent directness only children truly mastered. "Emma," Thomas hissed, recognizing the potential sensitivity. "It's quite all right." Nathaniel found himself unexpectedly willing to answer. "My mother died many years ago, but she loved this house very much. I believe she would be pleased to know it's providing shelter to those who need it. Miss Edgewood says people we've lost can still see us from heaven." Emma clutched her elephant closer. "So, your mother knows you're helping us." The simple statement struck with unexpected force. Before he could respond, Mrs. Winters called from the dining room doorway. "Children, do come along. The chocolate will grow cold." Emma darted away immediately, Thomas following more slowly. pausing at the threshold to glance back at Nathaniel before disappearing inside. The soft sound of carriage wheels drew his attention. Another vehicle had arrived, smaller than his own, unmarked by family crests but well-maintained. A hired conveyance bringing Miss Edgewood from her confrontation at Edgewood House. Nathaniel reached the door just as Thompson opened it to reveal Miss Edgewood on the threshold, her traveling cloak still damp from the rain, her expression composed despite evident tension. "Lord Clarendon," she curtsied with perfect formality. "I must apologize for my delayed arrival. Unavoidable family matters required attention." No apology necessary. He bowed in response, suddenly aware of their peculiar position. Neither host and guest, nor business associates, nor friends, yet somehow all three simultaneously. The children have arrived safely and are currently enjoying refreshments. Relief visibly softened her features. Thank goodness. I feared the move might prove overwhelming after today's upheaval. Children demonstrate remarkable resilience when properly supported. The observation emerged from memory, his mother's words during his own childhood crisis. "Though I suspect your presence provides significant reassurance." She studied him with sudden intensity. "You speak from experience, Lord Clarendon?" The question invited a level of personal disclosure Nathaniel typically avoided, particularly with eligible women. "My mother believed strongly in providing stability amid change." He gestured toward the dining room, where children's voices created a gentle cacophony. "She would approve of your dedication to these children, though perhaps not the unorthodox circumstances that have brought you to her home." "I see her influence throughout the house," Miss Edgewood observed, glancing at the portrait above the mantelpiece. "Your willingness to open such a personal space to strangers speaks volumes beyond what you might acknowledge." Nathaniel felt uncharacteristically exposed beneath her direct gaze. Practicality had more influence than sentiment. The children required immediate shelter. Clarendon House stood available. Nevertheless, she removed her damp cloak, revealing a simple day dress of blue muslin. "I'm grateful beyond expression, regardless of motive. My father was less appreciative of the arrangement." The slight hesitation revealed volumes about what must have been a difficult confrontation. "Family disapproval can prove challenging. I trust the situation wasn't unduly difficult?" A smile touched her lips, surprising in its genuine amusement. "I informed my father I would reside here regardless of permission. He found my newfound defiance rather shocking. Fortunately, Charlotte intervened with a compromise. Her lady's maid Jenkins will join us shortly as additional chaperone, and she and William will make daily visits. A substantial risk for orphans with no particular claim upon you beyond charitable obligation." He watched her expression closely, genuinely curious about her motivation. "They have every claim that matters." Her response came without hesitation, blue eyes meeting his with unwavering certainty. "Circumstance has placed them in my care. I'll not abandon that responsibility for mere convenience or social approval." Before Nathaniel could respond, Emma called from the dining room doorway. "Miss Edgewood, you're here." The child darted across the entrance hall, narrowly avoiding a delicate side table before throwing herself against Miss Edgewood's skirts. "They have hot chocolate and biscuits, and there's a swing in the garden, and Thomas says we might have our own beds instead of sharing." Wonderful news indeed. Miss Edgewood knelt to embrace the child, seemingly unconcerned with propriety or potential damage to her muslin dress. "I told you our adventure would have pleasant surprises. Lord Clarendon says his mother would be happy we're here, and Mrs. Templeton showed us the library with books and a secret hiding place behind curtains." "The window seat," Nathaniel explained when Miss Edgewood glanced up questioningly. "A childhood refuge when tutors proved particularly demanding." Understanding flickered across her features, a momentary connection that required no further explanation. She straightened, keeping one hand gently on Emma's shoulder. "Perhaps you might give me a tour of our temporary home before I speak with Mrs. Winters?" She addressed Emma, though her gaze remained on Nathaniel. "With Lord Clarendon's permission, of course." "Clarendon House is entirely at your disposal." He found himself oddly reluctant to depart, despite the impropriety of lingering. "Though I should take my leave shortly, my presence would only complicate an already irregular situation." Something that might have been disappointment flickered across her features. Of course, your generosity has already extended far beyond reasonable expectation. Not generosity, Miss Edgewood. The correction emerged automatically, a reflexive defense against sentiment. Practical solution to an immediate problem. Our arrangement regarding St. Margaret's repairs and your marriage prospects remains unchanged. The reminder of their wager created a sudden coolness between them. Miss Edgewood's expression composed itself into polite neutrality. Indeed, Lord Clarendon, business remains business, regardless of circumstance. She curtsied formally. We shall endeavor to disturb your property as little as possible. That wasn't, he began before stopping himself, the Duchess of Rothbury's musical evening tomorrow. Your presence remains essential despite these complications. I haven't forgotten our arrangement. Her tone carried the faintest edge. Though I shall require guidance regarding expectations, given our now more complicated association. I'll call tomorrow afternoon to discuss strategy. The words emerged more formally than intended. The Duchess's gathering provides opportunity to establish the appropriate narrative regarding your residence here. Very practical. Something that might have been disappointment flashed in her eyes. Until tomorrow, then. Until tomorrow. He bowed, conscious of Emma watching their exchange with undisguised curiosity. Good evening, Miss Edgewood. As he departed Clarendon House, Nathaniel found himself uncharacteristically unsettled. A fleeting thought troubled him as his carriage pulled away. Clarendon House offered temporary sanctuary, but what of the children's long-term future? St. Margaret's repairs would cost far more than his wager could cover. The unexpected concern surprised him. Since when had he troubled himself with London's orphans beyond a chance to best Wakefield? Society would inevitably speculate about his motives in housing Miss Edgewood and her charges. Gossip would question her reputation, regardless of chaperones or circumstances. Their appearance at the Duchess's musical evening tomorrow would only intensify such scrutiny. Yet as rain resumed its gentle pattern against the carriage windows, Nathaniel found himself surprisingly unconcerned with society's opinion. For the first time in years, Clarendon House would serve a purpose his mother would have endorsed without reservation. Chapter 6. The Duchess of Rothbury's townhouse blazed with light against the evening sky. Amelia paused at the entrance to the main salon, tightening her grip on Charlotte's arm. Her blue silk gown felt suddenly too tight, too conspicuous, as several heads turned their way. Courage, Charlotte murmured, squeezing her hand. The music will begin soon enough. Amelia nodded, but already the whispers had begun, fluttering behind fans and teacups as they moved into the room. Orphans at Clarendon House. Miss Edgewood living under his roof. The Duchess of Rothbury approached them with practiced grace, her American directness softened by a decade in British society. Charlotte, Amelia, I'm delighted you could attend despite yesterday's excitement. News travels with remarkable efficiency. Amelia kept her voice even as more glances turned their way, though the details often suffer in transit. Indeed, they do. Diana's eyes sparkled. I've already corrected 3 separate accounts, claiming Lord Clarendon has established some sort of radical school for orphans. Before Amelia could respond, a woman's voice carried clearly from nearby. Is it true Lord Clarendon moved children and her into his townhouse? What madness! Amelia's cheeks burned, though her expression remained neutral. The Duchess took her arm, steering them toward a friendlier gathering where Eleanor and Lucy waited. Amelia. Lucy clasped her hands warmly. You've created the most delightful scandal of the season. Lucy, Eleanor's tone carried gentle reproach. Poor Amelia has endured quite enough without your treating her situation as theater. But excellent theater it is. Lucy's eyes danced with mischief, complete with orphaned children, a notorious rake, and a principled heroine. An elegantly dressed woman passing their circle slowed deliberately. Such a pity about poor Sophia. One can only imagine her distress at these developments. Sophia? Amelia glanced between her friends, momentarily confused. Lord Clarendon's younger sister. Charlotte kept her voice low. Quite reclusive, from what I understand, though she's expected to make her debut next season. Well, at least the house won't go unused. Lucy raised her eyebrow, eyes gleaming. And truly, Amelia could do far worse than a noble rake with excellent architecture and room to spare. Lucy, Diana shook her head, fighting a smile. Perhaps we might discuss the musical program instead? But the damage was done. Lady Halberton, whose social position permitted remarkable rudeness, had moved within earshot. She turned to her companion, voice pitched to Carrie. I hear Miss Edgewood has moved herself right into his lordship's arms, along with a dozen orphans. Her smug satisfaction radiated through the salon. One wonders which charity truly motivated his generosity. Eleanor stepped forward, copper curls catching the light as she turned toward Lady Halberton with deadly precision. I should think it to Lord Clarendon's credit that he opened his home to those in need. Her voice remained cool and controlled. Miss Edgewood is simply supervising their welfare, as she would at St. Margaret's, and the Earl, of course, does not even reside at the townhouse. But I suppose facts often offend those who prefer fiction. The salon went suddenly, dramatically quiet. Teacups froze midair. Lady Halberton's complexion shifted from porcelain to crimson. Across the room, a single fan snapped shut with decisive finality. Well struck, Eleanor. Lucy's murmur carried immense satisfaction. God help us, she set the tone for the rest of the season. Diana exhaled softly. Before Amelia could respond, Lord Clarendon appeared at her side. His evening attire was impeccable, his expression revealing nothing beyond polite interest, though something in his eyes suggested he'd registered the tension. Ladies, he bowed precisely. I hope I find you all well this evening. Lord Clarendon, Diana nodded. We were just discussing your charitable enterprise, most commendable. Hardly worthy of such generous description, Your Grace. His gaze shifted briefly to Amelia. Simple practicality when 16 children required immediate shelter. Precisely Eleanor's point. Lucy smiled with undisguised amusement, though some seemed determined to construct elaborate alternatives. He leaned slightly closer to Amelia, voice dropping. Remind me never to cross your friend. She only draws blood when provoked. Amelia matched his tone, suddenly aware of how their quiet exchange would appear to observers. Clarendon straightened, resuming perfect formality. I wonder if I might trouble you for your opinion on tonight's program, Miss Edgewood? The transparent excuse hung between them, obvious to both. After a brief hesitation, she accepted his offered arm, acutely conscious of the immediate whispers their movement generated. Of course. She felt dozens of eyes following them across the salon. Though I warn you, my knowledge extends only marginally beyond recognizing when the music stops. A matron pulled her daughter subtly away as they passed, the warning gesture unmistakable. Do not be like Miss Edgewood. Your friend's defense was rather spectacular. Clarendon guided her toward the musicians' area. Lady Halberton rarely encounters such direct opposition. Eleanor has never feared confrontation when principle is at stake. Amelia kept her expression pleasantly neutral. The Wallflower Alliance formed precisely because we recognize safety in unity. Wallflower Alliance? His eyebrow rose slightly. An intriguing name for what sounds like a formidable coalition. 3 young ladies who found friendship during the trials of the marriage market. Amelia found herself smiling despite everything. Eleanor married the Earl of Blackwood last year. Charlotte married William, leaving me the sole remaining member. Yet clearly, still benefiting from their loyalty. Clarendon's gaze moved briefly toward Eleanor, a valuable commodity in London society. More valuable than diamonds during courtship season, the response emerged with unexpected lightness. Though I suspect our current arrangement will test even their steadfast support. His expression grew more serious. Has the situation at Clarendon House proven difficult? The children are settling well? Remarkably well. Amelia relaxed slightly at the genuine concern in his voice. Emma has claimed the window seat as her domain. Thomas discovered your father's maritime atlases and has been studying them with extraordinary concentration. Something like pleasure flickered across his features before disappearing. And you, Miss Edgewood? Has your new residence proven tolerable? More than tolerable. She met his eyes briefly. The blue bedroom is perfectly positioned between the dormitory corridors, and Mrs. Templeton has been extraordinarily accommodating. Before she could elaborate further, the Duchess approached to guide guests toward their seats. As they separated to join their respective parties, Amelia found herself conscious of a lingering awareness. Across the room, Clarendon had joined the Duke and Duchess in the front row. Only when the musicians began did he glance in her direction, their eyes meeting briefly across the crowded room, and Amelia deliberately turned her attention to the performance. Chapter 7. The Italian soprano's voice soared above the assembled guests, filling the Duchess of Rothbury's salon with cascades of perfect notes. Amelia sat beside Charlotte, hands folded properly in her lap. 3 rows ahead, Lord Clarendon occupied a seat beside the Duke and Duchess, his profile occasionally visible when he turned to respond to something Diana said. Charlotte leaned closer, her voice barely audible. Lady Whitmore has glanced in your direction 17 times since the performance began. Let us hope she includes the musical selections alongside the scandal. Amelia kept her expression serene. At least then her report might contain some accuracy. A movement at the salon's entrance caught her attention. A footman had appeared, speaking quietly to another servant who moved discreetly between the rows of guests. To her surprise, the second servant approached Lord Clarendon rather than the Duke or Duchess, bending to whisper something as he presented a small silver tray bearing a folded note. Clarendon's posture changed instantly. He took the note, breaking the seal with a sharp movement. As he read its contents, Amelia saw the color drain from his face. His mouth tightened into a hard line. He leaned toward the Duchess, whispering something that made Diana turn immediately in Amelia's direction. Alarm etched across her normally composed features. Clarendon rose without waiting for the piece to conclude, causing several heads to turn as he moved swiftly toward the exit. Amelia's heart began to race. Whatever that note contained had clearly disturbed him deeply. Without conscious thought, she found herself rising, gathering her shawl. "Amelia?" Charlotte's question came in an urgent whisper. "What?" "I don't know." Amelia was already moving toward the aisle. But something's happened at Clarendon House. She reached the salon's entrance just as Clarendon was speaking to the butler. His face showed visible relief when he saw her. "Miss Edgewood." He moved toward her with purposeful strides. "There's been an incident at the house. We must return immediately." "What kind of incident?" She kept her voice low despite the spike of fear his words produced. "One of the children has fallen ill." His jaw tightened. The note doesn't specify which one. The whispering had already begun around them. Several guests had turned in their seats, watching their exchange with undisguised interest despite the ongoing performance. "If we leave together like this, society will have us married by morning." The observation escaped before she could consider its implications. Clarendon stiffened, something complicated flashing across his features before disappearing beneath renewed determination. "I jest. Well." Amelia attempted to soften the moment with lightness she didn't feel. "At least I hope I jest." His expression remained grave, concern evident beneath his composure. "Have the carriage readied. We leave immediately. But the social damage is already done." He gestured toward the salon, where numerous heads had turned despite the ongoing performance. Whispers circulated behind fans and programs. "These children reside in my home, under my protection as much as yours. I will not remain here while some unspecified incident requires our attention." The simple declaration silenced any further objection. Amelia nodded, allowing him to escort her toward the entrance while Charlotte moved to join their friends. Diana had already risen halfway from her seat, her expression conveying concern and a promise to smooth over their abrupt departure. Behind them, the whispers grew audible as they crossed the entrance hall. "He's whisking her away!" There's more to this than orphans, surely. Rain transformed London's streets into gleaming ribbons beneath the gas lamps. Clarendon's carriage waited at the curb, summoned with remarkable speed. He handed Amelia inside, then joined her with a brief instruction to the driver. "Clarendon House, immediately." The carriage lurched forward, wheels splashing through puddles as they pulled away from the Duchess's townhouse. Inside, the steady drumming of rain against the roof created a strangely intimate atmosphere. Amelia found herself studying the note Clarendon still held between his fingers. "May I?" She extended her hand. He passed her the paper, watching as she read the single line of unfamiliar handwriting, One of the children has taken ill. Please return at once. This tells us nothing. She folded the paper carefully, pressing its edges with unsteady fingers. Not even which child is ill. Mrs. Templeton wouldn't send for us without significant cause. Clarendon's knuckles had whitened where he gripped his walking stick. For a child's fever to warrant such urgency. Amelia nodded, trying to suppress the cascade of worrying possibilities flooding her mind. The children were all well when we left. Jenkins was reading to the youngest. Thomas was helping Mrs. Templeton organize the linen cupboard, and Emma, her voice caught on the child's name. Emma, with her threadbare elephant and penetrating questions. Emma, who had already lost family once. Emma, who had claimed the window seat as her personal domain and charmed even Mrs. Templeton with her earnest observations. Whatever has happened, we will address it. Clarendon's voice cut through her spiraling thoughts. His hand moved as if to cover hers before stopping midway, propriety reasserting itself even in crisis. The house is well staffed. Jenkins has nursing experience. Mrs. Templeton has managed households for decades. You're right, of course. Amelia smoothed her skirts, needing the familiar motion to steady herself. They are quite capable. The carriage hit a particularly deep puddle, jolting them both. For a moment, they were thrown closer together, Amelia's shoulder briefly touching his before she could right herself. Even through layers of evening clothes, the contact felt startlingly intimate. Forgive me, she shifted back to her proper position. No apology necessary. His voice had roughened slightly. These streets become treacherous in the rain. They lapsed into tense silence, each visibly struggling with their own concerns. Clarendon had begun tapping his fingers against his knee in an unconscious rhythm that betrayed his agitation. Amelia found herself counting the gas lamps as they passed, each one bringing them closer to whatever awaited at Clarendon House. I keep thinking. She stopped herself, reluctant to voice her darkest fears. What? He leaned forward slightly, his face half illuminated by passing lamplight, half in shadow. I keep thinking of all the things that might have happened. Fire, illness, injury. She twisted her gloves between her fingers. And then I remind myself that speculation serves no purpose beyond increasing our anxiety. A wise approach. He nodded, though the tension in his jaw suggested he was engaged in similar mental exercises, yet difficult to maintain in practice. Precisely. She attempted a smile that faltered halfway. I find myself cataloging every possible disaster rather than preparing for what has actually occurred. The carriage turned onto the street leading to Clarendon House. Light blazed from most windows, unusual at this hour when children would normally be aided. Almost there. Clarendon straightened his posture, adjusting his cuffs with mechanical precision. The brief moment of shared vulnerability vanished beneath proper formality, though his eyes betrayed his continued concern. The carriage pulled to a stop before the entrance. Before the driver could open the door, Clarendon had already descended, turning to offer his hand to Amelia. Her fingers gripped his with surprising strength as she stepped down, both of them moving quickly toward the house without concern for the rain soaking their evening clothes. The front door opened before they reached it, revealing Mrs. Templeton backlit against the golden light of the entrance hall. The housekeeper's composed features had given way to visible distress, her complexion pale. Thank goodness you've come. Relief flooded her voice. Through the doorway behind Mrs. Templeton, Jenkins appeared at the top of the stairs, her usually neat appearance disheveled, a basin of water clutched in her hands. What's happened? Amelia was already moving forward, Clarendon close behind. Mrs. Templeton stepped aside to admit them. It's Emma. The fever came on suddenly. Her temperature has been rising for hours. Jenkins has tried everything. Fever? Amelia's voice caught. How severe? Dangerously high, miss. Mrs. Templeton's voice dropped. The doctor has been sent for, but with this rain... Second floor, blue bedroom, Jenkins called down to them. Please hurry. She's been asking for you, Miss Edgewood. Amelia gathered her skirts and raced toward the staircase, no longer concerned with appearances. Clarendon matched her pace, his longer stride bringing him to her side, as they took the stairs 2 at a time. Chapter 8. Emma's small form lay beneath a mountain of blankets, her golden curls stark against the white pillowcase. Sweat plastered stray wisps to her forehead, despite the cool cloths Jenkins applied with practiced efficiency. Her breathing came in shallow, rapid bursts. "She's been asking for you, miss." Jenkins wrung excess water from another cloth. "Started calling your name about an hour after you left." Amelia moved to the bedside, removing her gloves with quick precision. "When did the fever begin?" Noticed her flushed at bedtime. Jenkins stepped aside, relinquishing her position. Thought perhaps excitement from the new surroundings. By 9 o'clock, she was burning up. Amelia placed her palm against Emma's cheek, her pulse quickening at the intense heat. "Has she taken any fluids?" "Some willow bark tea, but she's fighting it now." Jenkins adjusted the blankets. Mrs. Templeton sent for the doctor immediately, but with this weather, Lord Clarendon remained near the doorway, his formal evening attire incongruous in the sick room. His fingers tightened imperceptibly around his walking stick. Were any other children showing symptoms? He kept his voice low, measured. "Just Emma, my lord." Jenkins dipped another cloth in the basin. "Mrs. Templeton has checked the others twice, all sleeping soundly." Emma stirred, her eyes fluttering open, though her gaze remained unfocused. "Miss Edgewood?" Her voice emerged as a rasp. "You left. I'm here now, darling." Amelia took the damp cloth from Jenkins, gently bathing Emma's flushed face. "And I'm not going anywhere." "Promise?" The single word trembled between them. "Promise." She smoothed back the damp curls. "Now you must try to drink a little more tea when Jenkins brings it." A commotion from downstairs signaled a new arrival. Mrs. Elizabeth Templeton's voice carried up the staircase, followed by heavy footsteps. Lord Clarendon moved into the hallway, returning moments later with a stocky, gray-haired gentleman carrying a worn leather bag. "Dr. Morris." He stepped aside, allowing the physician to approach. "Thank you for coming so quickly. Nasty night for illness." The doctor set his bag on the side table. "Now then, let's see what we have here." Amelia stepped back, her shoulder brushing against Lord Clarendon's as they watched the doctor's methodical assessment. "How long has the fever been present?" Dr. Morris placed his hand on Emma's forehead. "Approximately 4 hours at its current intensity." Jenkins positioned herself at the foot of the bed. "Started with flushing at bedtime, progressed quickly thereafter." Dr. Morris nodded, continuing his examination with practiced efficiency. He checked Emma's pulse, listened to her breathing, examined her throat and ears while the child submitted with exhausted compliance. "Any cough? Complaints of pain?" His gaze remained fixed on Emma, while his fingers pressed gently along her neck. "No cough," said her head hurt earlier. "And these children were recently relocated from another building?" The doctor glanced up at Lord Clarendon. "One with structural issues, I understand?" "St. Margaret's eastern wing was condemned yesterday morning." Clarendon's jaw tightened slightly. "The entire orphanage has suffered from excessive dampness." Dr. Morris closed his notebook with a decisive snap. Exposure to cold and damp, combined with the stress of relocation. Not uncommon, particularly in children with delicate constitutions. "Emma is not delicate." Amelia's fingers clutched the sodden cloth. "She's remarkably resilient." "Even the resilient have their limits, Miss Edgewood." The doctor's expression softened slightly. "The body can only endure so much before requiring intervention." "What treatment do you recommend?" Lord Clarendon stepped forward, positioning himself between Amelia and the doctor. "Continue with willow bark tea for the fever. Cold compresses when the temperature rises. Small sips of water or broth to prevent weakening." Dr. Morris packed his instruments methodically. "A diluted elderflower tincture may help reduce the fever if it persists by morning." "And her prognosis?" Amelia moved beside Lord Clarendon, her voice steadier than her racing heart. The doctor hesitated, his fingers pausing on his bag clasp. "Children are remarkably resilient, as you noted. However, this fever is significant. The next 12 hours will prove decisive." Amelia's throat constricted, her fingers instinctively reaching for the bedpost to steady herself. "I'll return in the morning." Dr. Morris closed his bag. "Send word immediately if her breathing becomes labored or if the fever increases substantially." "I must attend the Cartwright household tonight. Their youngest daughter has taken a similar fever." The doctor moved toward the door. "Until tomorrow, continue the treatments we've discussed. Consistency of care is essential." Lord Clarendon accompanied the doctor downstairs, their footsteps fading along the corridor. Amelia returned to Emma's bedside, resuming the application of cooling cloths with mechanical precision. "I'll prepare fresh tea, miss." Jenkins moved toward the door. "Mrs. Templeton has set water to boil in the kitchen." "Thank you, Jenkins." Amelia continued bathing Emma's feverish face. "And perhaps inquire whether anyone has checked on the other children recently?" "Mrs. Templeton is with them now." Jenkins paused at the doorway. "They're concerned about Emma, but settling well otherwise." Alone with Emma, Amelia's shoulders dropped, the weight of fear pressing against her chest. Her fingers trembled as she re-wet the cloth. Emma stirred again, her eyes opening with feverish brightness. "Where's Elephant?" "Right here, darling." Amelia retrieved the stuffed toy from where it had fallen between the bed and wall. "He was keeping watch." Emma clutched the worn elephant to her chest. "He doesn't like being alone." "Neither do you." Amelia smoothed back damp curls from the child's forehead. "But you're not alone now. I'm here, and so is Elephant." "And the Lord?" Emma's question brought Amelia's hand to a halt. "Lord Clarendon is here too." She adjusted the blankets, studying Emma's face. "He's helping the doctor." "He has sad eyes." Emma's fingers tightened around her toy. "Like Thomas when he remembers before." Lord Clarendon appeared in the doorway, his evening attire exchanged for a dark, smoking jacket. His shadow stretched across the floorboards as he entered. "The doctor has gone." He stopped at the foot of the bed. "He's left additional willow bark with Mrs. Templeton and instructions for its preparation." "Did he offer any additional insights once beyond the sick room?" Amelia kept her voice low, though Emma had already drifted back into a restless sleep. "Only that vigilance through the night is essential." His shoulders straightened, decision evident in his posture. "I've sent word to my Mayfair residence. I'll be remaining here tonight." Amelia's fingers stilled on Emma's forehead. The implications of his statement, a gentleman remaining in the same house where she resided, with only servants as chaperones, would scandalize society. Yet the knot in her chest loosened fractionally at his declaration. "Your presence will comfort the children." She resumed bathing Emma's face. "Emma asked about you just now." His eyebrows rose slightly. "Did she? She says you have sad eyes." Amelia hadn't intended to share the observation, but wariness loosened her tongue. "Like Thomas when he remembers what came before." Lord Clarendon's fingers tightened on the bedpost, his eyes darkening momentarily. "Children often see what adults have learned to ignore." Jenkins returned with a tray bearing fresh tea and a small ceramic cup. "Willow bark, miss. Mrs. Templeton steeped it with honey, as the doctor suggested." "Thank you, Jenkins." Amelia accepted the cup. "Would you mind checking that fresh linens are available? We'll need them when her fever breaks." "Of course, miss." Jenkins departed again, her footsteps fading down the corridor. "You should rest." Lord Clarendon moved closer to the bedside. "I can maintain the first watch. I couldn't possibly sleep while Emma. You'll be of no use to her if you collapse from exhaustion." His voice remained gentle despite the firmness of his stance. "I propose we establish shifts through the night. 4 hours each should allow some rest while ensuring continuous care." Amelia's shoulders ached with fatigue she'd been ignoring. She pressed her fingers against her temples. "Very well. Though I insist on taking the first watch. You've been engaged in social obligations all evening as well." "As have you." The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, though I suspect neither of us anticipated this particular conclusion to the Duchess's musical evening. The whispers behind fans, Eleanor's defense of her reputation, their hasty departure, all seemed to belong to another lifetime. The weight of Emma's illness pressed more heavily than society's judgment ever could. Emma stirred again, her small hand reaching out from beneath the blankets. Amelia took it immediately, her own fingers burning from the contact. "Miss Edgewood?" Emma's voice emerged as barely more than a whisper. "It's very hot." "I know, darling." Amelia retrieved a fresh cloth, bathing Emma's face and neck with gentle strokes. "The medicine will help soon." "Would you like some tea, Miss Patterson?" Lord Clarendon approached the bedside. "I'm told it contains honey." Emma's fever-bright eyes focused on him. "Is it sweet?" "Exceedingly." He rested his hands on the bedpost. "Though perhaps not as sweet as those biscuits from yesterday's tea." A ghost of a smile touched Emma's lips. "Those were very sweet." Indeed they were. He matched her serious tone. But this tea will help cool you, which seems rather desirable at present. Emma's brow furrowed in consideration before she nodded weakly. I suppose I should drink it then. A wise decision. He stepped back, allowing Amelia to help Emma sit up slightly. His manner with Emma revealed something unexpected, an ability to address the child directly, with neither condescension nor excessive sentiment. He spoke to Emma as a person worthy of respect, a courtesy many adults never extended to children. When Emma had finished the tea and settled back against the pillows, her eyes drifting closed, Amelia tucked the blankets around her. Rest now, I'll be right here. Promise? Emma clutched Elephant closer. Promise. Amelia smoothed her hair once more. At the window, Lord Clarendon's silhouette was stark against the rain-streaked pane. The lamplight caught the angles of his profile as he gazed outward. You should rest while she sleeps. His voice broke the silence. The fever will likely rise again before morning. I will. Amelia settled into the chair beside his bed, though I suspect actual sleep will prove elusive. Nevertheless. He turned, shadows playing across his features. I'll return in an hour to check on her progress. Mrs. Templeton is preparing a room for me on the floor below. Emma's well-being superseded social convention. If having Lord Clarendon nearby provided additional support during this crisis, her reputation would simply have to weather another storm. Thank you. Amelia's fingers twisted in her skirts. Your presence here, it matters to them. Something flickered across his features before disappearing. He nodded once before leaving the room. Despite her determination to remain alert, exhaustion eventually claimed its toll. Amelia's head drooped forward, eyes closing despite her best efforts. Sleep arrived in fragments, interrupted by Emma's restless movements. A hand on her shoulder startled her awake. Lord Clarendon stood beside her chair, a steaming cup in his other hand. You should have woken me. She straightened immediately, checking Emma's forehead. How long? Less than an hour. He offered the cup. Tea, for you, not Emma, though significantly less medicinal. Amelia accepted the unexpected offering, the warmth seeping through her chilled fingers. Thank you. How is she? He moved closer to the bed, studying Emma's flushed face. The fever remains high. Amelia sipped the tea, though her breathing seems less labored. Lord Clarendon reached for the basin of water, wringing out a fresh cloth with practiced efficiency. May I? At her nod, he gently placed the cloth on Emma's forehead, his movements displaying unexpected familiarity with sick-room procedures. You've done this before. Amelia watched his hands, steady and confident. My younger sisters frequently fell ill during winter. He refreshed the cloth with methodical care. My father considered sick-room duties beneath his notice. My mother believed otherwise. And you adopted your mother's perspective. The tea's warmth spread through her chest. In this, yes. His fingers adjusted the cloth with precision. My sisters recovered more quickly with familiar faces nearby. Emma stirred beneath his touch, her eyes opening to reveal feverish confusion. Lord Clarendon. He adjusted the cloth, his voice softening. Though you may call me Lord C if you find it simpler. A ghost of a smile touched Emma's lips before her eyes drifted closed again. The brief moment of lucidity provided reassurance that the fever hadn't completely overwhelmed her faculties. You should sleep properly now. Lord Clarendon straightened, his hand leaving the bedpost. I'll watch until dawn. I couldn't possibly. You can, and you will. His voice brooked no argument despite his lowered tone. The blue bedroom has been prepared for you. It's directly across the hall should Emma's condition change. Exhaustion pulled at Amelia's limbs with inexorable force. She would be of greater use to Emma after proper rest. Promise you'll wake me if there's any change. She rose from the chair, her knees stiff from hours of sitting. You have my word. He nodded toward the door. Though I suspect Jenkins will insist on relieving me before morning, she's rather formidable in her determination. She learned from Mrs. Winters. Amelia paused at the doorway, looking back at the unlikely tableau before her. Thank you, Lord Clarendon. He looked up, something shifting in his expression. Nathaniel. I beg your pardon. My name. His fingers stilled on Emma's blanket. Titles seem rather superfluous at 3 o'clock in the morning while tending a sick child. The simple invitation to familiarity caught her entirely off guard. Their arrangement had maintained formal address despite its increasingly personal nature. Nathaniel. She tested the name, finding it fitted him better than his title. Then you must call me Amelia, at least within these walls. Amelia, he nodded, the name emerging with unexpected warmth. Rest well, morning will arrive soon enough. The blue bedroom welcomed her with simple comfort, a canopied bed with fresh linens, a small fire warming the grate. Amelia removed her gown mechanically, her fingers clumsy with fatigue. Sleep claimed her almost instantly. Nathaniel settled into the chair beside Emma's bed, adjusting the lamp to cast its light away from the child's face. The sick room routine returned with muscle memory that a decade of societal maneuvers had failed to erase. Emma slept fitfully, occasional murmurs escaping her lips. He monitored her breathing, noting the continued heat radiating from her despite their efforts to reduce the fever. The grandfather clock downstairs chimed 4 times. Emma stirred at the sound, her eyes opening though her gaze remained unfocused. "Mama?" The plaintive question tightened his throat. "No, Emma." He kept his voice gentle, reaching for the water glass. "It's Lord Clarendon. You're at my house, remember? With Miss Edgewood and your friends from St. Margaret's." Confusion clouded her fever-bright eyes. "Where's Miss Edgewood? She promised." "She's resting nearby." He offered the water glass. "She'll return soon. Would you like some water?" Emma nodded weakly, allowing him to help her take small sips. When she had finished, she surprised him by reaching for his hand. "You won't leave?" Her fingers clutched his with surprising strength. Elephant gets scared when people leave. Nathaniel found himself taking her small hand in his, the fever's heat a stark reminder of how precarious her condition remained. "I won't leave." The promise emerged without hesitation. "Elephant has nothing to fear tonight." His response seemed to satisfy Emma, who drifted back to sleep, still clutching his hand. Nathaniel remained motionless, unwilling to disturb her first peaceful rest in hours. Emma's fever finally began to ease near dawn, her forehead cooler against his palm when he checked her temperature. He allowed himself a moment of cautious hope. The doctor had indicated the night would prove decisive. Perhaps they had weathered the worst of the crisis. As morning light began filtering through the curtains, the door opened to reveal Amelia, her hair braided simply for sleep, her dressing gown wrapped tightly against the morning chill. Concern etched her features as she approached the bed. "How is she?" The question emerged in a whisper, her gaze fixed on Emma's sleeping form. "Improved, I believe." Nathaniel carefully extracted his hand from Emma's grip. "Her fever began to reduce about an hour ago." Relief transformed Amelia's expression. She placed her palm against Emma's forehead, confirming his assessment. "Thank God." Her shoulders sagged slightly. She looked up at him, her eyes bright. "And thank you. I don't know how I would have managed without your assistance." "You would have managed admirably." Nathaniel rose from the chair, his back stiff from hours of sitting. "You've demonstrated remarkable capability in far more challenging circumstances." The compliment brought a flush to her cheeks that had nothing to do with Emma's fever. "Nevertheless, I'm grateful for your presence." Before he could respond, a small figure appeared in the doorway. Thomas stood watching them, his nightshirt rumpled from sleep. "Is Emma going to die?" The direct question cut through the adult's careful agents. "No, Thomas." Amelia moved toward him, her steps steady. "Her fever has reduced. She's going to recover." The boy studied her face, searching for any hint of comforting falsehood. Finding none, his shoulders relaxed fractionally. "Are you staying?" This question he directed at Nathaniel, the challenge in his tone unmistakable despite his youth. "Until she's better?" The question demanded straightforward response. Nathaniel met the boy's direct gaze. "Yes." Thomas nodded once, apparently satisfied. "Good, she likes you." He disappeared back down the hallway without further comment. "Well," Amelia's lips curved slightly, "it seems you've received Thomas's provisional approval. No small accomplishment. I find children's judgment often more reliable than society's." Nathaniel moved toward the door, aware that propriety demanded his withdrawal now that Amelia had returned. "The doctor should arrive shortly. I'll have breakfast sent up for you. Will you join us?" The invitation emerged with surprising ease. "You must be as hungry as I am after our vigil." The question presented a choice between propriety and practicality. Sharing breakfast with an unmarried woman would hardly help quell the gossip already circulating about their arrangement. "I'll return after changing." His gaze met hers briefly. Perhaps by then, Emma might be awake enough to attempt some broth. Amelia nodded, already turning her attention back to her patient. Nathaniel departed, aware that his decision to remain at Clarendon House would further complicate their already precarious situation. Yet, as he descended the stairs, passing Thomas, who had stationed himself as sentinel outside Emma's room, Nathaniel found himself remarkably unconcerned with potential gossip. For the first time in years, Clarendon House felt alive again. The thought was unsettling. Attachment had never been part of his carefully constructed life. Chapter 9. Emma's delighted squeal pierced the morning air as Thomas demonstrated proper cricket stance in the garden below. Nathaniel's fingers tightened around his coffee cup, the porcelain warm against his palm. Through the morning room's tall windows, he watched the child's uninhibited laughter transform her pale, fever-flushed face from the night before. "She's much improved, my lord." Mrs. Templeton's reflection appeared beside his in the glass. Children bounced back with remarkable speed. The scent of beeswax and lavender clung to the housekeeper's starched apron, familiar smells that carried him back to childhood mornings in this very room. "Indeed, your mother always said this house needed children's voices to feel complete." Mrs. Templeton adjusted the morning newspapers on the side table, her movements casual despite the weight of her words. She would have been pleased to see it so full of life again. The memory struck without warning himself at Thomas's age, racing through these gardens while Caroline shrieked from the swing and baby Sophia tottered after them on unsteady legs. His mother's voice floating from the terrace, "Careful, my dears, but not too careful. Childhood should contain some wildness," before his father's increasingly frequent absences, before hushed conversations that stopped when children entered rooms, before his mother's smiles became performance rather than joy. She would indeed. Mrs. Templeton's silence stretched expectantly. She possessed an uncanny ability to sense when he needed to speak, invaluable during those difficult months after his mother's death, when 13-year-old Caroline had tried to mother Sophia while he'd shouldered responsibilities no 16-year-old boy should bear. "I find myself unexpectedly at ease here. It's been many years since this house felt like anything beyond a memorial." And now? Amelia emerged from the kitchen garden, her simple blue dress catching morning sunlight. She paused beside Thomas, offering gentle corrections that made the boy straighten with visible pride. The domestic scene should have felt constraining. Instead, it settled over Nathaniel like perfectly fitted evening clothes. Now it feels rather like a home should. Mrs. Templeton's knowing smile flickered briefly before she collected the empty breakfast dishes. "Will you be remaining for breakfast? Miss Edgewood mentioned you might join them." The question carried implications neither would speak aloud. Remaining meant accepting his place in this arrangement. It meant acknowledging what had shifted during the long night hours, watching Emma's fever break while Amelia slept trustingly across the hall. "Yes, I believe I will." Below, Amelia had joined the cricket lesson, her laughter mingling with the children's as Thomas attempted to teach her proper batting form. The sound stirred something deep within him, a warmth he'd almost forgotten existed. His mother's greatest mistake hadn't been loving his father. It had been believing she could love without being fully loved in return. The difference was choosing someone capable of such devotion. For the first time in years, Nathaniel found himself contemplating not what he stood to lose, but what he might gain. The realization shattered his composure entirely. He stepped back from the window, coffee cup rattling against its saucer as he set it down with unnecessary force. What was he thinking? This was precisely the sentimental foolishness that had destroyed his parents' marriage, his father seeking solace elsewhere, while his mother withered from neglect. This arrangement was temporary. Business with charitable benefits, nothing more. The children would return to St. Margaret's once repairs were complete. Miss Edgewood would secure her proposal from some worthy gentleman among the eligible bachelors who would inevitably discover her newfound visibility. The wager would conclude, the orphanage funded, life restored to proper order. He straightened his shoulders, reasserting familiar armor. He was the Earl of Clarendon, not some besotted fool mooning over domesticity. Sharp knocking echoed from the entrance hall. Through the window, a familiar carriage drew to a halt smaller than his own, bearing the Clarendon arms. Sophia's curricle. His stomach tightened. His sisters had arrived, drawn by gossip already circulating through London's drawing rooms. He had perhaps 30 seconds to compose himself before facing the two women who knew him best and who would never accept careful explanations about practical charity and business arrangements. Nathaniel reached the entrance hall just as Mrs. Templeton admitted his sisters. Lady Caroline Whitcomb entered first, her black widow's weeds perfectly tailored despite their somber hue. At 26, she carried herself with the confidence of a woman who had survived both marriage and early widowhood with her fortune and opinions intact. Behind her, Lady Sophia practically bounced on her toes, 19 years old and vibrating with curiosity. Her golden curls escaped their pins despite her maid's best efforts, and her blue eyes, so like his own, sparkled with barely contained excitement. "Nathaniel!" Sophia rushed forward, catching his hands in hers. "Is it true? Have you really taken in orphans? How perfectly wonderful." "Good morning, Sophia." He accepted her enthusiastic embrace before turning to Caroline, whose raised eyebrow conveyed volumes. "Caroline, brother dear." Caroline removed her gloves with deliberate precision. "What an unexpected development. When Lady Pemberton mentioned you had established some sort of charitable institution, I confess I thought she'd been sampling the ratafia again. The situation is entirely practical." "Oh, pish!" Sophia waved away his explanation. "Where are they? The children? I've brought peppermint drops from Gunter's. Children are peppermint drops." Before Nathaniel could respond, Emma appeared at the top of the staircase, elephant clutched to her chest. Her eyes widened at the sight of strangers. "Emma." Nathaniel found himself smiling despite his discomfort. "Come meet my sisters." The child descended the stairs with careful dignity, stopping before Sophia with grave formality. "Are you a princess?" Sophia's delighted laughter filled the hall. "Oh, how charming! No, darling, I'm Lady Sophia, but thank you for the compliment." Caroline's expression softened imperceptibly as she studied Emma's serious face. "And you are?" "Emma Patterson. I live here now with Miss Edgewood and the others because our roof fell down." Emma's directness never failed to amuse. "Are you Lord Clarendon's sisters?" "We are indeed." Caroline crouched to Emma's level with surprising grace. "And what do you think of our brother?" Emma considered this with the solemnity of a judge. "He has sad eyes, but he's very kind. He stayed up all night when I had the fever." "Did he now?" Caroline's gaze flicked to Nathaniel, who felt heat rise at the back of his neck. "He held my hand so Elephant wouldn't be frightened." Emma's matter-of-fact tone made the gesture sound perfectly natural. "Miss Edgewood says he's a very good man, even if he pretends not to be." Sophia clasped her hands together. "Oh, Emma, that's the loveliest thing. Where is Miss Edgewood? I'm simply dying to meet her." "In the garden with Thomas. He's teaching her cricket, but she's not very good at it." Emma's honesty was refreshing, if occasionally inconvenient. "Would you like to see?" "We would indeed." Caroline straightened, her assessing gaze never leaving Nathaniel's face. "Won't we, brother?" Through the windows, Nathaniel could see Amelia attempting to hit the ball while Thomas demonstrated proper form with exaggerated patience. Her laughter carried clearly through the glass. "Of course," he gestured toward the morning room. "Though perhaps refreshments first? You've traveled from—" "Mayfair," Caroline supplied. "A grueling journey of 20 minutes that has left us positively exhausted." Her dry tone wasn't lost on him. Caroline's wit had always been razor-sharp, honed by a brief marriage to a man twice her age and the subsequent freedom that widowhood had provided. "Caroline wished to see your charitable endeavor for herself," Sophia explained, settling onto the morning room's blue silk settee. "She couldn't believe you'd taken in children without some sort of— what did you call it, Caroline?" "Ulterior motive." Caroline accepted tea from Mrs. Templeton with regal composure. "Our brother has never been known for spontaneous acts of charity." The children required immediate shelter. Nathaniel kept his voice level. St. Margaret's Eastern Wing was condemned by the building inspector. Simple practicality demanded. Practicality. Caroline's eyebrow arched higher. You've opened Mother's house to 16 children and their beautiful benefactress out of practicality? Miss Edgewood is hardly. He stopped himself, recognizing the trap. Hardly what, Nathaniel? Sophia leaned forward eagerly. Is she very pretty? Emma thinks she's an angel. Miss Edgewood is a dedicated charitable worker whose circumstances required. You're being remarkably obtuse for someone usually so articulate. Caroline sipped her tea. The Tun is buzzing with speculation about your domestic arrangements. Lady Halberton has convinced half of London that you've set up some sort of unconventional household. Heat crawled up Nathaniel's neck. Lady Halberton's imagination exceeds her intelligence. Perhaps, but gossip rarely requires accuracy to spread. Caroline set down her cup with deliberate care. I trust you've considered the implications for Sophia's debut? The barb hit its target. Sophia's debut next season had been carefully planned for months. Any scandal attached to the Clarendon name could affect her prospects significantly. My arrangement with Miss Edgewood is entirely proper. The words emerged more forcefully than intended. Mrs. Templeton serves as chaperone, along with Mrs. Sears' lady's maid. Miss Wheeler from the orphanage provides additional supervision. Your arrangement? Caroline's tone held dangerous curiosity. How interesting. What sort of arrangement? Before Nathaniel could formulate a response that wouldn't reveal too much, Mrs. Templeton appeared in the doorway. My lord, a gentleman to see you. Says it's urgent business that cannot wait. Nathaniel recognized the description immediately. His solicitor, Mr. Hartwell, would only call at such an hour if the matter was serious indeed. Have him wait in my study. He rose, grateful for the interruption. If you'll excuse me, a pressing matter requires my attention. Of course it does. Caroline's smile held no warmth. How convenient. We'll entertain ourselves until you return. Sophia bounced to her feet. Emma promised to show us the garden and introduce us to the other children. And to Miss Edgewood, Caroline added silkily. I'm particularly eager to meet the woman who has inspired such practical charity in our brother. Nathaniel's jaw tightened as he recognized the predatory gleam in Caroline's eyes. His sister was preparing to interrogate Amelia with the same ruthless efficiency she'd once used to manage her deceased husband's estate. I trust you'll remember your manners, he said quietly. I'm always perfectly mannered. Caroline's smile widened. It's my questions that tend to discomfort people. As Nathaniel departed to meet his solicitor, he found himself hoping that Amelia's American directness would prove a match for Caroline's British subtlety. The alternative, his sister discovering the true nature of their arrangement, was too troubling to contemplate. Behind him, he heard Sophia's delighted exclamation as more children appeared, followed by Caroline's dry observation. My, what a domestic paradise you've created, brother dear. The morning, Nathaniel reflected grimly, was about to become considerably more complicated. Chapter 10. Amelia watched Nathaniel's retreating figure through the morning room window, her stomach sinking as his long strides carried him toward whatever urgent business awaited. Behind her, she could feel two pairs of eyes assessing her with the intensity of naturalists studying a particularly interesting specimen. Well, Lady Caroline Whitcomb's voice held the same dry precision as fine wine. How perfectly convenient. Now we might become properly acquainted without my brother's supervision. Amelia turned to face the Sterling sisters, drawing upon every lesson in deportment her mother had drilled into her. Lady Sophia practically vibrated with excitement, her golden curls catching the morning light, while Caroline, elegant in her widow's black, watched Amelia with the calculating gaze of a woman accustomed to managing both estates and expectations. Lady Caroline, Lady Sophia. Amelia curtsied with practiced grace. I'm delighted to meet you both. Lord Clarendon has spoken of you often. Has he indeed? Caroline's eyebrow rose fractionally. How unexpected. Heat crept up Amelia's neck, but she maintained her composure. Your brother has been most generous in opening his home to the children. Such kindness deserves recognition. Oh yes, Nathaniel is positively legendary for his kindness, Caroline replied, her tone suggesting the opposite. Though I confess myself curious about the circumstances that led to such unprecedented generosity. Sophia bounced forward, clasping Amelia's hands with enthusiastic warmth. Don't mind Caroline. She's dreadfully suspicious of everyone since Lord Whitcomb left her quite comfortably independent. I think it's perfectly romantic. A handsome earl rescuing beautiful orphans and their devoted benefactress. Sophia, Caroline's voice carried warning. Romance novels have clearly addled your brains. But surely there's some romantic element? Sophia's blue eyes sparkled with hope. Emma said Nathaniel held her hand all night during her fever. That's hardly the behavior of a distant philanthropist. Amelia's throat tightened. The memory of watching Nathaniel's gentle care with Emma, his quiet presence through the long night, sent an unwelcome flutter through her chest. Your brother was simply ensuring the child's comfort. Any decent person would have done the same. Any decent person, perhaps, Caroline observed, but my brother has never been particularly decent, at least not without cause. The barb stung, though Amelia couldn't say why. I find Lord Clarendon's character quite admirable, actually. Do you indeed? Caroline's smile held no warmth. How refreshing. Most of London's mamas warn their daughters away from notorious rakes with gambling debts and a string of associations. Caroline! Sophia's shocked gasp matched Amelia's internal flinch. That's hardly proper conversation. Truth rarely is, darling. Caroline settled back in her chair, studying Amelia with renewed interest. Though I notice Miss Edgewood doesn't seem particularly shocked by my observations. How intriguing. Amelia lifted her chin, calling upon every ounce of American directness she possessed. I make it a practice to judge people by their actions rather than society's gossip, Lady Caroline. Your brother has shown nothing but kindness and generosity toward these children. If that contradicts his reputation, perhaps the fault lies with those who perpetuate unfounded rumors. A moment of surprised silence followed. Then Caroline's lips curved in what might have been genuine amusement. Well struck, Miss Edgewood. I see why Nathaniel finds you stimulating company. Before Amelia could formulate a response to that loaded observation, Emma appeared in the doorway, still clutching her threadbare elephant. Miss Edgewood, Thomas wants to know if the pretty ladies would like to see the garden swing. Emma's gaze moved between the sisters with frank curiosity. Are you really Lord Clarendon's sisters? You don't look very much alike. We favor different parents, Caroline replied with unexpected gentleness. I have our father's coloring, while Sophia and Nathaniel inherited our mother's golden hair and green eyes. Your mother was very beautiful, Emma pronounced solemnly. Her portrait watches over us in the drawing room. Lord Clarendon says she would have liked having children in the house again. Sophia's hands flew to her heart. Oh, how perfectly sweet. You see, Caroline, Nathaniel does have a sentimental side. Miss Edgewood, Emma continued with devastating innocence, Lady Sophia looks just like the princess in the story you read us, the one who married the handsome prince. Emma, Amelia warned, recognizing dangerous territory. Perhaps you should tell Thomas we'll be out shortly. But Emma, like most children, possessed an unerring instinct for the most inconvenient moments to become talkative. Will you marry Lord Clarendon, Miss Edgewood? Mrs. Templeton says you make him smile like his mother used to. The silence that followed was deafening. Amelia felt her cheeks flame, while Caroline's expression shifted from amusement to sharp interest. Emma, Amelia managed, her voice slightly strained. We're not. Lord Clarendon and I have an arrangement regarding the children's welfare, nothing more. An arrangement? Caroline leaned forward like a hawk spotting prey. How fascinating. What sort of arrangement? Amelia's mind raced. She couldn't reveal the wager without exposing both herself and Nathaniel to scandal, but she needed some explanation for their unusual living situation that wouldn't fuel further speculation. A charitable partnership, she said carefully. Lord Clarendon provides temporary housing, while St. Margaret's undergoes repairs. I supervise the children's care and education. And you're not being compensated for these supervisory duties? Caroline's tone suggested she found the explanation wanting. The children's welfare is compensation enough. How admirably selfless. Caroline's smile didn't reach her eyes. Though I wonder what prompted such dedication to orphans with no connection to your family. The question hit uncomfortably close to the truth. Amelia had indeed sacrificed her own comfort and reputation for children she'd known mere months. But she couldn't explain about St. Margaret's financial crisis, or her father's refusal to help, or the desperate measures that had led to her arrangement with Nathaniel. "Sometimes we're called to serve where we're most needed," she replied, hoping the vague answer would suffice. "Called?" Caroline's eyebrow arched. "By whom, might I ask?" Sophia intervened before Amelia could formulate a response. "Oh, Caroline, stop interrogating the poor girl. It's perfectly obvious she's a good Samaritan. And if Nathaniel is finally showing interest in charitable works, shouldn't we be pleased?" "Interest in charitable works?" Caroline's gaze remained fixed on Amelia. "Yes, I suppose that's one way to describe it." Thomas appeared beside Emma, his serious expression suggesting he'd been listening. "Miss Edgewood gives us her own money when we need things," he announced with the devastating honesty of childhood. "Lord Clarendon told Mrs. Templeton she's the bravest lady he's ever met." Caroline's eyes sharpened. "Did he indeed?" "Thomas," Amelia said quickly, "why don't you show Lady Sophia the cricket pitch? I believe she mentioned wanting to see the garden." "Oh, yes," Sophia clapped her hands. "I should love to meet all the children. Emma, will you introduce me to everyone?" As Sophia departed with Emma and Thomas, chattering enthusiastically about gardens and swings, Caroline remained seated, her dark eyes never leaving Amelia's face. "You're quite good at deflection," she observed, "though not, I think, as good as you believe." Amelia met her gaze steadily. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean. My brother has never taken in stray children. He's never opened our mother's house to strangers. He's never, to my knowledge, stayed up all night caring for a feverish child." Caroline's voice grew softer but no less penetrating. "Yet here you are, installed in his most private sanctuary, with 16 orphans and a collection of explanations that don't quite add up. Perhaps your brother is more generous than you credit him." "Perhaps." Caroline rose gracefully, moving to the window where she could observe Sophia surrounded by delighted children in the garden. "Or perhaps he's found something or someone that makes generosity worthwhile." The words hung in the air between them, weighted with implications Amelia couldn't acknowledge. Her arrangement with Nathaniel was business, nothing more. The growing warmth she felt in his presence, the comfort of his steady reliability, the way her heart had lifted when he'd stayed through Emma's crisis, but none of that signified anything beyond natural gratitude. "I should check on the children," Amelia said, moving toward the door. "They can be quite overwhelming for someone unaccustomed to." "Miss Edgewood." Caroline's voice stopped her at the threshold. "Whatever game you and my brother are playing, I hope you're prepared for the consequences. Nathaniel may think himself immune to sentiment, but I've watched him these past few years. He's been waiting for something to breach those walls he's built. If you're that something, I trust you'll treat the privilege with appropriate care." Amelia turned, meeting Caroline's direct gaze. "And if I'm not?" Caroline's smile was sharp as winter wind. "Then I suspect you'll discover that my brother's capacity for self-deception has its limits. Good day, Miss Edgewood." As Caroline swept toward the garden, leaving Amelia alone with her churning thoughts, one realization struck with uncomfortable clarity. Whatever careful lies she'd been telling herself about her arrangement with Nathaniel, his sister had seen through them all. The question now was whether Amelia could continue deceiving herself about her own feelings, or whether Caroline's words had made such deception impossible. Nathaniel found Mr. Hartwell waiting in his study, the solicitor's usually composed features drawn with concern. The older man rose as Nathaniel entered, clutching a leather portfolio against his chest like armor. "My lord, forgive the intrusion at such an early hour." Hartwell's voice carried the weight of unwelcome news. "The matter could not wait. Sit, please." Nathaniel gestured toward the chairs before his desk, noting the tremor in the solicitor's hands as he arranged his papers. In 20 years of managing the Clarendon estate, Hartwell had never appeared so unsettled. "What brings you here so urgently?" Hartwell extracted a thick document from his portfolio, the paper bearing an official seal that made Nathaniel's stomach tighten. "I've received the comprehensive assessment from Mr. Fellows regarding St. Margaret's home. The situation is considerably worse than anticipated." Nathaniel accepted the report, scanning the dense columns of figures and technical observations. The numbers seemed to swim before his eyes, each one more devastating than the last. £15,000? The sum emerged as barely more than a whisper. For basic structural repairs to render the building habitable. Hartwell's fingers drummed against his knee. Mr. Fellows indicates the foundation damage extends throughout the property. The eastern wing was merely the most visible symptom of systemic deterioration. Nathaniel continued reading, his throat growing tighter with each line. Water damage to the supporting timbers, compromised foundation stones, roof structures requiring complete replacement rather than patching, and comprehensive restoration, £22,000. Hartwell's voice remained steady despite the astronomical figure. Though Mr. Fellows notes that would result in a building superior to its original condition. Nathaniel set the report aside, his mind already calculating. His annual income from the estates approached £8,000, but most supported the family's various residences, his sister's allowances, and the investments that provided their security. Liquidating £15,000 would require selling property or borrowing against future income, neither option particularly appealing. What are my alternatives? Hartwell shifted uncomfortably. My lord, I must advise that such an expenditure would strain even your considerable resources. Your sister's futures depend upon the income from your current investments. Lady Sophia's debut season alone will require. I understand the implications. Nathaniel rose, moving to the window that overlooked Grosvenor Square. Below, elegant townhouses lined the street, their Georgian facades speaking of wealth and stability. What other options exist? Well, Hartwell consulted his notes. There is one alternative that occurred to me. The Morrison property on Hertford Street came available yesterday. The owner's estate requires immediate sale to settle debts. Nathaniel turned sharply. Morrison's townhouse? Indeed. 4 stories, recently renovated, with spacious grounds, quite suitable for institutional use. Hartwell's voice grew more animated. The asking price is £8,000, substantially less than the repair estimates for St. Dié, Margaret's current building. £8,000. Still a massive sum, but achievable without destroying the family's financial foundation. Nathaniel could sell his racing stable, liquidate some investments, perhaps mortgage one of the smaller properties. The location? Hertford Street is respectable but not fashionable, perfect for a charitable institution, close enough to the city for patrons to visit, far enough from Mayfair to avoid complaints about undesirable elements. Hartwell smiled slightly. The house includes servant quarters, extensive kitchens, and what was once a ballroom that could serve as a communal dining area. Nathaniel found himself picturing the children in new surroundings, with Emma racing through unfamiliar corridors, Thomas studying in a proper library, the dormitories filled with laughter rather than the sound of dripping water, and Amelia supervising their new domain with the quiet competence that had come to admire despite himself. Timeline for the purchase? Morrison's creditors are eager to settle. I could have preliminary agreements drawn within the week, assuming you wished to proceed. Hartwell hesitated, though I must emphasize, my lord, that £8,000 represents a significant commitment. Your mother's charitable inclinations were admirable, but they never extended to such substantial investments. The gentle rebuke wasn't lost on Nathaniel. His mother had donated time and smaller sums to various causes, but she'd never risked the family's financial security for the sake of charity. What he was contemplating went far beyond reasonable philanthropic support. Yet the alternative, watching the children return to an unsafe building, seeing Amelia's determination crumble as her efforts failed, felt impossible to contemplate. There is one other consideration, my lord. Hartwell's voice grew carefully neutral. Such a purchase would require explanation to your sisters, your creditors, and society at large. Questions would inevitably arise regarding your personal interest in the institution's welfare. Heat crawled up Nathaniel's neck. My interest is purely charitable. Of course, my lord. Hartwell's tone suggested he found this explanation as convincing as Nathaniel did. Nevertheless, purchasing property for an orphanage while housing its benefactress in your mother's townhouse might invite speculation. The words struck uncomfortably close to Caroline's earlier observations. Society would indeed wonder what motivated such unprecedented generosity from a man known more for gaming hells than charitable works. How long do I have to decide? Morrison's estate has given me until Friday to present an offer. Hartwell closed his portfolio with decisive finality. 3 days, my lord. 3 days to decide whether to risk his family's financial security for a group of orphans he'd known less than a week. 3 days to determine whether his growing attachment to their fierce protector justified such an enormous gamble. I'll have an answer by Thursday. Nathaniel moved toward the door, his mind already churning with possibilities. In the meantime, speak to no one about this, especially not my sisters. Naturally, my lord. Hartwell gathered his papers. Though if I might offer one piece of advice? Nathaniel paused, his hand on the door handle. Consider carefully what you're truly purchasing, my lord. Buildings can be replaced, but some investments prove far more permanent than we anticipate. As Hartwell departed, leaving Nathaniel alone with his churning thoughts, the solicitor's words echoed with uncomfortable truth. Was he contemplating this purchase for the children's welfare, or because the thought of Amelia leaving Clarendon House, returning to her father's control, seeking another position, disappearing from his carefully ordered life, created a hollow ache in his chest he refused to examine too closely? The answer, he suspected, would determine far more than the fate of one London orphanage. The sounds of children's laughter drew him to the morning room window. In the garden below, Amelia knelt beside the fountain, helping Emma and the twins float paper boats in the shallow water. Sunlight caught the golden threads in her hair, transforming the simple scene into something that struck him with unexpected force. She looked up at something Sophia said, her face brightening with genuine laughter. The sound carried clearly through the glass, unguarded, joyful, utterly different from the careful composure she maintained in society. This was Amelia as she truly was, away from the constraints of drawing rooms and social expectations. Caroline stood nearby, her expression thoughtful as she observed the domestic tableau. Even his cynical sister seemed touched by the children's enthusiasm as they chattered about their boats and their new life at Clarendon House. £8,000. The sum was staggering, yet watching Amelia's patient guidance with the children, witnessing her unconscious grace as she moved through his mother's garden, Nathaniel found his decision crystallizing with startling clarity. He would not, could not let her down. Whatever it required, however many favors he needed to call in, whatever social capital he had to spend, he would find a way to make the Morrison purchase happen. The children deserved better than a crumbling building that threatened their safety. Amelia deserved better than watching her efforts fail through lack of funds. And perhaps, if he were honest with himself, he deserved the chance to discover what this growing attachment might become if given proper foundation. The thought should have terrified him. Instead, it settled over him with the same sense of rightness he'd experienced during Emma's crisis, the recognition that some commitments transcended careful calculation. Straightening his shoulders, Nathaniel moved toward the garden doors. He had work to do, connections to cultivate, and 3 days to accomplish what might prove impossible. But failure was not an option, not when success meant keeping Amelia Edgewood in his life. Lord Clarendon! Emma's delighted cry greeted him as he stepped onto the terrace. Come see our boats! Lady Sophia says they're nearly as grand as real ships. Amelia glanced up from where she knelt beside the fountain, her expression shifting from the open joy he'd witnessed through the window to something more guarded. I hope your business matter wasn't too troubling. The concern in her voice sent an unexpected warmth through his chest. When had anyone last worried about his welfare with such genuine care? Nothing that cannot be managed. He moved closer, noting how the afternoon light brought out the blue flecks in her eyes. All is well, nothing for you to worry about. Her searching gaze suggested she wasn't entirely convinced, but she merely nodded. The children have been entertaining your sisters most admirably. I believe Lady Sophia has fallen quite in love with them all. And Caroline? He raised an eyebrow toward his elder sister, who was engaged in what appeared to be serious conversation with Thomas about proper cricket technique. Your sister is perceptive. Amelia's careful tone suggested Caroline's interrogation had been typically thorough, though I believe she finds the children charming despite herself. Before Nathaniel could respond, Emma tugged at his sleeve. Lord Clarendon, will you help me make my boat go faster? It keeps spinning in circles. As he knelt beside the fountain, adjusting the tiny sail Emma had fashioned from a leaf, Nathaniel was acutely conscious of Amelia's proximity. Her sleeve brushed his as she leaned forward to guide another child's efforts, sending an awareness through him that had nothing to do with their business arrangement. £8,000, he reminded himself. 3 days to secure funding. Whatever personal complications this domestic scene stirred, the children's welfare remained paramount. Chapter 11. The library at Clarendon House possessed the quiet dignity of a room that had witnessed generations of Sterling family secrets. Amelia traced her finger along the leather spine of a volume of poetry, the aged binding rough beneath her fingertip. Outside, the last light of evening painted the tall windows gold, but inside, shadows gathered in the corners where candlelight flickered against crystal decanters and mahogany shelves. The scent of old parchment and beeswax mingled with something fainter, lavender from the sachets Lady Sterling had once tucked between the volumes. Even now, years after her death, traces of her presence lingered like gentle ghosts. Caroline's words echoed with uncomfortable persistence. Whatever game you and my brother are playing, I hope you're prepared for the consequences. But what game were they playing? Amelia pressed her palm against the cool leather binding, seeking anchor in something solid. The spine creaked softly under pressure, a sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the hushed library. Their arrangement was business, practical charity with mutual benefit. Nothing more. Yet Caroline's knowing looks, Sophia's romantic assumptions, even the children's innocent observations, suggested everyone else saw something she refused to acknowledge. Something that made her pulse quicken whenever Nathaniel entered a room, made her breath catch when his fingers accidentally brushed hers. She was being foolish. Men didn't look at her with genuine interest. They calculated her dowry, assessed her father's connections, weighed her usefulness to their ambitions. The memory of Lord Carrington's swift departure still stung, his complete loss of interest, the moment the Wallflower alliance had made her dowry seem inaccessible. As for Hargrove, she shuddered, pushing away memories of cold eyes and calculating hands. I thought I might find you here. Nathaniel's voice from the doorway made her start, her heart leaping against her ribs. She turned, the silk of her evening gown whispering against the carpet, and found him watching her with an expression that made her mouth go dry. He'd changed from his morning clothes into evening attire, though his cravat hung loosened and his dark jacket was unbuttoned, disheveled in a way that spoke of restless energy. Your sisters departed safely? She kept her voice steady despite the way her pulse hammered at her throat. 20 minutes ago. He stepped into the library, the soft click of the door closing behind him unnaturally loud in the silence. Sophia extracted promises to visit again soon. Caroline. He paused, his mouth quirking in a way that drew her attention to his lips. Caroline offered what she described as sisterly advice regarding my choice of charitable projects. Heat crept up her neck, prickling beneath the high collar of her gown. I hope she wasn't too direct in her observations. Caroline is always direct. His footsteps were muffled by the thick Persian carpet as he moved closer, close enough that she caught the faint scent of sandalwood and something uniquely him, warm skin and evening air. I came to ask about tomorrow's lessons for the children. I thought perhaps you might select something from my mother's collection. He gestured toward the higher shelves, the movement bringing him close enough that she could see the way his blonde hair had escaped its careful arrangement, falling across his forehead in a way that made her fingers itch to smooth it back. The fairy tales are on the third shelf, I believe. Amelia reached up, stretching on her toes to grasp a volume bound in faded green leather. The position made her breathless, conscious of how the movement pulled her bodice taut, how her skirts brushed against his legs as she strained for the book. When her fingers finally closed around the worn spine, she nearly gasped at the contact of his hand covering hers, helping guide the volume down. The leather was warm from her touch, but his skin burned hotter. Even through her gloves, she could feel the calluses on his palm, the strength in his fingers as they lingered against hers far longer than necessary. This one, her voice came out breathier than intended. Perfect. His voice had grown rough, like whiskey and smoke. When she turned to face him, the book clutched against her chest. She found his gaze fixed not on the volume, but on her face, with an intensity that made her knees weak. The air between them seemed to thicken, charged with something that made her skin tingle and her breath come short. She could hear her own heartbeat in her ears, could feel the heat radiating from his body despite the proper distance between them. "Why are you looking at me like that?" The question escaped before she could stop it, barely more than a whisper. His eyebrows rose slightly, but his gaze never wavered. "Like what?" "Like." She struggled for words, her tongue feeling thick and clumsy. "Like you see something worth looking at." The admission left her feeling exposed, vulnerable in a way that had nothing to do with her décolletage or the way his eyes had briefly dropped to her lips before returning to her face. Something shifted in his expression, surprise, followed by something darker, hungrier. "Because I do." The simple words sent warmth spiraling through her chest and lower to places no proper lady should acknowledge. "You don't know what you're saying." Her grip tightened on the book, the leather binding cutting into her palms through her gloves. "Don't I?" He stepped closer, close enough that she could feel the heat of his body, could see the flecks of darker green in his eyes. "I see a woman who makes this house feel alive, who argues with building inspectors and manages to make even Caroline smile, who sacrifices her own comfort for children who need her. You see someone useful to your charitable project." The words came out sharper than intended, a reflexive defense against the hope blooming treacherously in her chest. His hand lifted, fingers tracing the line of her jaw with a touch so gentle it made her shiver. "Is that truly what you think?" The book tumbled from her nerveless fingers, hitting the carpet with a soft thud that neither of them acknowledged. She wanted to say yes, to retreat behind the safety of their business arrangement. But his touch was unraveling every careful defense she'd built, making her dizzy with possibilities she'd never dared imagine. "I don't know what to think." The confession emerged as barely more than a breath. "Men don't. No one has ever." She couldn't finish the sentence, couldn't voice the truth that she'd never been looked at with desire, never been touched with reverence, never been wanted for anything beyond what she could provide. Then they were blind fools. His thumb brushed across her lower lip, the touch so gentle yet so intimate that she gasped softly. All of them. Before she could respond, before she could think or breathe or remember why this was impossible, he leaned down and kissed her. The first touch of his lips was soft, questioning, as if he expected her to pull away. For a heartbeat she remained frozen, overwhelmed by the foreign sensation of being kissed, not as a transaction or obligation, but as if she were something precious. Then something broke loose inside her chest, and she rose on her toes to meet him, her gloved hands fisting in the fine wool of his waistcoat. He tasted of brandy and something darker, more dangerous. His arms came around her carefully, drawing her against the solid warmth of his chest until she could feel his heart hammering as rapidly as her own. The kiss deepened, his tongue tracing the seam of her lips in a way that made her knees buckle. She had never imagined kissing could be like this, consuming, overwhelming, making every nerve in her body sing with sensations she had no name for. Her stays felt too tight, her skin too hot, every point where their bodies touched blazing with awareness. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, she found herself pressed against the bookshelf, his hands braced on either side of her head. His pupils were dilated, his usually perfect hair thoroughly mussed where her fingers had tangled in it without her conscious permission. Amelia. Her name on his lips was reverent, wondering, as if he couldn't quite believe she was real. The sound should have thrilled her. Instead, it sent a bolt of panic straight through her chest, shattering the spell that had held her captive. "Is this part of your wager?" The words tumbled out before she could stop them, sharp and defensive. "Part of making me more desirable to potential suitors?" The effect was instantaneous and devastating. Nathaniel jerked back as if she'd slapped him, color draining from his face. Damn! The curse was soft, vicious, directed entirely at himself. The bloody wager. The stricken look in his eyes told her everything she needed to know. He had forgotten, completely, utterly forgotten the bet that had brought them together. For a moment, just a moment, this had been real, which somehow made it so much worse. I should go. She pushed away from the bookshelf, her legs unsteady as she tried to put distance between them. Her lips still burned from his kiss, her body still hummed with unfamiliar awareness, and the contrast between what she'd felt and what she now knew made her feel sick. Amelia, wait. No. She held up a hand to stop him, not trusting herself to hear whatever careful explanation he might offer. This was a mistake, we both know it. It wasn't. Wasn't it? She laughed, but the sound came out brittle, broken. You have a wager to win, Lord Clarendon. £5,000 depends on securing me a proposal. That's not what this was. He raked a hand through his hair, leaving it standing in unruly peaks. I forgot about the bloody wager entirely. Amelia. She fled before she could hear what else Nathaniel would say. In the corridor outside, Amelia pressed her back against the wall, her heart still racing, her lips still tender from his kiss. She touched her mouth with trembling fingers, remembering the way he'd looked at her, as if she were something miraculous, something worth wanting. But the wager still stood. £5,000 if she received a proposal by season's end. £5,000 that could secure the children's future, regardless of what foolish feelings might complicate matters between her and Nathaniel. The children needed that money. Emma, Thomas, all of them. Their welfare mattered more than her bruised heart or confused emotions. She would fulfill her part, secure her proposal, and ensure the children's safety. Whatever had just happened in that library, the arrangement remained unchanged. Chapter 12. Nathaniel stood at his bedroom window, watching the first pale light of dawn creep across the gardens of Clarendon House. He hadn't slept. Every time he'd closed his eyes, he'd felt Amelia's lips beneath his, tasted the sweet warmth of her mouth, remembered the way she'd melted against him before she'd mentioned the bloody wager and shattered everything. His reflection stared back from the glass, hollow-eyed and haggard. What the devil had he been thinking? Kissing her like some besotted schoolboy, forgetting every careful boundary he'd constructed, every rational reason why such entanglements led to disaster. The memory of his father's voice echoed unbidden. Women are the ruin of sensible men, boy. Mark my words. His father had been a fool and a libertine, but perhaps not entirely wrong about the dangers of emotional attachment. Look what it had done to his mother. Years of patient suffering while her husband sought entertainment elsewhere, her gentle spirit slowly crushed beneath the weight of unreturned devotion. Yet when Amelia had looked up at him in the library, her eyes wide with wonder, as if she couldn't quite believe someone would want to kiss her. Nathaniel pressed his forehead against the cool glass. That was precisely the problem. He had wanted to kiss her. Wanted it with an intensity that had obliterated every other consideration, including the wager that had brought them together. For those few perfect moments, nothing else had existed except the woman in his arms and the rightness of holding her there, which was exactly why he needed to leave. The sound of children's voices drifted up from the garden, early risers already at play despite the morning chill. Emma's distinctive laugh rang out, followed by Thomas's more serious tones as he likely corrected some breach of cricket protocol. Normal, domestic sounds that should have felt foreign to a man of his habits. Instead, they felt like home, and that terrified him more than anything else. A soft knock interrupted his brooding. Enter. Mrs. Templeton appeared, carrying his morning coffee on a silver tray. Her weathered face revealed nothing beyond professional courtesy, though he suspected she'd noticed his sleepless state. Will you be taking breakfast in the morning room, my lord? Miss Edgewood has already gone down with the children. The mention of Amelia sent an unwelcome jolt through his chest. How was he supposed to face her over breakfast? Pretend that nothing had changed between them? Discuss the day's lessons for the children while remembering how she'd kissed him back with hesitant passion? Actually, Mrs. Templeton, I'll be returning to my rooms in Mayfair this morning." The decision crystallized even as he spoke it. "Please have Jenkins pack my things." The housekeeper's eyebrows rose fractionally. "Very good, my lord. Shall I inform Miss Edgewood of your departure?" "I'll speak with her myself." The lie came smoothly, practiced from years of avoiding uncomfortable conversations. "This arrangement was always meant to be temporary. My presence here has served its purpose." "What purpose?" his conscience demanded. "Making Amelia's situation more scandalous, compromising her reputation further, kissing her senseless in his mother's library?" "Of course, my lord." Mrs. Templeton's tone suggested she found his reasoning as convincing as he did. "Though I must say, the children have grown quite attached to your visits. Master Thomas particularly enjoys your discussions of maritime trade." The observation struck uncomfortably close to his conscience. When had he begun looking forward to Thomas's earnest questions about shipping routes, or Emma's innocent chatter over breakfast, or the way Amelia's face softened when she watched him interact with the children? The children will adapt. He accepted the coffee cup, though his stomach rebelled at the thought of food. They're remarkably resilient. Indeed, they are. Mrs. Templeton moved toward the door, then paused. "Though resilience is often born of necessity rather than choice, my lord, some attachments, once formed, prove more lasting than we anticipate." The gentle rebuke wasn't lost on him. Mrs. Templeton had watched him grow from boy to man, had witnessed his careful construction of emotional barriers after his mother's death. She understood better than most what drove his need for distance, which is precisely why temporary arrangements should remain temporary. He turned back to the window, dismissing both the housekeeper and her uncomfortable observations. "I'll depart within the hour." After Mrs. Templeton withdrew, Nathaniel finished his coffee and mechanically completed his morning ablutions. Each familiar routine felt like armor being donned. Cravat tied with military precision, jacket brushed to perfection. Every detail of his appearance restored to the calculated elegance society expected. By the time he descended to the entrance hall, his traveling case packed and waiting, he had almost convinced himself this was the rational choice. Amelia deserved better than a man whose interest in her had begun as a wager. She deserved someone who could offer genuine affection without the complicated history of gambling debts and rakish reputation. Someone like the respectable widower he'd been planning to introduce her to. Lord Harrington would appreciate her strength, her devotion to the children, her practical intelligence, a good match that would satisfy the terms of his wager while ensuring Amelia's future happiness. The thought should have provided satisfaction. Instead, it made him want to put his fist through the nearest wall. "My lord?" Andrews appeared from the servants' corridor. "Your carriage is ready." "Thank you." Nathaniel adjusted his gloves with unnecessary precision. "Please inform Miss Edgewood that urgent business requires my attention in town. I expect to return, eventually." The vague promise felt hollow even as he spoke it. When would he return? When he could look at Amelia without remembering the taste of her lips? When he could watch her with the children without imagining a future that included domestic contentment and quiet happiness? Never, in other words. As his carriage pulled away from Clarendon House, Nathaniel resolutely avoided looking back at the windows where he might glimpse golden-red hair or catch sight of children at their morning lessons. This was for the best. Temporary arrangements that grew too comfortable led to expectations, attachments, the sort of emotional entanglements that had destroyed his parents' marriage. Better to maintain proper distance before anyone, particularly himself, began expecting permanence from what had always been meant as charity. The lie tasted bitter, but he clung to it nonetheless. Self-deception was preferable to acknowledging that he was fleeing the first genuine happiness he'd known in years, all because he was too much of a coward to risk his carefully guarded heart. Amelia watched from the morning room window as Nathaniel's carriage disappeared around the corner, taking with it any foolish hopes she might have harbored about last night, meaning something real. "He's gone back to his bachelor rooms," she murmured to herself, just as always planned. But her fingers pressed against her lips of their own accord, remembering the tenderness of his kiss, the way he'd looked at her as if she were something precious. Clearly, the morning light had restored his senses. She should be grateful. One of them needed to maintain perspective about their arrangement. So why did his departure feel like abandonment all over again? Chapter 13. It's not that bad, truly. Society has endured far worse scandals than a charitable arrangement gone slightly irregular. Charlotte adjusted her blue silk pelisse as they descended from the carriage outside Madame Dubois' exclusive establishment. Lady Pemberton's affair with her footman caused far more lasting damage to her reputation. Amelia managed a wan smile as the footman handed her down. Comparing my situation to adultery is hardly reassuring. Charlotte, you know what I meant. Charlotte linked their arms, guiding her toward the shop's elegantly appointed entrance. A few whispers about your departure from the musical evening hardly constitute social ruin. If only Charlotte knew the half of it. The whispers weren't merely about leaving early. They concerned her residence in Nathaniel's mother's house, the children she supervised, and the increasingly pointed speculation about the true nature of their arrangement. Add to that his abrupt departure this morning, leaving only a message about urgent business, and Amelia felt rather like a ship taking on water in multiple places. Besides, Charlotte continued, as they entered the shop's hushed interior, the Duchess made it quite clear to several prominent ladies that your early departure was due to one of the children falling ill. Perfectly understandable maternal concern. Maternal concern, if only it had been that simple. If only Emma's fever had been the only crisis, rather than the moment in the library when Nathaniel had kissed her as if she were something precious before remembering she was merely part of a wager. Miss Edgewood, Mrs. Sears. Madame Dubois herself emerged from behind a curtain of ivory silk, her French accent as carefully cultivated as her establishment's reputation. How delightful to see you both. I have just received the most exquisite shipment from Paris, silks that would complement your coloring beautifully. The next hour passed in a blur of fabric samples and pattern discussions. Charlotte threw herself into the shopping expedition with determined enthusiasm, selecting ribbons and commissioning alterations with the efficiency of a general marshalling troops. Amelia submitted to the measurements and consultations with dutiful compliance, though her mind kept drifting to Clarendon House, to Emma's cheerful chatter over breakfast, Thomas's serious questions about mathematics, and the conspicuous absence of a tall figure with green eyes. The bronze silk would be perfection for your complexion, Madame Dubois declared, draping a length of shimmering fabric across Amelia's shoulder. Very à la mode, very sophisticated. Indeed, agreed a crisp voice from behind them, though I wonder if sophistication can truly overcome other considerations. Amelia turned to find Lady Halberton standing near the shop's entrance, her sharp features arranged in an expression of polite interest that fooled no one. Beside her stood her daughter, a pale young woman who seemed to shrink into her pelisse at her mother's tone. Lady Halberton. Charlotte's voice carried perfect courtesy, edged with steel. How pleasant to see you. Mrs. Sears, Miss Edgewood. Lady Halberton's gaze swept over Amelia with the thoroughness of a tax assessor. I trust you're both well? No more emergencies requiring hasty departures from social gatherings? Heat crept up Amelia's neck, but she maintained her composure. None at all. Thank you for your concern. How fortunate. Lady Halberton's smile held no warmth. Though I confess myself surprised to see you shopping for new gowns, Miss Edgewood. I would have thought your current circumstances might require more practical considerations. The words carried enough venom to fell a horse, delivered with the precision of a surgeon's blade. Around them, the shop fell silent. Madame Dubois freezing with fabric still draped across her arm, her assistants pausing mid-fold. I'm sure I don't understand your meaning, Amelia replied, though her pulse had begun to race. Oh, surely you do. Lady Halberton's laugh was crystalline and cutting. Living arrangements that would be considered quite creative in some circles, though I suppose American sensibilities differ from our own regarding proper conduct. The insult landed with devastating accuracy. Charlotte stepped forward, her cheeks flushed with indignation, but Lady Halberton continued with relentless precision. Of course, one must admire your dedication to charitable causes. So few young ladies would sacrifice their reputations so thoroughly for the sake of orphan children. Her pause was perfectly timed, allowing the implications to settle, though I do wonder what becomes of such arrangements when the novelty wears off. Lady Halberton, Charlotte's voice had gone dangerously quiet. I believe you forget yourself. Do I? How curious. Lady Halberton adjusted her gloves with theatrical precision. I merely observe that society has certain expectations regarding proper conduct between unmarried persons, expectations that some choose to disregard in favor of more unconventional pursuits. The shop had gone tomb silent. Even Madame Dubois, accustomed to navigating the treacherous waters of aristocratic politics, appeared frozen by the openly hostile exchange. Amelia felt the familiar sensation of walls closing in, the same suffocating awareness she'd experienced during Lord Carrington's very public withdrawal from her suit, the same crushing humiliation that had followed Hargrove's exposed predations. Except this time, she truly had done nothing wrong beyond trying to help children who needed her. I see. Amelia's voice emerged steadier than she'd expected. And what would you suggest I should have done instead, Lady Halberton? Left 16 children to sleep beneath a condemned roof? Turned my back on their welfare for the sake of avoiding gossip? I would suggest, Lady Halberton replied with poisonous sweetness, that a properly brought-up young lady would have found solutions that didn't require such intimate proximity to gentlemen of questionable reputation. The cut was so direct, so brutally delivered, that even Charlotte gasped. Lady Halberton had just publicly declared Amelia beyond the pale of respectable society, unfit for the company of proper ladies. Come, Lydia. Lady Halberton gathered her daughter with imperious efficiency. I believe we've seen quite enough here. Madame Dubois, perhaps you might show us the morning room? I find the atmosphere here has grown rather close. As they swept from the main salon, Lady Halberton's daughter cast a single backward glance, not cruel like her mother's, but filled with something that might have been pity, which somehow made it infinitely worse. The silence stretched until Madame Dubois cleared her throat delicately. Perhaps we might examine the silks in the private fitting room, more comfortable for detailed consultations. Charlotte's hand found Amelia's arm. We're leaving. The bronze silk was lovely, Amelia managed, her voice sounding distant to her own ears. But perhaps another time. They departed with all the dignity they could muster, though Amelia was certain every eye in the shop followed their progress. On the street outside, Charlotte's composure finally cracked. That poisonous, vindictive harpy. How dare she speak to you that way? In public, no less. She dared because she could. Amelia accepted the footman's assistance into their carriage with mechanical precision. Because my situation is exactly as irregular as she described. Your situation is charitable and generous and admirable. Charlotte settled beside her, still vibrating with outrage. You've sacrificed your comfort for children who needed help. Anyone with an ounce of decency would recognize that. Decency doesn't govern society's judgments. Amelia stared out the carriage window at the elegant facades lining the street. Behind those windows lived the people who would hear Lady Halberton's version of events, who would nod knowingly at the scandal of Amelia Edgewood's fall from grace. She merely said aloud what everyone else whispers behind fans. Not everyone, Charlotte insisted. Eleanor and Thomas, Diana and Gabriel, Lucy and Marcus, our true friends understand your motives. True friends. Yes, she had those. But friendship wasn't enough to restore a reputation once society's leading gossips had marked her as scandalous. And with Nathaniel fled back to his bachelor lodgings, she couldn't even claim the protection of his continued interest. Perhaps, Amelia said quietly, I should have listened to father from the beginning. Charlotte turned sharply. You cannot mean that. Can't I? Amelia's throat felt tight, constricted by the weight of accumulated humiliations. 3 failed seasons, Charlotte, 2 disastrous courtships, and now this, publicly cut by Lady Halberton for the crime of caring about orphaned children. Amelia, at least if I'd accepted father's original plan, I'd be respectably married to some merchant's son by now. Dull, perhaps, but respectable. Instead, I'm a 21-year-old spinster whose reputation apparently provides entertainment for society's worst gossips. The carriage rolled to a stop outside Edgewood House. Charlotte caught Amelia's hand before she could descend. "What aren't you telling me?" Charlotte's voice was gentle but determined. "Something happened beyond Lord Clarendon's departure for business. Something that's made you doubt yourself this completely." For a moment, Amelia wavered. The memory of Nathaniel's kiss burned behind her lips, the way he'd looked at her as if she were miraculous, the devastating moment when he'd remembered the wager and everything had shattered. But revealing that would mean admitting how thoroughly she'd let down her guard, how completely she'd begun to hope for something real. It would mean confessing that his departure this morning had felt like abandonment rather than the practical necessity it obviously was. "Nothing beyond the obvious," she lied smoothly. "I'd begun to think our arrangement might lead to something more sustainable. Clearly, I was mistaken." Charlotte's expression suggested she wasn't entirely convinced, but she squeezed Amelia's hand gently. "William and I will call tomorrow. We'll weather this together, as we always do." As the carriage pulled away, Amelia stood on the steps of her father's house, watching Charlotte's golden head disappear around the corner. Alone again, just as she'd been after Carrington's desertion, after Hargrove's exposure. But this time felt different. This time, she'd actually begun to believe someone might want her for herself, rather than her dowry or her father's connections. This time, she'd let herself hope, which made the inevitable disappointment cut so much deeper. Inside, she could hear her father's voice discussing shipping schedules with his clerk. Normal, practical business that had nothing to do with gossip or scandal or the impossible dreams of spinsters who should have known better. The wager still stood. £5,000 if she received a proposal by season's end. After today's humiliation, that seemed less likely than ever. But the children needed that money, regardless of her bruised pride or Lady Halberton's vicious tongue. Somehow, she would have to find a way to fulfill her part of the arrangement, even if it meant accepting that Nathaniel's interest had been calculated from the beginning, even if it meant enduring more scenes like today's devastation. The children's welfare mattered more than her wounded heart. It always had. She simply had to keep reminding herself of that truth until it stopped feeling like a lie. Nathaniel sat across from his solicitor in the cramped office on Chancery Lane, the familiar scent of old parchment and sealing wax doing nothing to calm his restless energy. Through the grimy window, London's afternoon bustle continued unabated. Merchants haggling, carriages clattering over cobblestones, the ordinary rhythm of a city that cared nothing for his personal turmoil. "The Morrison property, my lord?" Hartwell's eyebrows rose toward his receding hairline. "I thought we had determined that £8,000 exceeded your immediate resources." "Circumstances have changed." Nathaniel shifted in the uncomfortable chair, his morning coat suddenly feeling too tight across his shoulders. "I'm prepared to make a substantial deposit from my personal funds, £2,000, immediately." Hartwell's pen paused mid-scratch. £2,000 represents a significant portion of your liquid assets, my lord. Are you certain?" "Entirely certain." The words emerged with more force than intended. "The children cannot remain in condemned housing indefinitely." "Indeed." Hartwell made a careful notation. "And the remaining £6,000, the estate's creditors were quite specific about their deadline. I'll secure the balance within a fortnight." Nathaniel's fingers drummed against his knee. Surely Morrison's estate can wait 2 weeks for the full payment, given such a substantial deposit. Perhaps. Hartwell consulted a thick ledger. "Though I must advise you, my lord, that £6,000 represents more than your annual income from the estates. Such a sum would require liquidating investments, perhaps mortgaging one of the smaller properties." The practical concerns were sound, financially responsible, exactly the sort of advice his father would have demanded. Yet Nathaniel found himself curiously unmoved by considerations that should have given him pause. "Do whatever proves necessary." He rose, moving to the window that overlooked the lane's narrow confines. "The children's welfare supersedes other considerations." "The children." Hartwell's tone held careful neutrality. "Of course, though I must say this sudden philanthropic enthusiasm differs markedly from your previous charitable endeavors." Nathaniel's reflection stared back from the glass, hollow-eyed, unshaven despite his valet's best efforts, the picture of a man who'd spent the night wrestling with demons he couldn't name. What could he say? That the thought of Amelia's disappointment when the children lost their sanctuary felt unbearable? That images of Emma sleeping in some workhouse dormitory made his chest tighten with rage? That he was terrified if the children left London, Amelia would follow, and he'd never see her again? The need is urgent, he said instead. Temporary accommodations cannot substitute for permanent solutions. Indeed, Hartwell's pen scratched across parchment. I'll contact Morrison's solicitors immediately. £2,000 deposit, with the remainder due within 14 days. Most generous terms considering the circumstances. 14 days. The timeline felt simultaneously generous and impossible. How was he supposed to raise £6,000 in a fortnight? Surely his associates would contribute generously to such a worthy cause. Men like Wakefield and Pemberton had money to spare, and London society prided itself on charitable endeavors. The family properties were entailed, unavailable for such purposes should other methods fail, which left the bloody wager with Wakefield as one promising option. £5,000 if Amelia received a proposal by season's end, combined with other contributions, close enough to his target to make the difference manageable. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd begun this arrangement to win money from Wakefield's foolish bet. Now he needed that same money to purchase a building he'd never intended to buy, for children he'd never planned to care about, because of a woman he'd never expected to. My lord? Hartwell's voice interrupted his brooding. Shall I prepare the deposit paperwork? Yes. Nathaniel returned to his chair, accepting the documents with mechanical precision. His signature looked steady enough, though his hand felt detached from his body. And Hartwell? Discretion regarding this purchase would be appreciated. Naturally. The solicitor blotted the ink with professional efficiency. Though I'm curious, have you considered how you'll explain such a substantial expenditure to your sisters? Lady Caroline, in particular, takes considerable interest in the estate's financial management. Caroline, his sharp-tongued sister, would have questions he wasn't prepared to answer. How could he explain spending £2,000 of his personal funds, money he'd planned to invest for additional income, on an orphanage he'd known for less than a week? Caroline managed the household accounts with military precision and would demand detailed justification for such an expenditure. I'll manage Caroline. Another lie to add to his growing collection. Family concerns needn't trouble you. Of course not. Hartwell gathered the signed documents. I'll have the Morrison contract ready for your review by tomorrow morning. Most expeditious, given the circumstances. As Nathaniel departed the solicitor's chambers, stepping into the afternoon chaos of Chancery Lane, he felt the weight of his decision settling across his shoulders like a physical burden. £2,000, nearly half his available funds, committed to a venture that might well prove impossible to complete, for children who weren't his responsibility, for a woman who'd reminded him of a wager he'd forgotten in her arms. The rational choice would be to withdraw his offer, to return to his bachelor lodgings and forget Clarendon House existed. To let someone else, the parish perhaps, or one of London's established charities, address the orphans' needs while he returned to his carefully ordered life. Instead, he found himself walking toward Bond Street, where his man of business maintained offices. If he was going to raise £6,000 in 14 days, he needed to explore every possible avenue. The children needed permanent shelter. Amelia deserved to see her efforts succeed. And perhaps if he could prove himself worthy of her trust, he might find the courage to admit that this had stopped being about charity the moment she'd kissed him back in his mother's library, even if that admission terrified him more than any wager he'd ever placed. Chapter 14. The leather chairs of White's Club had witnessed countless negotiations over the decades, fortunes won and lost, reputations made and destroyed, alliances forged in brandy and broken over cards. Yet Nathaniel suspected that they had never hosted quite so passionate a plea for orphan children as the one he was about to deliver. Gentlemen, he rose from his seat near the window, brandy snifter forgotten on the side table. Around him, Wakefield, Pemberton, and half a dozen other men of his acquaintance lounged in various states of afternoon indolence. I come before you today with an opportunity for genuine good, a chance to make a lasting difference in the lives of those who need our help most. Pemberton glanced up from his newspaper with mild interest. Good God, Clarendon, you sound like a Methodist preacher. Have you been attending revivals? A ripple of laughter circulated among the group. Nathaniel pressed on, undeterred by their amusement. I speak of St. Margaret's Home for orphaned children, 30 children currently housed in a building condemned as unsafe. These are not statistics, gentlemen, but flesh and blood. Children who deserve better than sleeping beneath leaking roofs, who need our protection and support. Very touching, Wakefield examined his cards with deliberate indifference. Though I fail to see what this has to do with us. I'm purchasing a new building for their use, a property that will provide safety, comfort, and space for proper education. The total cost is £8,000. Nathaniel's hands moved expressively as he spoke, his usual composed demeanor replaced by passionate conviction. I've already committed £2,000 of my own funds, but the remainder must be raised quickly. £8,000? Sir Reginald Hartwell nearly choked on his brandy. For orphans? For children, Nathaniel corrected firmly. Children who, through no fault of their own, have lost their families and depend upon society's compassion for survival. Silence descended upon the group, not the contemplative quiet of men considering charitable duty, but the uncomfortable stillness of those who wish themselves elsewhere. Wakefield finally looked up from his cards, his expression genuinely puzzled. Clarendon, old fellow, are you feeling quite well? You're speaking as if you actually care about these urchins. I do care. The admission emerged with startling force. I care about Emma, who's 8 years old, and sleeps clutching a threadbare elephant because it's the only thing she has left of her former life. I care about Thomas, who keeps detailed records of roof leaks and dreams of apprenticing with a carpenter. I care about... Good Lord, Pemberton interrupted, folding his newspaper with sharp precision. You've gone completely mad. Have I? Nathaniel moved closer to their circle, energy thrumming through his frame. Is it madness to want better for children who have nothing? Is it insanity to use our wealth for something beyond gambling and excess? It's certainly unlike you. Wakefield's tone held genuine concern. The Clarendon I know wouldn't waste £8,000 on charity cases when that money could be properly invested. Waste? Nathaniel stepped closer to their circle, his controlled facade cracking. You call providing shelter for homeless children waste? Sir Reginald set down his brandy with deliberate precision. I call it sentimental nonsense. These orphans have survived this long without your intervention. They'll manage without it. Will they? Nathaniel's hands clenched at his sides. Will Emma manage when the roof collapses on her bed? Will Thomas manage when pneumonia claims him because he's forced to sleep in damp conditions? The men exchanged glances, the sort of looks shared by those witnessing someone's complete break with sanity. Clarendon, Pemberton's voice carried the patience of a man addressing a fractious child. You've always been level-headed about money, practical. This sudden enthusiasm for charity is completely out of character. Perhaps my character needed changing. Nathaniel straightened his shoulders. I'm asking each of you to contribute what you can. £500, 200, whatever your conscience allows. Combined with other donations, we can secure these children's future. The silence stretched until Wakefield began to laugh, a low chuckle that built to genuine mirth. You're serious. You actually expect us to hand over our money for, what did you call them? Orphan girls? I expect you to do what decent men do when confronted with need. Decent men, Sir Reginald repeated slowly. My dear fellow, we're gamblers and rakes. Decency is hardly our primary virtue. Then perhaps it should be. Nathaniel's voice dropped to a whisper that somehow carried more menace than shouting. You wagered £5,000 on whether I could secure Miss Edgewood a marriage proposal. £5,000 you were prepared to lose on a woman's romantic prospects. Yet you won't spare a fraction of that sum to house homeless children? Wakefield's laughter died abruptly. That's entirely different. Is it? Explain to me how betting on a lady's marriage is worthy of your investment while saving children's lives is not. Pemberton's newspaper crackled as he folded it with sharp precision. Because one is entertaining, the other is tedious philanthropy that won't provide a moment's amusement. The words hit Nathaniel like a physical blow. He stared at these men, his associates, his companions, in countless evenings of cards and drink, and saw them clearly for the first time. Shallow, selfish, content to spend fortunes on their own pleasures while children suffered within miles of their comfortable clubs. I see. His voice emerged steadier than he'd expected. Then I was mistaken about your characters. No, Wakefield raised his glass in a mocking toast. You were mistaken about your own. This isn't you, Clarendon. The man I know wouldn't care about orphans any more than we do. You're right. Nathaniel moved toward the door, his decision crystallizing with each step. The man you knew wouldn't have cared. Consider this our farewell, gentlemen. I find I no longer enjoy your company. Behind him, he heard Pemberton's mocking voice. Give it a week. You'll be back at the tables, wondering what madness possessed you to care about street children. The door's heavy brass handle felt cold beneath his palm as their laughter followed him into the corridor. The scent of tobacco and brandy clung to his clothes, familiar comforts that now felt tainted by association. He'd been one of them not so long ago. The realization made his stomach churn. 6,000 pounds, 14 days, and friends who weren't friends at all, but parasites who measured a man's worth by his willingness to ignore suffering. Outside, London's afternoon bustle continued unchanged. Carriages clattered past, their wheels striking cobblestones in rhythmic percussion, while merchants hawked their wares with voices that competed against the city's din. Somewhere in Bloomsbury, children played in a garden while their future hung in the balance. Children who depended on him to find another way, to prove that not all men of wealth were as spiritually bankrupt as his former associates. The weight of that responsibility settled on his shoulders like lead. He had 14 days to raise 6,000 pounds, and he just discovered that his social circle was utterly worthless for any purpose beyond mindless entertainment. Time to explore other options, more desperate options. Time to discover what he was truly willing to sacrifice for the woman and children who had somehow become more important than his own carefully guarded heart. The letter arrived at Edgewood House just as Amelia was sitting down to afternoon tea with her mother, a torturous ritual of forced conversation and pointed silences that had become their daily routine since her father's ultimatum. Mrs. Edgewood's disapproval hung in the air like incense, heavy and suffocating. "A message for you, miss," Thompson announced, presenting the familiar envelope bearing Mrs. Winter's careful script. Amelia's pulse quickened as she broke the seal, hope and dread warring in her chest. Perhaps there was news about alternate funding, or word that the repairs could proceed more quickly than anticipated. Instead, Mrs. Winter's words struck her with devastating force. "My dear Miss Edgewood, I write with deeply troubling news. This morning, the workers at St. Margaret's were dismissed without explanation. Lord Clarendon's foreman arrived at dawn with orders to cease all repair work immediately. No reason was given, nor any indication when or if the work might resume. The children ask daily when the others might return. I confess I have no answer to give them. Your most distressed servant, Mrs. Winters, are." The letter fluttered from Amelia's nerveless fingers, landing beside her untouched teacup. Dismissed. The workers dismissed. The repairs stopped. After everything, after the wager, after the humiliation, after that devastating kiss in the library, Nathaniel had simply stopped, abandoned the project when it became inconvenient, exactly as she should have expected. "Amelia?" Her mother's voice seemed to come from a great distance. "Whatever's the matter? You've gone quite pale." "Nothing, mother." Amelia rose mechanically, her legs feeling detached from her body. "I must. I have an appointment." "An appointment? But you haven't finished your—" Amelia was already moving toward the door, her mind crystallizing around a single, burning purpose. She needed answers. She needed to understand how a man could kiss her with such tenderness, could hold those children in his arms, could make promises about their welfare, and then simply walk away when faced with inconvenience. "Have the carriage prepared," she instructed Thompson, her voice cutting through his attempted protests. Immediately. Within minutes, she was seated in the family carriage, providing the driver with an address that made his eyebrows rise toward his hairline. A lady visiting a gentleman's bachelor lodgings alone was beyond scandalous. It was social suicide. She no longer cared. Her reputation was already in tatters after Lady Halberton's public assassination. At least this time, her scandal would serve a purpose. The building on Jermyn Street exuded masculine elegance, discreet, expensive, the sort of place where wealthy bachelors maintained their independence from family obligations. Amelia descended from the carriage with grim determination, ignoring the startled looks of pedestrians who clearly recognized both her gender and the impropriety of her presence. The porter's protests died when she presented her card with imperious authority. "I wish to speak with Lord Clarendon immediately. Tell him Miss Edgewood is here regarding St. Margaret's." Minutes later, she was ushered into a sitting room that bore all the hallmarks of masculine comfort: leather chairs, crystal decanters, books arranged more for display than reading. The sort of space where a man could forget inconvenient obligations, where children's tears held no power to disturb carefully maintained indifference. Nathaniel appeared in the doorway, his usually immaculate appearance disheveled. His jacket hung unbuttoned, his cravat was crooked, and something in his eyes suggested he'd been drinking despite the early hour. "Amelia." Her name emerged hoarse, surprised. "What are you doing here?" "I might ask you the same question." She remained standing, hands clenched at her sides. "Though I suppose the answer is obvious. Hiding from your obligations, like every other man I've been fool enough to trust." His face went very still. "I don't know what you... The workers were dismissed this morning." Her voice cut across his protestations like a blade. "The repairs at St. Margaret's have stopped, completely, without explanation." Understanding dawned in his expression, followed immediately by something that looked almost like panic. "Amelia, I can explain. Can you?" She stepped closer, fury giving her courage she hadn't known she possessed. "Can you explain how a man spends the night kissing a woman as if she matters, then abandons children who depend on him the very next morning? The situation is more complicated than what? Than I'm capable of understanding?" The words poured out in a torrent of betrayed rage. "You made promises, Nathaniel. To me, to those children, to Mrs. Winters. You stood in that attic and swore you would find a way to help them. I am helping them. By stopping the repairs, by dismissing the workers, by leaving 30 children to wonder why the man they trusted has abandoned them." Her voice rose with each word, propriety abandoned in favor of raw honesty. "I should have known. I should have remembered that men like you make promises only when it's convenient." "Men like me?" His own voice had gone dangerous. "What exactly do you mean by that?" "Men who see women and children as commodities, as entertainment." She was close enough now to see the way her words landed like physical blows. "You started this as a wager, didn't you? £5,000 to secure me a marriage proposal. Everything else, the children, the charity, even that kiss, was just window dressing." "That's not true." "Isn't it?" She laughed, but the sound held no humor. "Then explain to me why the work stopped the moment you returned to your bachelor lodgings. Explain why you fled Clarendon House like a thief in the night after getting what you wanted from me." "What I wanted?" His eyes flashed with sudden anger. "You think that kiss was some sort of calculated seduction? I think you remembered that you had a wager to win and decided complications weren't worth your time." The words tasted bitter, but she forced them out anyway. "I think you realized that pretending to care about orphans was more trouble than simply finding me a suitable husband and collecting your money." "You're wrong." He moved toward her, his expression fierce. "About everything." "Am I?" She held her ground despite the way his proximity made her pulse race. "Then tell me why the work stopped. Give me one reason that doesn't make you sound like every other selfish, calculating man I've been fool enough to trust." His mouth opened, then closed. Something passed across his features, desperation perhaps, or regret. "I can't," he said finally. The admission cut through her like a blade. At least with Lord Carrington, she'd had the comfort of righteous anger. At least with Hargrove, she'd known from the beginning that something felt wrong. This was different. This was the death of hope she'd been fool enough to nurture, the destruction of trust she'd been brave enough to offer. Then we have nothing more to discuss. She moved toward the door on legs that felt like water. The children will return to St. Margaret's as soon as alternative arrangements can be made. Consider your obligations fulfilled, Lord Clarendon. Your debt to charity has been paid. Amelia, wait. She turned at the door, drawing on reserves of dignity she hadn't known she possessed. The wager still stands, I assume. You still need me to receive a marriage proposal to win your £5,000? His silence was answer enough. Then find me a husband quickly, she said with calm finality, because the moment I'm engaged, I never want to see you again. The door closed behind her with a decisive click, leaving her alone in the corridor with the wreckage of her faith in human decency. Behind her, she heard the sound of something breaking, crystal, perhaps, or china. She descended to the street with her head high, ignoring the scandalized stares of passers-by. Let them whisper about the American spinster who'd visited a rake's lodgings alone. After today, she doubted she'd care about society's opinion ever again. The children needed a husband for her, and by God, she'd find them one. Even if it meant marrying a man she could never love. Even if it meant spending the rest of her life wondering what might have been if she'd been brave enough or fool enough to trust one more time. The wager would be won. The children would be provided for. And Nathaniel Sterling, Earl of Clarendon, could live with the knowledge that he'd chosen his comfortable cowardice over the best thing that had ever happened to him. It was, she reflected as her carriage pulled away from Jermyn Street, probably no more than he deserved. Chapter 15. The crystal decanter shattered against the wall of Nathaniel's sitting room, brandy streaming down the burgundy wallpaper like amber tears. The sound of destruction provided momentary satisfaction before reality crashed back with redoubled force. Find me a husband quickly. Amelia's words echoed in the sudden silence, each syllable a fresh wound. She wanted him to complete his original purpose, secure her a marriage proposal, win his wager, and disappear from her life forever. The perfect solution to their arrangement, exactly what he'd planned from the beginning. So why did it feel like a death sentence? Nathaniel sank into his leather chair, fragments of crystal crunching beneath his boots. 2 hours since she'd left, and her accusation still burned. You're just like every other selfish, calculating man I've been fool enough to trust. She was wrong, and she was absolutely right. He had been selfish, calculating, exactly the sort of man who would wager on a woman's marriage prospects for sport. The fact that he'd changed, that she had changed him, mattered nothing if he couldn't prove it. And he couldn't prove it without revealing the Morrison property purchase, which he couldn't reveal without securing the funding first. A vicious circle that tightened with each passing hour. £6,000, 13 days remaining. His former associates had made their position clear. Charity was beneath their notice, orphans unworthy of their consideration. The banks would require collateral he didn't possess. His investments were sound but not liquid, which left him with precisely one option he'd been avoiding, swallowing his pride and asking for help. The Pembrey townhouse in Grosvenor Square exuded understated elegance, the sort of wealth that whispered rather than shouted, accumulated over generations rather than won at gaming tables. Marcus Pembrey had inherited both title and fortune from a family that understood the responsibilities that accompanied privilege, unlike certain earls who wagered on women's romantic prospects. Clarendon. Marcus rose from his desk as the butler announced Nathaniel's arrival. What an unexpected pleasure, though you look as if you've been dragged through Newgate backwards. Worse. Nathaniel accepted the offered chair, noting how Marcus's study reflected the man himself, organized, purposeful, lined with books that showed signs of actual reading. I've been dragged through my own stupidity. Ah! Marcus poured brandy from a cut crystal decanter, twin to the one Nathaniel had recently destroyed. The sort of stupidity that requires liquid courage to confess, the sort that requires a miracle to resolve. Nathaniel accepted the glass, though his stomach rebelled at the thought of alcohol. I need help, Marcus, desperately. Something in his tone must have conveyed the depth of his crisis, for Marcus's expression grew serious. He moved to the door, ensuring privacy before returning to his seat. Tell me. The words poured out in a torrent. The wager, The children, the Morrison property, the failed fundraising, Amelia's justified fury. Everything except the kiss that had changed everything, the memory that haunted him with possibilities he'd been too much a coward to pursue. Marcus listened without interruption, his expression cycling through surprise, concern, and what might have been admiration. £8,000, he said finally. For orphans you've known less than a fortnight. Children who needed help. Nathaniel's fingers tightened around his glass. Children who trusted me to provide it. And Miss Edgewood, what of your feelings toward her? The question struck too close to the heart of his torment. My feelings are irrelevant. She's made her position clear. I'm to secure her a marriage proposal and remove myself from her life. That wasn't what I asked. Nathaniel rose, moving to the window that overlooked Marcus's pristine garden. Spring flowers bloomed in careful profusion, tended by skilled gardeners who understood the patience required to create beauty. It doesn't matter what I feel. She'll never trust me again, and she's right not to. I began this as a wager, Marcus, a bloody bet about her marriage prospects. How do I overcome that? How do I prove that my feelings are genuine when the foundation of our acquaintance is so contaminated? Perhaps, Marcus suggested gently, by completing what you started, showing her that your commitment to those children transcends any personal consideration. With what funds? My former associates wouldn't spare a guinea for dying orphans, much less comfortable accommodations. Then we explore other avenues. Marcus joined him at the window. What of a public subscription, a charitable event that demonstrates London society's support for your cause? 13 days hardly allows for proper organization. Lucy, Marcus called toward the door. Might you join us? I believe your expertise is required. Lucy Pembry appeared moments later, light brown hair artfully arranged despite the afternoon hour. Her warm smile faltered when she observed Nathaniel's haggard appearance. Goodness, you look dreadful. What's happened? Nathaniel requires our assistance with a charitable endeavor. Marcus gestured toward the chairs. One that concerns your sister-in-law's welfare. Lucy's expression sharpened. Amelia? Is she in difficulty? The concern in her voice reminded Nathaniel that Lucy wasn't merely society's darling. She was family to the Sears household, connected by affection as well as marriage to people who mattered to Amelia. She's involved with St. Margaret's Home for Orphaned Children, Nathaniel began carefully. The building has been condemned, requiring new accommodations. I've undertaken to purchase suitable property, but the funding proves challenging. How challenging? Lucy settled into her chair with the grace of a woman accustomed to managing both social obligations and family crises. £6,000 in 13 days. Lucy's eyebrows rose toward her hairline. That's rather a substantial sum. For a substantial cause. Nathaniel returned to his seat, meeting her direct gaze. 30 children who require permanent shelter, proper education, and the security that comes from knowing their future is assured. And Amelia's role in this endeavor? The question carried pointed awareness of the gossip that had circulated through London's drawing rooms. Lucy's tone remained carefully neutral, but her eyes held the sharp intelligence of a woman who understood exactly what society was whispering about her sister-in-law's residence in Clarendon House. She supervises their care, has taken them into your mother's house when their building was condemned, Nathaniel replied, choosing his words carefully. The arrangement has proven controversial in some circles. How like Amelia to ignore propriety when children's welfare is at stake? Lucy's smile held genuine warmth, though I imagine the gossips have had a field day with such an unconventional situation. Heat crept up Nathaniel's neck. My reputation requires revision. Indeed, Lucy exchanged a meaningful glance with her husband. Marcus, what did you have in mind? A charitable ball. Properly organized, it could raise substantial funds while providing social endorsement for the cause. Marcus leaned forward. Your connections, combined with the right patronesses, could ensure both attendance and generosity. Lucy's eyes brightened with the enthusiasm of a woman presented with an interesting challenge. A charity ball. Yes, that could work beautifully. Lady Rothbury would lend her support, I'm certain. Eleanor Blackwood as well. With the right theme, proper entertainment. The timeline, Nathaniel began. 13 days? Lucy waved dismissively. I've organized events with less notice. The key is enlisting the right assistance and appealing to people's desire to be associated with worthy causes. Hope flickered in Nathaniel's chest for the first time since leaving his solicitor's office. You truly believe it's possible? More than possible, likely. London society adores charitable endeavors that allow them to feel virtuous while enjoying excellent entertainment. Lucy's smile grew calculating, particularly when the cause involves innocent children and has the backing of respected families. The Pembrey name carries considerable weight, Marcus added. Combined with your connections to the Blackwoods, the Rothburys, and through Lucy to the Sears family. The ball could serve another purpose as well, Lucy continued thoughtfully, providing a suitable venue for romantic developments. Nathaniel's stomach clenched. What do you mean? Well, if part of your concern involves Amelia's future happiness, a charitable ball provides the perfect opportunity for eligible gentlemen to observe her dedication and character. Lucy's tone remained carefully neutral. I'm certain we could arrange appropriate introductions. The suggestion should have provided relief. After all, securing Amelia a proposal remained part of his obligation, both to win Wakefield's wager and to honor her direct request. Yet the thought of watching other men court her, of seeing her smile at their compliments and accept their attentions, made him want to put his fist through Marcus's window. I've already identified a potential candidate, he forced himself to admit. Lord Harrington, a widower with excellent character and substantial fortune. He's expressed interest in meeting her. Harrington? Marcus nodded approvingly. Sound fellow, lost his wife 2 years past, has a young daughter who requires maternal guidance, an excellent match for someone of Amelia's temperament. An excellent match. The words should have satisfied him. Instead, they felt like stones in his chest. Then it's settled. Lucy rose with decisive energy. I'll begin arrangements immediately. Invitations must be prepared, musicians engaged, the ballroom decorated appropriately. Marcus, you'll handle the financial logistics with Lord Clarendon? Naturally. Marcus extended his hand. Consider this our investment in both the children's welfare and Amelia's future happiness. As they shook hands, sealing an agreement that might solve his financial crisis while ensuring his romantic disaster, Nathaniel wondered if this was how men felt when signing their own execution warrants. The ball would raise the necessary funds. Harrington would attend, court Amelia properly, and likely offer for her before the evening concluded. The children would have their new home, Amelia would have her respectable marriage, and Nathaniel would have his £5,000, along with the knowledge that he'd engineered his own heartbreak with methodical precision. There is one condition, Lucy added as they moved toward the door. You must dance with her at least once during the evening. Nathaniel's step faltered. I hardly think. I insist. Lucy's smile held steel beneath its sweetness. Whatever has passed between you, propriety demands certain courtesies. Besides, it will demonstrate to society that your support for the cause transcends any personal considerations. Personal considerations. If only she knew how thoroughly those considerations had come to dominate his thoughts, his decisions, his entire existence. Of course, he agreed, because refusing would require explanations he couldn't provide. One dance. One dance with the woman who had somehow become the center of his world, while she smiled and planned her future with another man. It would either be the sweetest torture or the cruelest blessing he'd ever experienced. Quite possibly both. The afternoon sun slanted through the tall windows of Clarendon House's drawing room, casting golden rectangles across the Persian carpet where Emma and the twins played with their wooden dolls. The domestic tranquility felt almost surreal after the morning's devastating confrontations. First, the letter about stopped repairs, then her scandalous visit to Nathaniel's lodgings. Amelia sat near the window, attempting to focus on her needlework, while the children's cheerful chatter provided a soundtrack of innocence to her inner turmoil. Every few minutes, her fingers would pause in their stitching as she remembered Nathaniel's stricken expression, the way he'd said he couldn't explain himself, because there was no explanation beyond the obvious. He'd tired of their arrangement once it became inconvenient. Miss Edgewood? Jenkins appeared in the doorway, her usually composed features showing signs of uncertainty. There's a gentleman caller, Lord Harrington with his young daughter. He presents his card and hopes you might receive him. Amelia's needle paused mid-stitch. Lord Harrington. She'd heard the name mentioned in society, a respectable widower with shipping interests similar to her father's, but she'd never been introduced, had no acquaintance with him or reason to expect a visit. Did he state his business? He mentioned that Lord Clarendon suggested he might call upon you here. Jenkins's expression grew more uncertain. He hopes you won't be offended by the presumption, but rather flattered by his interest. The needlework slipped from Amelia's nerveless fingers. Lord Clarendon had arranged this visit. Nathaniel was already implementing her bitter command, "Find me a husband quickly." The swiftness of his action struck her like a blade between the ribs. Not even 4 hours since she'd stormed from his lodgings, and he'd already set the matrimonial wheels in motion. Apparently, her usefulness as wager-winning material outweighed any inconvenience her anger might have caused. "Miss Edgewood?" Jenkins waited patiently for direction. "Of course." Amelia rose, smoothing her simple afternoon dress with hands that trembled only slightly. "Please show Lord Harrington and his daughter to the morning room. I'll join them presently." As Jenkins departed, Amelia caught her reflection in the window glass, pale but composed, the picture of a lady prepared to receive callers. Inside, her heart hammered against her ribs with a mixture of hurt and grim resignation. This was what she'd demanded, wasn't it? That Nathaniel fulfill his part of their arrangement, secure her a proposal, and remove himself from her life? She should be grateful for his efficiency rather than wounded by his haste. Yet the knowledge that he could arrange potential suitors mere hours after their confrontation felt like confirmation of her worst fears. She was indeed nothing more than a commodity to him. A problem to be solved, a wager to be won, a responsibility to be discharged as quickly as possible. The morning room felt bright and welcoming when she entered, though the man rising from the blue silk settee commanded attention through presence rather than ostentation. Lord Harrington possessed the sort of understated handsomeness that suggested both character and kindness. Brown hair touched with distinguished silver at the temples, warm brown eyes that crinkled slightly at the corners as if he smiled often, the bearing of a gentleman who wore his authority lightly. His jacket was well tailored but not ostentatious, his manner suggesting someone more interested in putting others at ease than impressing them. Beside him stood a child of perhaps 6 years, golden curls framing a heart-shaped face marked by the same warm brown eyes and what appeared to be an irrepressible spirit barely contained by proper deportment. Her dress was beautifully made but practical enough for an active child, and the way she stayed close to her father's side spoke of genuine affection rather than mere obedience. "Miss Edgewood," Lord Harrington bowed with perfect propriety. "I cannot adequately express my gratitude for receiving us without proper introduction. I hope you'll forgive the presumption, but Lord Clarendon spoke so highly of your character that I found myself quite eager to make your acquaintance." The words were courteous, respectful, exactly what a gentleman should say when calling upon a lady. Yet they confirmed Amelia's suspicions about Nathaniel's swift action in arranging this meeting. Lord Clarendon is efficient in his introductions. She managed a smile that felt like porcelain stretched too thin. "Please, won't you both be seated? I'll ring for refreshments." "You're very kind." Harrington settled his daughter on the settee beside him before taking his own seat. "May I present my daughter, Miss Catherine Harrington? Catherine, make your curtsy to Miss Edgewood." The child rose with careful precision, executing a perfect curtsy that would have done credit to a dancing master. "How do you do, Miss Edgewood? Papa says you take care of children who don't have mamas and papas." The innocent directness caught Amelia off guard. "I help supervise their care, yes, though they have many people who look after them." "Like me and Papa?" Catherine's head tilted with genuine curiosity. "I don't have a mama, but Papa takes very good care of me." "I'm certain he does." Amelia's throat tightened at the child's matter-of-fact acceptance of her loss. "You're fortunate to have such a devoted father." "Papa says maybe I might have a new mama someday if we find the right lady." Catherine's guileless observation sent heat rushing to Amelia's cheeks. "Are you the right lady?" Catherine? Lord Harrington's mortification was evident despite his gentle tone. We discussed appropriate conversation for social calls. But I said many things that needn't be repeated in company. Harrington's smile took the sting from his correction. Perhaps you might tell Miss Edgewood about your painting lessons instead. As Catherine launched into an enthusiastic description of watercolor techniques, Amelia found herself studying Lord Harrington with growing bewilderment. He was everything a sensible woman should want: handsome, kind, clearly devoted to his daughter, possessed of both fortune and character. The sort of man who would provide security, affection, and the comfortable life she'd once imagined wanting. So why did his presence feel like sitting in a beautifully appointed prison? Miss Edgewood paints too, Catherine announced, interrupting her father's gentle attempts to moderate the conversation. Don't you, Miss Edgewood? All ladies paint. I have some small skill with watercolors, Amelia admitted, though I suspect your talent exceeds mine. We could paint together. Catherine's enthusiasm was infectious. Papa says I might have painting parties when I'm older with other children who like art. Catherine, Harrington's voice carried patient humor. Perhaps Miss Edgewood has other obligations. Not at all. The words emerged before Amelia could consider their implications. I should very much enjoy seeing your work, Miss Catherine. The child's delight was genuine, uncomplicated by the adult tensions that seemed to permeate every interaction Amelia had endured lately. Here was someone who wanted nothing from her beyond company and shared interest. No calculation, no wagers, no hidden motives. Lord Clarendon mentioned your dedication to St. Margaret's Home, Harrington said once Catherine had been convinced to sample the refreshments that had arrived. Such work speaks to admirable character. The children's welfare is important to me. Amelia chose her words carefully, though I fear recent circumstances have made their situation more precarious than I'd hoped. Something flickered across Harrington's features. Concern, perhaps, or calculation. Circumstances. Building repairs that have proven more expensive than anticipated. Truth, as far as it went. Resources are limited. I see. Harrington's expression grew thoughtful. Perhaps something might be done to assist. I have some experience with building projects, and my shipping interests have brought me into contact with reliable contractors. The offer was generous, practical, exactly what she should welcome, yet it felt like another rope around her neck, another obligation that would bind her to decisions made for practical rather than personal reasons. You're very kind, she managed, though I wouldn't wish to impose. No imposition at all. In fact, Harrington paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. I hope you won't think me presumptuous, but I found myself quite interested in your work with the children. Such dedication suggests qualities I deeply admire. There it was, the careful approach toward more personal topics, the suggestion of romantic interest wrapped in acceptable social forms. He was proceeding exactly as a gentleman should, with proper consideration for her reputation and feelings. So why did she want to flee? Papa thinks you're very pretty, Catherine announced with devastating honesty. He told Uncle James that you have kind eyes. Catherine! Harrington's mortification was complete. I do apologize, Miss Edgewood. Children have no sense of discretion. Please don't distress yourself. Amelia forced another smile. Honesty is refreshing, particularly from children. Yet even as she spoke the social pleasantries, her mind reeled with the implications. Nathaniel had arranged this introduction, knowing that Harrington was prepared to court her seriously, had discussed her appearance, her character, her suitability as a potential wife and stepmother, had reduced her once again to a transaction to be negotiated between gentlemen. The visit continued with perfect propriety. Conversation about mutual acquaintances, Catherine's charming observations about everything from the garden to the paintings on the walls, Harrington's respectful questions about her interests and opinions. When Catherine expressed fascination with the other children's voices drifting from the garden, Harrington suggested she might join them briefly while he and Amelia continued their conversation. Only if Miss Edgewood doesn't mind, Catherine added politely, though her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Not at all. Amelia rang for Jenkins, who appeared with practiced efficiency. Perhaps Jenkins might show Miss Catherine to the garden, I believe the children are having art lessons outdoors today." Once Catherine had departed with obvious delight, the atmosphere in the morning room shifted subtly. Harrington's manner remained perfectly proper, but his expression grew more serious. "Miss Edgewood, I hope you'll forgive my directness, but I believe honesty serves better than elaborate courtship rituals." He leaned forward slightly, his brown eyes holding hers with quiet sincerity. "It's no secret that I'm in want of a wife. Catherine needs maternal guidance, and I find myself lonely for companionship after 2 years of widowerhood." Amelia felt her spine stiffen, preparing for the familiar calculations about her suitability as a stepmother, her usefulness in managing his household. "However," Harrington continued, as if sensing her reaction, "I want to be entirely clear about my intentions. Should we find ourselves compatible, should we enjoy each other's company and conversation, I hope any relationship that develops between us would be based on mutual affection and respect, not on your utility as Catherine's caretaker." The unexpected words caught her entirely off guard. "I've observed how society treats unmarried ladies, particularly those with fewer conventional prospects." His voice carried gentle understanding. "You are not a commodity to be acquired for my convenience, Miss Edgewood. Catherine is my responsibility, and while I hope any woman I marry would care for her, I would never marry solely to provide my daughter with a mother figure." Amelia stared at him, momentarily speechless. In a few quiet sentences, he had addressed the very fears that had haunted her through 2 disastrous courtships, the terror of being valued only for what she could provide, rather than who she was. "You speak very plainly, Lord Harrington. I find that life is too short for anything else." His smile was warm, genuine. "I lost my wife to fever 2 years ago, Miss Edgewood. The experience taught me that authentic connection matters far more than social convenience. If I marry again, it will be because I've found someone I genuinely admire and wish to share my life with, not because I need a governess I'm legally obligated to house and feed." Despite herself, Amelia felt her lips curve in response to his blunt honesty. "That's a rather unconventional approach to courtship. Perhaps that's why Lord Clarendon thought we might suit." Harrington's eyes twinkled with humor. "He mentioned that you appreciate directness over empty flattery." The reference to Nathaniel sent a pang through her chest, but she pushed it aside. "He said that?" "Among other things. He spoke quite highly of your character, your intelligence, your dedication to those children." Harrington gestured toward the garden, where Catherine's delighted laughter could be heard mingling with the other children's voices. "Though I confess, observing you today has proven far more illuminating than any second-hand description." She stood at the window, watching Harrington's elegant carriage disappear around the corner, his daughter's golden head visible through the rear window. A man who had promised to value her for herself, rather than her utility, arranged by a man who seemed determined to treat her as exactly the opposite, just as she demanded, just as their wager required. So why did getting exactly what she'd asked for feel like the cruelest punishment imaginable? Chapter 16. 4 days later brought one of those perfect spring days that made London's parks irresistible. Gentle warmth, cloudless skies, and the sort of golden light that transformed even the most mundane carriage ride into something approaching magical. Nathaniel had chosen to ride rather than take his carriage, needing the physical exertion to quiet his restless mind after another sleepless night spent calculating financial impossibilities. Hyde Park's rotten row stretched before him, populated by the usual afternoon parade of society's finest. Ladies in elegant habits guided spirited mounts alongside gentlemen who used the fashionable hour to display both horsemanship and social connections. The familiar rhythm should have soothed him. This world he understood, these people whose motivations were transparent. Instead, he found himself scanning the crowds with growing agitation, though he couldn't have said what he sought, until he saw them. The elegant barouche bore the Harrington crest, its matched bays stepping with the precision of prime cattle. Lord Harrington held the reins with casual expertise, his brown hair catching the afternoon sun as he leaned slightly toward his passenger. Beside him, Amelia sat with perfect posture, her blue walking dress complementing the carriage's ivory upholstery. but it was the third occupant who made Nathaniel's breath catch in his throat. Catherine Harrington perched between them on a small, cushioned seat, her golden curls dancing as she pointed towards something in the distance. Her animated chatter carried across the space between carriages, punctuated by Amelia's warm laughter, a sound that tightened something vital in Nathaniel's chest. They looked right together. Natural, the picture of domestic harmony that society expected, that sensible people would approve, the perfect family unit he had deliberately orchestrated. Lord Clarendon! Catherine's sharp eyes had spotted him among the riders. She waved with unrestrained enthusiasm, causing both adults to turn in his direction. Amelia's laughter died instantly. Her posture stiffened almost imperceptibly, though her social training kept her expression pleasantly neutral. Harrington, following her gaze, raised his hat in polite acknowledgement. There was nothing for it but to approach. Nathaniel guided his mount toward their carriage, his practiced smile feeling like a grimace. Lord Harrington, Miss Edgewood. He executed a brief bow from horseback. Miss Catherine, you appear to be enjoying the afternoon. Oh, yes. Catherine bounced slightly in her enthusiasm. Papa is teaching Miss Edgewood to drive, and she's much better than Aunt Margaret. Aunt Margaret crashed into the garden gate last summer. Catherine, Harrington's gentle reproof held fond amusement. Perhaps we needn't share all of Aunt Margaret's misadventures. But it's true, and Miss Edgewood has much steadier hands. Papa says many things that needn't be repeated in public. Harrington's interruption carried warm humor, the sort of easy affection between parent and child that spoke of genuine devotion. Nathaniel found himself studying the tableau with an expert's eye for social dynamics. Harrington's attention to Amelia was respectful but unmistakably interested. The way he positioned himself to catch her quiet comments, how his eyes lingered on her profile when she pointed out architectural details along the route. A man conducting a proper courtship with serious intentions. More damning was Amelia's response. She wasn't merely tolerating Harrington's company. She appeared genuinely at ease, smiling at Catherine's observations, asking intelligent questions about the horse's breeding. The rigid tension that had marked her interactions with previous suitors was notably absent. Lord Clarendon looks sad, Catherine announced with devastating directness. Are you sad, Lord Clarendon? Heat crept up Nathaniel's neck. Not at all, Miss Catherine. Merely concerned with business matters. Papa says business makes everyone look gloomy. She leaned forward conspiratorially. But Miss Edgewood makes him smile again. Perhaps she could make you smile too? Catherine. Both adults spoke simultaneously, though Harrington's mortification held fond exasperation while Amelia's carried something closer to panic. Children observe far more than adults credit them with, Nathaniel managed, his throat tight. Though they occasionally share observations better kept private. Indeed. Amelia's voice carried careful neutrality. We should allow Lord Clarendon to continue his ride, Catherine. I'm certain he has pressing obligations. The subtle dismissal landed with surgical precision. She wanted him gone, removed from this pleasant domestic scene where he served no purpose beyond uncomfortable reminder of arrangements better forgotten. Of course. Nathaniel gathered his reins, needing to escape before his composure cracked entirely. Please don't let me interrupt your outing. The afternoon is far too pleasant to waste on chance encounters. As he prepared to ride away, Catherine's voice stopped him. Will you come to our house for tea sometime, Lord Clarendon? Papa says we should invite friends, and you helped make the swings safe at your house. The innocent invitation hit him like a blade between the ribs. Friends. As if the woman who had kissed him with desperate passion 3 days ago could ever be merely that. As if he could sit in Harrington's drawing room, watching Catherine claim Amelia's attention while her father conducted his proper courtship, and pretend it didn't destroy something vital in his chest. How kind of you to think of me, Miss Catherine. His voice emerged steadier than expected. Though I suspect your papa and Miss Edgewood prefer their outings without additional complications. Something flickered across Amelia's features, hurt, perhaps, or anger quickly suppressed. Not at all, Harrington interjected with perfect courtesy. Any friend of Miss Edgewood's would be most welcome, though I understand you're quite occupied with business arrangements. The subtle emphasis suggested Harrington knew more about their situation than his polite exterior revealed. Perhaps Amelia had shared details about the stopped repairs, the abandoned children. Perhaps she'd explained how thoroughly Nathaniel had failed in his obligations. Business does demand considerable attention, Nathaniel agreed, particularly when one's word has been given. Now Amelia's eyes flashed with unmistakable anger. Indeed, though some find it easier to make promises than to honor them. The accusation hung in the afternoon air like smoke. Harrington glanced between them, with the expression of a man sensing undercurrents beyond his understanding. "Well," he said finally, "perhaps we should continue our drive. The afternoon grows late, and Catherine has painting lessons at 4. "Of course." Nathaniel bowed again, already turning his horse away. "Enjoy the remainder of your outing." As he rode off, Catherine's voice drifted behind him. "Why did Lord Clarendon look so sad when we talked about tea? And why did Miss Edgewood get that pinched expression like when Mrs. Murphy burns the pudding?" He didn't hear Amelia's response, but he could imagine the careful deflection, the diplomatic explanation that would shield Catherine from adult complications while maintaining proper social forms. 3 streets away, Nathaniel finally allowed his horse to slow, his hands shaking with reaction. The image burned in his mind. Amelia laughing at something Harrington said, Catherine chattering between them, the 3 of them looking like the family they could easily should become, if he had any decency left. Harrington was everything Amelia deserved, kind, steady, genuinely interested in her mind as well as her person, a man who would cherish her rather than wagering on her romantic prospects for sport, a widower who understood loss, who would appreciate the rare gift of a second chance at happiness. Nathaniel had achieved exactly what he'd set out to accomplish. He'd found Amelia a husband worthy of her. A proposal would likely come within days, securing both the children's future and her own. The perfect solution to their arrangement. So why did success feel like the cruelest failure he'd ever experienced? Back on Rotten Row, unaware of the man whose world had just shifted on its axis, Amelia continued her driving lesson with mechanical precision. But her laughter had died with Nathaniel's appearance, and no amount of Catherine's cheerful chatter could restore the easy pleasure she'd felt only moments before. "You've gone quite quiet," Harrington observed as they turned toward home. "Have I? I apologize. The concentration required for driving, I suppose." "Of course." His tone suggested he didn't believe her deflection for a moment. "Though if I might observe, Lord Clarendon seems a complicated gentleman." "All gentlemen are complicated, Lord Harrington. Some are simply more honest about it than others." Catherine, oblivious to the tension, continued her running commentary on everything from the horses' gaits to the elaborate hats worn by passing ladies. But Amelia barely heard her, her mind fixed on the memory of Nathaniel's expression when Catherine had invited him to tea. He'd looked lost, hungry, as if her innocent suggestion had offered something he wanted desperately but could never accept. Which was ridiculous, of course. Nathaniel Sterling wanted nothing from her beyond the successful completion of their wager. His presence this afternoon had been mere coincidence, his discomfort, simple awkwardness at encountering his business arrangement in a social setting. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something more complex had passed between them, something that had left them both more wounded than a chance meeting should allow. "Miss Edgewood?" Catherine tugged at her sleeve. "You're making that pinched face again. Are you thinking about pudding?" Despite everything, Amelia smiled. "No, darling. Just trying to remember something I've forgotten." "Was it important?" "I thought so, but perhaps I was mistaken." After all, she reflected as Harrington guided them toward Clarendon House, some things were better forgotten entirely, even when forgetting them felt like trying to stop breathing. Nathaniel rode hard through the London streets, his mount's hooves striking cobblestones with rhythmic precision that did nothing to quiet the chaos in his mind. 3 streets, then 5, then 10 distance that should have provided perspective, but only amplified the images burned into his memory. Amelia's genuine laughter, Catherine's obvious adoration, Harrington's protective attention as he guided them through the park traffic. the perfect tableau of domestic happiness that he had orchestrated with methodical precision. He finally pulled up beside a quiet square, his horse breathing hard from their headlong flight through Mayfair's genteel streets. Around them, London's afternoon bustle continued unchanged, merchants hawking their wares, carriages delivering calling cards, nursemaids shepherding charges through tree-lined paths, the familiar rhythms of a world that had always made sense, where relationships followed predictable patterns and outcomes could be calculated with reasonable accuracy, unlike the raw confusion that now threatened to tear him apart. "What did you expect?" he muttered, his voice harsh in the spring air. "This is precisely what you arranged, exactly what she needs." But knowing the rational truth did nothing to ease the sick feeling in his stomach, the way his chest had tightened when Catherine waved at him with such innocent delight, as if he belonged in their circle, as if his presence brought pleasure rather than awkward complication. Harrington was everything Amelia deserved: patient, kind, genuinely interested in her mind rather than her utility. A man who would give her the respect and affection she'd been denied by fortune hunters and calculating peers. The sort of husband who would cherish her intelligence, support her charitable work, provide the stability and security she'd never found with her previous suitors. Nathaniel had achieved a remarkable feat of matchmaking. He should be congratulating himself on his success. Instead, he felt hollow, carved out, as if something essential had been removed from his chest and replaced with lead weights. This was madness, pure, irrational madness that served no purpose beyond his own torment. Amelia's happiness should matter more than his inexplicable discomfort with arrangements that benefited everyone involved. Amelia would find the affection and partnership she deserved, and Nathaniel would win his wager while completing his charitable obligations. Perfect solutions all around. So why did perfection feel like the cruelest failure he'd ever experienced? His horse shifted restlessly beneath him, sensing his agitation. Nathaniel loosened his grip on the reins, forcing his rigid posture to relax. Control. He'd built his entire adult life on maintaining control over his emotions, his relationships, his carefully cultivated reputation. Losing that now, over a woman who had made her feelings about him abundantly clear, would serve no one. Yet as he guided his mount toward home, one image lingered with devastating clarity: Amelia's face when Catherine had invited him to tea. For just a moment, her social mask had slipped, revealing something that might have been longing before defensiveness reasserted itself. Had he imagined that flicker of warmth, projected his own inexplicable desires onto her polite expression? Most likely. Amelia Edgewood had no reason to want his company beyond their business arrangement, and every reason to prefer Harrington's honest courtship to his calculating schemes, which meant his growing inability to envision her married to another man was his problem to solve, not hers to accommodate. 9 days until the charity ball. 2 weeks, perhaps 3, before Harrington would be expected to declare his intentions. Time enough to secure the funding for St. Margaret's, complete his obligations to both the children and his wager, and remove himself from Amelia's life with whatever dignity remained. Time enough to learn to think of her happiness without feeling as if someone had driven a knife through his ribs. It was, he reflected grimly, probably the least he owed her after everything he'd put her through. Chapter 17. Jenkins. Amelia's voice rang through Clarendon House's entrance hall as she stared at the ivory envelope in her hands. "Send word to Mrs. Sears immediately. Tell her I require her presence urgently." The lady's maid appeared from the corridor with startled efficiency. "Of course, miss. Is everything quite well?" "A charitable ball." Amelia held up the elegant invitation, her voice carrying wonder and disbelief. "For St. Margaret's, Lucy is organizing a charitable ball for the children." She moved toward the morning room window, where afternoon light streamed across the polished floors. Through the glass, Emma and the twins chased wooden hoops across the garden while Thomas supervised with his usual serious expression. Normal, happy, unaware that salvation might be arriving in the form of London society's generosity. "Listen to this, Jenkins." Amelia's hands trembled slightly, not from shock, but from the careful control required to keep hope from overwhelming her entirely. She read aloud, The Marchioness of Pembry requests the honor of your presence at a charitable ball to benefit the children of St. Margaret's Home. Dancing, refreshments, and entertainment in support of a most worthy cause. Jenkins' eyebrows rose with genuine pleasure. How wonderful, miss. When is this grand event? Next Thursday evening, Pembry House. Amelia sank into the nearest chair, the invitation still clutched in her grip. Your dedication to these deserving children makes your attendance particularly meaningful. The words seemed to shimmer on the expensive paper. After months of pleading with charitable committees, after her father's flat refusal, after Nathaniel's inexplicable abandonment of the repair work, finally, someone with actual means was willing to help. The children will be so excited, miss. They mustn't know yet. Amelia's practical nature reasserted itself despite her soaring hopes. Not until we understand what this might accomplish. I won't raise their expectations only to dash them again. Jenkins nodded with understanding, born of witnessing too many of Amelia's disappointments over the past months. Shall I prepare tea for when Mrs. Sears arrives? Yes, thank you. Amelia waved toward the door. And Jenkins, please hurry with that message. This truly cannot wait. As the lady's maid departed, Amelia allowed herself a moment of pure, unguarded hope. Lucy had always been generous, but organizing an entire charitable ball represented something far beyond casual philanthropy. This suggested serious commitment, substantial planning, the sort of support that might actually save St. Margaret's. But why now? While Lucy had always shown interest in Amelia's charitable work, this seemed remarkably ambitious, even for someone with her resources and social connections. The sound of the front door opening interrupted her speculation. Thompson's measured voice carried through the corridors, followed by lighter footsteps that could only belong to Amelia. Charlotte burst into the morning room, her afternoon dress slightly rumpled from haste, her usually perfect coiffure showing signs of hasty departure. Jenkins said you required immediate assistance. What's happened? Are the children well? The children are fine. Amelia rose, extending the invitation with barely contained excitement. Better than fine, if this proves what I hope. Charlotte accepted the elegant paper, her expression shifting from concern to amazement as she read. A charitable ball? For St. Margaret's? Can you believe it? Amelia moved to the window again, needing movement to contain her nervous energy. Lucy is organizing an entire evening to raise funds for the children. How wonderful! Charlotte sank into the settee, rereading the invitation with careful attention. Though I must say, neither Lucy nor William mentioned anything about this to me. That's precisely what puzzles me. Amelia turned from the window, her fingers twisting the fabric of her skirts. Why now? What prompted such elaborate generosity? Charlotte studied her sister's expression with the perceptiveness that had always seen beyond careful facades. You seem more troubled than grateful. Surely this is cause for celebration? It is. Amelia's voice carried conviction tinged with bewilderment. I simply don't understand the timing. Yesterday, I was desperately worried about securing funds before autumn, and today Lucy announces a ball that could solve everything. Perhaps she's been planning this longer than you realize. Charlotte folded the invitation with careful precision. Organizing events of this magnitude requires considerable advance preparation. Then why didn't she mention it when we last spoke? When I was so obviously distressed about the children's situation. Amelia resumed pacing, her blue skirts swishing against the furniture. It seems strange to keep such generous intentions secret. Charlotte watched her sister's agitated movement with growing understanding. You're afraid to hope. The observation landed with devastating accuracy. Amelia's steps faltered, her hands clenching at her sides. I've been disappointed so many times, Charlotte. Father's refusal, the committee's indifference, and then Lord Clarendon's abandonment of the repairs. Yes, the name still stung, though perhaps less sharply than before. Though speaking of disappointing gentlemen, how was your outing with Lord Harrington? Amelia's cheeks colored slightly at the abrupt change of subject. Pleasant. Lord Harrington is everything a sensible woman should appreciate. That's rather lukewarm praise for a gentleman who's been so attentive. Charlotte's tone held gentle teasing. Did Catherine enjoy the carriage ride? She's a delightful child, quite taken with art and painting. Amelia moved to arrange flowers that required no adjustment. She seems genuinely fond of her father, and her father seems genuinely fond of you. Charlotte watched her sister's careful flower arranging with knowing eyes. That should be gratifying. It is. Amelia's voice lacked conviction. Lord Harrington is kind, patient, everything I should want in a husband. Should want. Charlotte leaned forward slightly. That suggests reservation about what you actually do want. The flowers finally surrendered to Amelia's nervous attention. She turned from the vase, her expression carefully composed. I want security for those children. I want someone who keeps promises rather than abandoning them when convenient. I want uncomplicated affection based on mutual respect. All admirable qualities. Charlotte's voice held gentle humor, though you speak as if describing a business partnership rather than marriage. Perhaps that's preferable. Amelia's fingers found the invitation again, smoothing its elegant edges. Partnerships based on clear expectations rather than complicated emotions that lead to disappointment. Something flickered across Charlotte's features, understanding mixed with sympathy. You're thinking of Lord Clarendon. I'm thinking of practical considerations. The deflection emerged too quickly to be entirely convincing. Lord Harrington represents stability, consistency, honor, qualities that matter more than other considerations. What other considerations? Amelia's silence stretched long enough to become answer itself. Charlotte rose from the settee, moving to stand beside her sister with the support that had sustained them through countless childhood crises. We should visit Lucy immediately, Amelia announced, desperate to escape the dangerous territory their conversation was approaching. I must thank her properly and understand what this ball might accomplish. Of course. Charlotte accepted the change of subject with diplomatic grace. As Charlotte departed to repair her hastily arranged appearance, Amelia found herself alone with thoughts she'd been avoiding since Lucy's invitation had arrived. The ball represented hope she'd almost abandoned, but it also meant facing London society's scrutiny, answering questions about St. Margaret's situation, explaining why the children required such urgent assistance. It meant confronting the failure of every other avenue she'd pursued, including the devastating disappointment of Nathaniel's broken promises. The thought of his name sent an unwelcome flutter through her chest, part anger, part confusion, part something she refused to examine too closely. Lucy, you absolute angel. Amelia swept through the morning room doors of Pembury House 30 minutes later, the invitation clutched in her hand. I could kiss you! Lucy looked up from her settee, her face cycling through surprise, pleasure, and something that might have been wariness. Eleanor set down her teacup with a knowing smile. Charlotte, Amelia! Lucy rose with a slightly flustered grace. What a lovely surprise. Surprise? Amelia practically bounced into her chair. Lucy, however did you think of this? When did you decide on something so ambitious? Eleanor's gaze moved between Amelia's glowing face and Lucy's nervous smile. She leaned forward slightly, clearly sensing undercurrents. I'm so glad you're pleased. Lucy resumed her seat, her fingers worrying at her skirts. Marcus and I thought St. Margaret's deserved support. But why now? Charlotte asked. This must have taken weeks to plan. An uncomfortable pause settled over the room. Lucy's fingers continued their fidgeting, while Eleanor watched with sharp interest. The timing just seemed right, Lucy replied carefully. Marcus knows people who care about these causes. Have you spoken to patrons already? Amelia asked practically. We'll need serious commitments to make this work. We're hopeful, Lucy said, though her confidence seemed forced. People are generous when they understand the need. Eleanor lifted her teacup with elegant precision. I must say, Lucy, when you mentioned your little project earlier, you rather understated things. A full ball is hardly little. Well, Lucy's cheeks colored. The children's needs don't call for modesty. Indeed, Amelia leaned forward earnestly, her earlier reserve dissolving in the face of such apparent generosity. Lucy, you brilliant woman, you may have just saved St. Margaret's. Amelia's voice caught slightly. After months of closed doors and empty promises, I'd nearly given up hope entirely. Something flickered across Lucy's features, sympathy, perhaps, or deeper understanding than her words had revealed. You've faced disappointments recently? Too many to count. Amelia's face darkened. the worst being Nathaniel's complete abandonment of the repair project. One day he's making grand promises about the children's future. The next, he's dismissed every worker without so much as a by your leave. Lucy's teacup froze halfway to her lips. Eleanor's eyebrows shot toward her hairline. Nathaniel? Eleanor's voice carried delighted mischief. My, how quickly we've progressed to Christian names. Heat flooded Amelia's cheeks. Lord Clarendon, I meant to say. Rather too late for that correction, Eleanor observed with a knowing smile. He promised to fix everything after that dreadful inspector condemned the building. Amelia's hands clenched in her lap. Made me believe the children would finally be safe. Then he just vanished, left them with nothing. Eleanor's eyes flashed. Typical man, all grand gestures until actual work is required. I marched straight to his lodgings and demanded answers. Amelia's voice rose with remembered fury. He claimed he couldn't explain himself, couldn't explain abandoning children who trusted him. Men can be impossibly secretive, Lucy said carefully, her fingers worrying the handle of her teacup. Perhaps Nathaniel has reasons that aren't immediately obvious. Eleanor leaned forward. What reason excuses abandoning children, Lucy? I don't know, Lucy admitted, clearly struggling. But would a man truly open his home to homeless children only to abandon them callously? That seems inconsistent. Inconsistent? Amelia laughed bitterly. That's precisely the problem. I can't trust someone whose behavior makes no sense. You have a point there, Charlotte observed. His actions have been contradictory. Contradictory is still unreliable. Amelia's voice softened slightly. Children need dependability, not mysterious masculine reasoning that requires interpretation. Which is exactly why Marcus and I decided to act, Lucy said firmly. Those children deserve support they can count on. Eleanor straightened in her chair. Well then, let's discuss practical matters. Lucy, what sort of attendance are you expecting? We've sent invitations to all the major philanthropic families, Lucy replied, consulting her appointment book. The Astors, the Pemberton Clarks, Lady Whitmore's circle. Marcus believes we might raise substantial funds. And you'll want to speak, Amelia, Eleanor added. People need to hear about the children directly from you. Amelia nodded, though her mind kept drifting to uncomfortable possibilities. Had that kiss in the library somehow driven Nathaniel away from the project? Perhaps caring about her had made their arrangement too complicated to navigate. The thought that her personal feelings might have cost the children their future made her stomach twist with guilt. Amelia's wool gathering, Eleanor observed with fond exasperation. What are you thinking about so intently? Nothing of consequence. Amelia rose, needing to escape before her friends noticed her distress. We should let you continue your preparations, Lucy. As they gathered their things, Lucy squeezed Amelia's hand. This will work, you know. Those children will have their future secured. I hope so, Amelia replied, managing a grateful smile. Thank you, Lucy, truly. The carriage wheels clattered over cobblestones as they returned home, Charlotte chattering about ball preparations while Amelia stared out the window. You're very quiet, Charlotte observed. I'm fine. But Amelia's stomach had begun to churn with a horrible realization. Charlotte, Nathaniel will be at this ball. Well, yes, I imagine. I'll have to face him. Amelia's voice dropped to a whisper. After that disaster at his lodgings, after the way we parted, I'll have to stand there and smile while he watches me beg for money to replace the support he abandoned. Charlotte squeezed her hand. Perhaps it's time for honest conversation instead of wounded pride. As their carriage drew up to Clarendon House, Emma's laughter drifted from the garden. Amelia closed her eyes, trying to calm her racing pulse. Next Thursday, she would have to face the man whose kiss had changed everything, whose broken promises had shattered her trust, whose green eyes still haunted her dreams. How would she ever maintain her composure when he was watching? Damn! Nathaniel hurled his pen across the study, black ink spattering against the wall. 9 days until the charity ball. £2,000 pledged, 4,000 still needed. He might as well need 40,000 for all the good his morning's correspondence had done. Polite refusals covered his desk like funeral shrouds, each one a variation on the same theme. So sorry, but my charitable commitments are determined. Perhaps next season. I must consider my own obligations first. The most honest had come from Pemberton. Your sudden conversion to philanthropy surprises us all. Perhaps if you'd shown charity before wagering on ladies' romantic prospects, your appeals might carry weight. A soft knock interrupted his brooding. Lord Ashford to see you, my lord, says it concerns St. Margaret's. Nathaniel straightened. Ashford controlled serious banking money. Send him in. Ashford entered with the satisfied air of a man bearing good news. Clarendon, heard about your charitable work. Quite admirable. Thank you. Nathaniel gestured toward the chairs. I hope you're considering support? Absolutely. Wouldn't miss Lucy's ball. She throws magnificent events. £500 should suffice. £500. Nathaniel's hope crumbled. Your generosity is appreciated. Think nothing of it, though I must say this sudden interest in orphans has raised eyebrows, not your usual concern. People change, indeed. Ashford leaned forward with obvious relish. Rumor has it this began with a wager about the American heiress. Nathaniel's blood turned to ice. Where did you hear that? Oh, club gossip travels fast. Something about securing her a proposal? Ashford's eyes gleamed with malicious pleasure. Miss Edgewood's living in your house, after all? Marriage in the offing? Who told you this? Nathaniel's voice turned dangerous. Does it matter? Half of White's is discussing it by now. Heat crept up Nathaniel's neck. Miss Edgewood and I have a business arrangement. How practical. Though Harrington's been quite attentive, saw them at the opera. Charming family picture with his daughter. If you're not declaring soon, you may lose her. The words struck home with devastating accuracy. Lord Harrington is an excellent gentleman. Quite right. Steady, good with children, substantial fortune, everything a sensible woman wants. Ashford rose. Well, I should go. Send my regards to Miss Edgewood. After Ashford left, Nathaniel sat frozen in his chair. Half of White's discussing his wager. The gossip spreading through London's clubs like wildfire. How long before it reached the ladies' drawing rooms? Before it became the subject of every tea party and social gathering? His hands shook as he reached for a fresh sheet of paper. The funding crisis had just become secondary to a far more urgent problem. If the wager became public knowledge, Amelia would be humiliated before all of society. Everyone would know she'd been the subject of a bet, that her romantic prospects had been entertainment for gentlemen's clubs. Unless, Ashford's words echoed in his mind, marriage in the offing? Society was already expecting an announcement. A quick proposal could make the gossip look like speculation rather than fact. He could claim he'd wagered because he was already planning to propose, not the reverse. The solution was so obvious it took his breath away. Propose at the ball, publicly. Make it look like a romantic culmination rather than calculated strategy. For the children's funds, for her reputation, for his own honor. All perfectly logical reasons that had nothing to do with the strange tightness in his chest when he imagined her accepting Harrington instead. He pushed that uncomfortable thought aside. This was about damage control, nothing more. A strategic marriage to solve multiple problems simultaneously. His father had married for similar reasons: convenience, social standing, financial advantage. Though his mother had never looked at his father the way Amelia looked at, well, not at him. The way she'd looked at Harrington in the carriage, perhaps. Easy, trusting, happy. Nathaniel's jaw clenched. He'd sworn never to marry, never to trap someone in his father's kind of cold arrangement. But this was different. This was protection, not exploitation. Amelia would benefit as much as he, more, considering the alternative of public scandal. The fact that imagining her married to Harrington made him want to put his fist through something was entirely beside the point. Chapter 18. Miss Edgewood, you look radiant this evening. Lord Harrington appeared at Amelia's elbow the moment she stepped into Pembry House's glittering ballroom, his eyes warm with admiration. Might I escort you to the refreshment table? I believe Lady Pembry has arranged quite a display. Amelia forced her brightest smile, acutely aware of heads turning in their direction. The ballroom blazed with hundreds of candles reflected in gilt mirrors, creating an almost celestial glow that made every jewel sparkle and every silk gown shimmer. The scent of hothouse flowers mingled with expensive perfumes, while the orchestra tuned their instruments in preparation for the evening's dancing. How thoughtful. She placed her gloved hand on his offered arm, grateful for his steady presence. Behind them, she caught the whisper of silk as ladies leaned toward each other, fans fluttering with practiced precision. Lives with him, they say, quite unconventional arrangement. The words sent ice through her veins, though she maintained her serene expression. Were they discussing her residence at Clarendon House, or perhaps some other scandal entirely? The evening promises to be quite successful, Harrington observed, guiding her through the crowd. Lady Pembrey has outdone herself with the arrangements. Indeed, Amelia's smile grew more genuine. The cause deserves such generous support. They moved through the crowd toward the elaborate refreshment display, silver epergnes filled with exotic fruits, delicate pastries arranged on tiered stands, crystal bowls of champagne punch that caught the light like liquid gold. The cream of London society had turned out in force, jewels glittering against silk and satin, the air humming with animated conversation about the evening's charitable purpose. Amelia? Eleanor appeared through the crowd, resplendent in deep emerald silk that complemented her copper hair. You must come hear the wonderful news. Lucy's beside herself with excitement. What news? Amelia allowed Eleanor to draw her away from the refreshments, though she noted how Harrington followed protectively, ensuring she didn't become separated in the crush. The subscriptions! Eleanor's eyes sparkled with triumph. We've nearly raised the full amount already, and the evening's barely begun. Lucy thinks we might exceed our target by half again. Lucy materialized at Eleanor's side, her face glowing with satisfaction. Can you believe it? Lord Ashford alone pledged £500, and the Marquess of Whitmore has promised 1,000. The evening's barely begun, and we're already close to our goal. That's wonderful. Amelia's voice carried genuine delight despite the strange hollowness in her chest. The children would be saved, their future secured. Everything she'd hoped for and worked toward for months, so why did she feel so empty? You look peaked, Eleanor observed with the sharp eye of long friendship. Are you quite well? Perfectly well. Amelia straightened her shoulders, banishing whatever weakness had threatened her composure. Simply overwhelmed by your success. The children will be so grateful. Across the ballroom, she caught sight of Nathaniel in conversation with the Duke of Rothbury near the tall windows. His dark evening clothes emphasized his height and the aristocratic angles of his face, while his golden hair caught the light as he nodded at something the Duke was saying. For one unguarded moment, their eyes met across the crowded room. The moment sent heat rushing through her veins, not the gentle flutter she felt when Harrington smiled, but something sharper, more dangerous. Something that made her pulse race and her carefully maintained composure threaten to crack. She turned deliberately back to Lucy and Eleanor, focusing on their animated discussion of the evening's success with determined intensity. Marvelous response from the Astors, and Lady Whitmore has organized a subscription among her circle that should provide ongoing support. But even as she nodded and smiled at appropriate intervals, she remained painfully aware of Nathaniel's presence across the room. When she glanced back, he was still watching her, his expression unreadable in the dancing candlelight. As the orchestra began to tune their instruments for dancing, Harrington offered his arm. Shall we join the sets forming? I believe they're preparing for a country dance. Of course. Amelia welcomed the distraction, allowing him to lead her toward the couples taking their positions. As they took their positions for the country dance, more whispered conversations reached her ears. Made a bet, they say. Rather scandalous, living in his house. American girls have such different notions of propriety. The fragments meant nothing individually, but together they created a picture that made her stomach clench with growing dread. Was London society gossiping about her arrangement with Nathaniel? Had someone discovered the circumstances that had led to her residence at Clarendon House? She forced herself to focus on the dance steps, on the gentle pressure of her partner's hand, on the familiar rhythm of the music. Normal, pleasant, the sort of social interaction she should find comfortable. Yet every turn brought Nathaniel back into her line of sight, and each glimpse sent that same sharp awareness through her chest. When the dance concluded, she found herself slightly breathless, though whether from exertion or his proximity she couldn't say. Beautifully done. Harrington offered his arm as they left the floor, You dance with remarkable grace. Thank you." Amelia managed a gracious smile despite her inner turmoil. Eleanor appeared beside them, having clearly been observing their interaction. Adults spend far too much energy pretending things aren't exactly as they are. "A dangerous philosophy for someone navigating society," Harrington observed with a smile, though perhaps refreshing in its honesty. "Refreshing, yes." Eleanor's gaze swept the ballroom with pointed meaning. If only more people chose honesty over calculation, the world would be considerably simpler. Amelia caught the subtle emphasis in Eleanor's words and wondered if her friend had also noticed the whispered conversations circulating through the room. The Wallflower Alliance had always been skilled at reading social undercurrents, particularly those that might threaten one of their own. Speaking of honesty, Charlotte materialized through the crowd, slightly breathless from dancing. "I must steal Amelia for a moment. Family consultation required." "Of course." Harrington bowed gracefully. "I believe I'll investigate the refreshments more thoroughly. I suspect there may be delicacies worth discovering among all that elegance." "What family consultation?" Amelia asked, as Charlotte guided her toward a slightly quieter alcove near the terrace doors. "The kind where I ask why you look like you're attending a funeral instead of a triumph." Charlotte's direct gaze missed nothing. "Lucy's ball is exceeding every expectation, the children's future is secured, and you appear ready to faint or flee at any moment. I'm perfectly fine." The automatic response felt hollow even to her own ears. "Amelia." Charlotte's voice carried the gentle firmness of long practice. "I've known you since birth. You're many things, but perfectly fine is not currently among them." Before Amelia could manufacture a more convincing deflection, the orchestra struck the opening notes of a waltz. Couples began forming on the dance floor, silk skirts swirling like flower petals in the candlelight. Miss Edgewood, the deep voice behind her, made every nerve ending snap to attention. "Might I have the honor of this dance?" She turned slowly, knowing who she would find, but somehow unprepared for the impact of Nathaniel's presence so close. He wore formal evening dress with natural elegance, the crisp white of his cravat a stark contrast to his tanned skin. His green eyes held an intensity that made her pulse quicken despite every rational objection. "Lord Clarendon." She managed a polite curtsy, acutely aware of Charlotte's sharp attention and the curious glances from nearby guests. "How unexpected." "Perhaps." His lips curved in something that might have been a smile. "But necessary, I think. There are matters we should discuss." The words carried undertones that made her stomach flutter with unease. Charlotte stepped closer, her protective instincts clearly engaged. "Surely such discussions could wait for a more appropriate venue," Charlotte suggested with diplomatic firmness. On the contrary, Nathaniel's gaze never left Amelia's face. "A waltz provides the perfect opportunity for private conversation in full view of society. Quite proper, I assure you." The music swelled around them, couples taking their positions with practiced grace. Amelia found herself trapped between propriety and curiosity, between the safety of refusal and the dangerous allure of discovering what he wished to discuss so urgently. "Very well." She placed her gloved hand in his extended palm, ignoring the way the simple contact sent warmth racing up her arm. "One dance." As he led her onto the floor, she caught a glimpse of Charlotte's worried expression and Eleanor's thoughtful frown. Even across the ballroom, she could see Harrington watching their progress with careful attention, his expression unreadable. The moment Nathaniel's hand settled at her waist, every nerve in Amelia's body snapped to attention. Even through layers of silk and stays, she could feel the warmth of his palm, the controlled strength in his fingers as he guided her into position. His other hand engulfed her gloved fingers with surprising gentleness, yet she felt the calluses beneath his evening gloves, unexpected evidence of a man who did more than merely give orders. "You seem nervous," he murmured as they began to move, his voice pitched low enough that only she could hear. The scent of sandalwood and something uniquely masculine surrounded her, making her feel slightly dizzy. "I'm not nervous." The lie emerged breathlessly as he guided her through the first turn, their bodies moving in perfect synchronization despite the tension crackling between them. "Merely cautious." "Of me?" His green eyes held hers as they swept across the polished floor, other couples blurring into a kaleidoscope of silk and jewels around them, or of what people might say about us dancing together. The waltz required them to move closer than any other dance, closer than propriety typically allowed outside of marriage. With each step, each turn, Amelia became increasingly aware of his proximity, the way his shoulder felt beneath her gloved hand, the controlled power in his movements as he led her effortlessly through the intricate figures. "You seem to have attracted considerable notice this evening," Nathaniel observed as they assumed the proper waltz position, his hand settling at her waist with careful precision. "I hadn't noticed," she managed, though her voice sounded strange to her own ears. How could she concentrate on anything beyond the way he was looking at her, as if she were the only woman in the ballroom? "Hadn't you?" His thumb brushed almost imperceptibly against her waist as they turned, the subtle pressure sending heat spiraling through her despite the barrier of fabric. "Then you've missed the rather animated discussions about American heiresses and their unconventional living arrangements." The words hit like ice water, jolting her back to reality. Of course, this wasn't about desire or attraction. It was about damage control, about managing the scandal that threatened to engulf them both. What exactly are people saying? She forced herself to meet his gaze, despite the way his intense focus made her feel exposed, vulnerable. Nothing specific enough to cause immediate scandal. His hand tightened fractionally at her waist as he guided her through a particularly complex series of turns, their bodies moving so closely together that her skirts brushed against his legs with each step. Yet, the qualifier hung between them like a sword. The music swelled around them, violins soaring in passionate crescendo that seemed to echo the tension building in her chest. Other couples moved through their own private worlds of rhythm and grace, but Amelia felt as if she and Nathaniel existed in a bubble of charged awareness that had nothing to do with the dance and everything to do with the man whose arms held her with such careful, maddening restraint. "What do you want, Nathaniel?" The question emerged more sharply than she'd intended, her composure cracking under the weight of his proximity and the unspoken threats hanging over them both. "To protect you." His voice dropped to a murmur that seemed to vibrate through her bones. The hand at her waist pressed slightly, drawing her a fraction closer than strict propriety allowed. "From gossip that could destroy your reputation permanently." She could feel the warmth of his breath against her temple as they moved through another turn, could see the way his pupils had dilated slightly as he looked down at her. Whatever else lay between them, anger, mistrust, the memory of broken promises, this pull was undeniable, dangerous, completely inappropriate for a public ballroom. "My reputation is my own concern." But her protest lacked conviction when delivered in breathless whispers that betrayed how thoroughly he affected her. "Not when it affects children who depend on both of us." His fingers flexed against her palm, the subtle pressure making her pulse race. "There are matters we must discuss privately, away from curious eyes and listening ears." The way he said privately sent a shiver down her spine that had nothing to do with the evening air drifting through the open terrace doors. She was acutely aware of how they must look to observers, the intensity of his gaze, the way her cheeks had flushed with more than exertion, the careful way they moved together as if they'd been dancing for years, rather than sharing their first waltz. "I have nothing to say to you that requires privacy." Even as she spoke the words, she knew they were false. There was so much between them. The kiss in the library, his broken promises, the way he made her feel things she had no business feeling for a man who saw her as a means to an end. "Don't you?" His gaze dropped briefly to her lips before returning to her eyes, the look so heated it made her knees feel unsteady. "I think you'll find you're mistaken." The music began to slow, signaling the waltz's conclusion. As other couples prepared to leave the floor, Nathaniel's hand at her waist exerted gentle pressure, guiding her toward the open terrace doors. "The evening air," he murmured for the benefit of anyone observing, "a moment's respite from the heat." Amelia found herself moving with him, despite every instinct that warned against such intimacy. Behind them, she caught sight of Charlotte rising from her chair with obvious concern, but the crowd and protocol made immediate intervention impossible. As they stepped onto the moonlit terrace, leaving the ballroom's bright warmth for the cool spring night, Amelia realized she'd just made either the best or worst decision of her life. The way Nathaniel's eyes reflected the moonlight suggested it might very well be both. We cannot be seen alone out here for long. Nathaniel guided Amelia toward the stone balustrade, where shadows from the ballroom's light created pockets of relative privacy. The cool spring air carried the scent of early roses from the garden below, a stark contrast to the heated atmosphere they'd left behind. Then speak quickly. Amelia's voice held an edge he'd never heard before, sharp as winter wind. She positioned herself with her back to the ballroom windows, her silk skirts rustling against the stone. What's so urgent it requires this dramatic display? The moonlight caught the gold threads in her hair, transforming her into something ethereal, despite the very earthly anger radiating from her rigid posture. Nathaniel found his carefully rehearsed words momentarily scattered by her beauty, by the way her chest rose and fell with barely controlled emotion. Focus. This was about practical solutions, not whatever inconvenient attraction continued to plague his supposedly rational mind. The gossip has spread beyond what either of us anticipated. He kept his voice low, though the terrace appeared empty save for them. Ashford informed me this afternoon that half of White's is discussing our arrangement. Her intake of breath was sharp, audible. What exactly are they saying? That I wagered on securing you a marriage proposal, that your residence in my house represents something more than charity. Nathaniel watched her face carefully, noting how the color drained from her cheeks. The details may be imprecise, but the general thrust is accurate enough to destroy both our reputations if it spreads further. And you believe it will? Gossip has a way of reaching every drawing room in London within days. He moved closer, drawn by an instinct to comfort that he didn't fully understand. Your name will be connected to mine in the most scandalous terms. No amount of explanation will restore what's lost once that happens. Amelia's hands clenched at her sides, the only visible sign of the turmoil he suspected raged beneath her composed exterior. What do you propose we do about it? Marry. The word emerged with the confidence of a man presenting an obviously logical solution. Immediately, before the gossip can take deeper root. Her eyes widened, reflecting the ballroom's golden light like captured stars. For a moment she appeared too stunned to speak, which Nathaniel took as encouragement to continue. Consider the advantages, Amelia. Marriage would transform scandalous gossip into romantic speculation. Society loves a reformed rake brought to heel by the right woman. He found himself warming to the topic, pleased by the elegance of his reasoning. Your reputation would be not merely restored but enhanced. Mine would benefit from association with your charitable work and American connections. Marriage. She repeated the word as if testing foreign vocabulary. You're suggesting we marry to manage gossip, among other benefits. Nathaniel moved to stand beside her at the balustrade, close enough to catch her subtle scent of roses and something uniquely feminine. I could provide proper support for St. Margaret's, ensuring the children never face displacement again. My sisters would be delighted. Both Sophia and Caroline were quite taken with you during your brief acquaintance. The practical advantages are numerous. Practical advantages. Her voice had gone dangerously quiet. Indeed, you'd gain a title, substantial financial security, social position that would allow you to expand your charitable work considerably. He turned to face her fully, encouraged by what he interpreted as thoughtful consideration. I'd benefit from a wife whose intelligence and dedication would enhance rather than diminish my standing. A true partnership based on mutual respect and shared goals. How thoroughly you've thought this through. Something in her tone made him pause, though her expression remained carefully neutral. Have you considered any disadvantages to this practical arrangement? None of significance. Nathaniel felt a surge of satisfaction at her apparent receptiveness. We're both past the age where romantic sentiment clouds judgment. A marriage based on compatible temperaments and complementary strengths offers better prospects for contentment than passionate attachment that inevitably fades. I see. Amelia's gaze drifted toward the garden, where moonlight painted the roses silver. And the children's welfare? You mentioned St. Margaret's specifically. Naturally, I'd ensure their continued support. The Morrison property I've been investigating would provide excellent permanent accommodations, with funds for staff, education, proper medical care. He found himself speaking more rapidly, energized by her interest. Your expertise would prove invaluable in organizing such an establishment. Together, we could create something remarkable. Together. She faced him again, and something in her expression made his chest tighten unexpectedly. Based on our shared commitment to practical solutions rather than inconvenient emotions. Precisely. Though even as he spoke, Nathaniel felt an odd reluctance to dismiss emotions entirely. The way she'd felt in his arms during their waltz, the memory of her lips beneath his in the library, the fierce protectiveness that surged whenever he thought of her facing society's censure. These seemed damned inconvenient. But such considerations were precisely what led to disasters like his parents' marriage. Better to build on solid foundations of respect and compatibility than the shifting sands of passion. Well, Amelia's voice carried a strange note he couldn't interpret. You've certainly presented a compelling case for the practical benefits of marriage between us. Relief flooded through him, followed immediately by something warmer, more complex. Then you'll consider it? The ceremony could be arranged quickly, before gossip has time to solidify into actual scandal. Oh, I've considered it quite thoroughly while you spoke. Her smile held no warmth whatsoever. And I find myself wondering how you can be so intelligent about investment strategies, yet so utterly, spectacularly obtuse about everything else. The words hit him like a slap. I beg your pardon? The children's welfare? St. Margaret's future? Amelia's voice rose despite their exposed position. Lucy's ball has already raised nearly £8,000 for their support. We don't need your wager money, Nathaniel. We don't need your practical marriage or your condescending protection. The children are safe. This has nothing to do with the wager, doesn't it? She stepped closer, fury transforming her into something magnificent and terrible. You've calculated every advantage, weighed every benefit, treated our potential marriage like a business merger designed to maximize profit for all parties involved. But you haven't mentioned affection or attraction or even basic fondness between the participants. Because those considerations are inconvenient, irrational, beneath the notice of someone arranging such a sensible partnership? Her laugh held no humor. Do you hear yourself, Nathaniel? You're proposing marriage as if offering to reorganize my account books. Nathaniel felt his carefully constructed argument beginning to crumble, though he couldn't understand why. I'm offering solutions to problems that threaten both our futures. How is that objectionable? Because I'm not a problem to be solved. The words emerged with passionate force that made him step backward despite himself. I'm a woman with feelings and desires and the right to choose my own future based on something more meaningful than social convenience. Your feelings are precisely what I'm trying to protect by ignoring them completely. Amelia moved away from him, her skirts sweeping across the stone terrace. By assuming I'd be grateful for any arrangement that saves my reputation, regardless of whether it offers anything I actually want from marriage. What do you want? The question escaped before he could consider its implications. For a moment, vulnerability flickered across her features, quickly masked by renewed anger. Something you clearly can't provide, something you don't even understand the value of offering. Amelia, Miss Edgewood. The correction emerged icily. We've returned to formal address, Lord Clarendon. Your practical proposal requires nothing more intimate. The deliberate distance in her voice sent an unexpected pang through his chest. When had her informal use of his name become something he valued? When had her anger begun to feel like a physical wound? You're being unreasonable, he said, though the words lacked conviction. I'm offering you everything most women would desire: security, position, protection from scandal. Most women. She turned to face him fully, moonlight turning her into an avenging angel. But not this woman. This woman has already endured 2 courtships from men who wanted to marry her for everything except herself. I won't make that mistake a 3rd time. I'm not Carrington or Hargrove, aren't you? Her voice dropped to a whisper more cutting than shouting. "You're asking me to marry you for the sake of gossip management and orphanage funding. How exactly does that differ from their calculations?" The comparison struck home with devastating accuracy. Nathaniel found himself searching for differences, for some way to distinguish his offer from the mercenary pursuits she'd already rejected. But every argument felt hollow when measured against the pain radiating from her rigid posture. "This is different because—" He stopped, unable to complete the sentence honestly. "Because," she prompted, eyebrows raised in challenge. Because the thought of her marrying Harrington made him want to break things. Because watching her laugh with another man felt like physical torture. Because somewhere between her passionate defense of homeless children and her fierce anger at his betrayal, she'd become essential to his breathing. But those were precisely the inconvenient emotions he'd dismissed as impractical. The feelings he'd convinced himself were irrelevant to serious consideration of their future. "Because I respect you," he finished lamely. "Respect." She nodded slowly. "How flattering. I'm sure your business associates are equally moved by your respect when you negotiate favorable arrangements." Before he could formulate a response to that devastating observation, movement at the ballroom doors caught his attention. Charlotte Sears had appeared on the threshold, her expression revealing she'd observed enough of their exchange to understand its nature. "We've attracted notice," he murmured, nodding toward Charlotte's approach. "Good." Amelia straightened her shoulders with military precision. "Then this farce can conclude properly." She swept past him toward the ballroom doors, leaving him standing alone at the balustrade like a man who'd just watched his ship sail away without him. "Amelia." Charlotte reached for her sister's arm as she re-entered the ballroom. "What's happened? You look—" "I'm perfectly well." Amelia's voice carried across the immediate vicinity with crystalline clarity. "Though I find myself rather tired, the evening has been educational." Nathaniel followed them inside, noting how conversations paused as guests registered the tension radiating from Amelia's rigid posture and Charlotte's obvious concern. "Perhaps some air?" Charlotte suggested diplomatically. "Or we might call for the carriage." "An excellent suggestion." Amelia's gaze swept the ballroom until it located Harrington near the refreshment tables. "Lord Harrington!" The man responded immediately to her summons, crossing the floor with obvious concern etched across his features. "Miss Edgewood, are you quite well?" "I find myself rather unwell, actually." Her voice carried clearly enough for nearby guests to hear every word. "Might I impose upon your kindness for transportation home? The evening air seems to have disagreed with me." "Of course." Harrington offered his arm immediately, his attention focused entirely on her pale complexion. "My carriage is just outside. Shall I fetch your wrap? That would be most kind." But as Harrington moved toward the attendants managing guests' outer garments, Amelia spoke again with startling firmness. "To Edgewood House, if you please, not Clarendon House." The specification sent visible alarm across Charlotte's features. Nathaniel felt something cold settle in his stomach as he realized the implications of her choice. "Amelia," Charlotte's voice dropped to an urgent whisper. "Perhaps we should discuss." "There's nothing to discuss." Amelia accepted her wrap from Harrington with gracious efficiency. "I simply prefer my own bed when feeling unwell. Surely that's understandable." But her eyes, when they briefly met Nathaniel's across the ballroom, held no understanding whatsoever. Only the cold finality of a woman who'd made her choice and found him wanting. As Harrington escorted her toward the exit, Charlotte lingering anxiously behind them, Nathaniel stood frozen among the swirling dancers and animated conversations. Around him, the charity ball continued its triumphant progress, guests celebrating their generous success in supporting homeless children. He'd achieved everything he'd supposedly wanted. Funds raised for St. Margaret's, social obligations fulfilled, his reputation as a charitable patron established. Yet watching Amelia disappear through the ballroom doors felt like watching the sun set permanently. "Well," Marcus Pembry's voice appeared behind his shoulder, heavy with something that might have been disappointment. "What have you done?" Nathaniel turned to face his friend, genuine confusion replacing the odd emptiness that had settled in his chest. "I asked her to marry me." Chapter 19. Lord Clarendon. Emma's voice rang across Clarendon House's entrance hall as Nathaniel stepped through the door he'd been avoiding for 3 days. "You came back." The child launched herself toward him with the unconscious trust that made his chest tighten painfully. Behind her, Thomas emerged from the morning room with his usual serious expression, though something wary had entered his dark eyes. "Emma?" Nathaniel managed a smile that felt like broken glass. "How are you settling in?" "We're well enough." Thomas positioned himself protectively near Emma, his posture reminding Nathaniel uncomfortably of his own childhood instinct to shield his younger sisters. "Though we've been wondering where Miss Edgewood has gone." The direct question hit like a fist to his solar plexus. Nathaniel had come here to check on household arrangements, to ensure Mrs. Moore Templeton had everything required for the children's care. He hadn't expected an interrogation from an 8-year-old and a boy barely past 10. "Miss Edgewood is visiting her family." The explanation sounded hollow even to his own ears. "For 3 days?" Emma's blue eyes held the particular intensity children reserved for adults they suspected of deception. "Without saying goodbye? Without telling us when she'll return?" "Sometimes adults must attend to unexpected matters." "Did you make her leave?" Thomas's question cut through Nathaniel's diplomatic evasion with surgical precision. The words hung in the air between them, weighted with accusation and the bitter experience of children who'd learned not to trust promises from men in authority. Nathaniel found himself staring into Thomas's face, seeing his own failures reflected in a 10-year-old's knowing eyes. "It's complicated." The response emerged weakly, inadequate to the charge being leveled against him. "That's what Lord Westmoreland said about the books he promised." Thomas's voice carried the flat disappointment of experience. "That's what they all say when they decide we're not worth the trouble." "Thomas, that's not. She promised she wouldn't leave us." Emma's voice trembled slightly, though she lifted her chin with stubborn courage. "Miss Edgewood always keeps her promises. If she's gone, it's because someone made her go." The child's logic was devastating in its simplicity. Nathaniel felt something crumble inside his chest as he recognized the truth Emma had reached so effortlessly. Amelia hadn't abandoned these children. He had driven her away from them. His actions had separated them from the one adult who'd never disappointed them, never treated them as inconveniences to be managed. "I must speak with Mrs. Templeton about household arrangements." He turned toward the corridor, desperate to escape the weight of their combined scrutiny. "Lord Clarendon?" Emma's small voice stopped him at the threshold. "Will you tell Miss Edgewood we miss her? When you see her next?" The simple request broke something fundamental in his chest. "Yes, Emma, I'll tell her." But even as he spoke the words, Nathaniel wondered if he'd ever have the opportunity to fulfill that promise. "Another brandy, my lord?" The footman's voice barely penetrated Nathaniel's brooding as he stared into his empty glass. "Yes." He didn't look up from the amber dregs that had done nothing to numb the memory of Emma's trusting face or Thomas's bitter disappointment. 2 hours he'd been sitting in White's reading room, trying to forget the way those children had looked at him, like every other man who'd disappointed them. Around him, leather chairs held the usual collection of gentlemen, conducting quiet conversations about politics and business, their voices a distant hum against his self-recrimination. The late afternoon light filtered through tall windows overlooking St. James's Street, marking time he'd spent avoiding the truth he couldn't escape. "There you are." Marcus Pembry's voice cut through his brooding like a blade. "I've been looking for you." Nathaniel glanced up to find Marcus standing beside his chair, expression grim with purpose. "Marcus, come to celebrate Lucy's charitable triumph?" "I've come because my wife insisted I discover exactly what you said to Amelia Edgewood 3 nights ago." Marcus settled into the opposite chair with the deliberate precision of a man preparing for an unpleasant conversation. "Lucy's been beside herself with worry since Charlotte told her what happened." "What Charlotte told her?" Nathaniel's grip tightened around his glass. "And what exactly did Charlotte say?" "That you and Amelia argued on the terrace, that she left the ball in obvious distress, and that she's refused to return to Clarendon House since." Marcus leaned forward, his gaze uncomfortably direct. What did you do, Nathaniel? I offered her a practical solution to both our difficulties. The words emerged with the careful enunciation of a man who'd been drinking but wasn't yet drunk. A sensible arrangement that would benefit everyone involved. Yes, you mentioned proposing marriage, but what exactly did you say to her? How did you propose? I explained the practical advantages. Nathaniel took another sip of brandy, noting with detachment how Marcus's expression was growing more horrified. The benefits to her reputation, the support for the children, the mutual advantages of the arrangement. Marcus stared at him in silence for several long moments. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a horrified fascination. You proposed marriage as gossip management, among other practical considerations. Nathaniel found himself warming to his justification, despite Marcus's expression. Her reputation would be restored, the children would receive permanent support, my sisters would gain a sister-in-law they already admire. The advantages were numerous and significant. The advantages. Marcus repeated the word slowly, as if testing foreign vocabulary. Tell me, Nathaniel, did you mention love during this proposal? Affection? Even basic attraction between the two parties involved? Such considerations seemed secondary to the practical benefits. Though even as he spoke, Nathaniel felt an uncomfortable stirring of doubt. I specifically emphasized that we were both past the age where romantic sentiment clouds judgment. Good God. Marcus slumped back in his chair, running a hand through his hair. You proposed marriage like negotiating a shipping contract. I proposed a sensible partnership based on mutual respect and compatible goals. She's not a business arrangement, Nathaniel. Marcus's voice rose enough to draw glances from nearby gentlemen before he controlled himself with visible effort. She's a woman who's already endured 2 fortune hunters pursuing her for everything except herself. Did it never occur to you that she might want something more from marriage than practical advantages? The words struck home with devastating precision, each one exposing the fundamental flaw in his reasoning. I was trying to protect her. From what? Happiness? Genuine affection? The possibility that someone might actually want to marry her because they care about her, rather than what she can provide. That's not. Nathaniel stopped, because suddenly he couldn't complete the sentence honestly. Had he considered what Amelia might want from marriage beyond security and social position? Had he thought about her feelings at all, or only about managing the complications their association had created? Let me ask you something. Marcus's voice had gone dangerously quiet. Why do you want to marry her? Really? Because Nathaniel found himself struggling to articulate reasoning that had seemed so clear 3 days ago. Because marriage solves multiple problems simultaneously. Her reputation, the children's welfare, the gossip that threatens both our standings. That's why you think you should marry her. I asked why you want to. The distinction hit Nathaniel like a thunderbolt. Want. When had he stopped considering what he wanted versus what seemed practical? When had desire become secondary to strategy? But as Marcus's question hung in the air between them, memories began flooding through his carefully constructed defenses. The way Amelia had felt in his arms during their waltz, her body moving in perfect synchronization with his, despite the tension crackling between them. The fierce protectiveness that had surged when he'd imagined society's gossip destroying her reputation. The jealousy that had eaten at him watching her laugh with Harrington, seeing another man earn smiles he wanted for himself. The kiss in the library that had haunted his dreams for days, the way she'd responded with such passionate honesty before fleeing in mortification. The empty feeling that had settled in his chest when she'd walked away from him at the ball, as if some essential part of himself had departed with her. Good Lord. The words emerged as barely more than a whisper, as understanding crashed over him with devastating force. Good God, I love her. The admission hung in the air like smoke, transforming everything he'd believed about his own motivations. Love. Not protection or practical consideration or social convenience, but the terrifying, irrational, completely inconvenient emotion he'd spent years avoiding since watching it destroy his parents. I love her, he repeated, the words gaining strength and certainty with repetition. I love her intelligence and her passion for those children, and the way she argues with me when she thinks I'm wrong. I love how she felt in my arms, and the sound of her laugh, and the fact that she sees through every careful facade I've constructed. Marcus's expression had shifted from exasperation to something approaching sympathy. And you proposed to her like she was a problematic investment requiring management. I have to go. Nathaniel rose abruptly, the sudden movement making his head spin slightly from the brandy. I have to see her. Explain. Nathaniel. Marcus caught his arm as he turned toward the door. You're foxed, and it's past calling hours. Perhaps tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll have lost my nerve. Nathaniel pulled free from Marcus's restraining hand. I have to act while I still understand what I've done wrong. He left Marcus sitting in the reading room and strode through White's corridors with renewed purpose, burning away the alcohol's effects. Outside, the late afternoon sun painted London's streets in golden light that seemed to mock his urgency. By the time his carriage reached Edgewood House in Mayfair, shadows were lengthening toward evening. The Edgewood townhouse presented an imposing facade of Georgian propriety, its windows reflecting the dying light like disapproving eyes. Nathaniel mounted the front steps with his heart hammering against his ribs, the speech he'd been composing during the carriage ride suddenly seeming inadequate to the magnitude of his error. Thompson opened the door with the dignified composure of a butler who'd served the family for decades. His expression revealed nothing as he recognized the caller, though something in his posture suggested he'd been expecting this visit. Lord Clarendon, how may I assist you? I should like to speak with Miss Edgewood, if she's receiving. Nathaniel's voice sounded steadier than he felt. It's a matter of some urgency. I regret to inform you that Miss Edgewood is not receiving callers this afternoon. Thompson's response carried the finality of a door closing. Perhaps you might inquire whether she would make an exception. I'm afraid that would be impossible, my lord. Thompson's tone remained perfectly polite while delivering what felt like a knife between the ribs. Miss Edgewood is out for the afternoon with Lord Harrington. They've gone to view an art exhibition, I believe. The words sent ice through his veins. Out with Harrington. While he'd been drinking himself into stupidity at White's, she'd been enjoying an afternoon with the man who deserved her, the man who would never propose marriage like a business transaction, the man she might very well accept when he offered what Nathaniel had been too blind to give, genuine affection rather than calculated advantage. I see, he managed the words through a throat that felt like it was closing. An art exhibition. How pleasant for them both. Indeed, my lord. Shall I leave word that you called? No. The response emerged more sharply than intended. What message could possibly compete with an afternoon spent in comfortable companionship with a man who actually understood how to court a woman properly? No message necessary. The door closed with quiet finality, leaving Nathaniel standing alone on the steps, like a man who'd just watched his replacement claim everything he'd been too stupid to value. As his carriage pulled away from Edgewood House, one thought burned through his mind with crystalline clarity. He was losing her to a better man, and he had no one to blame but himself. He should leave her alone. Should let her find happiness with a man who'd never treated her like a business proposition. But as the carriage wheels clattered over cobblestones, Nathaniel faced an ugly truth about himself. He was too selfish, too desperate, too completely in love to do the honorable thing. He would fight for her, even if he didn't deserve to win. Chapter 20. Papa, look! The lady in the painting has the same color hair as Miss Edgewood. Catherine tugged on her father's sleeve as they stood before a portrait of a serene Madonna in the Royal Academy's newest exhibition. See how it catches the light? Lord Harrington's warm gaze shifted from the painting to Amelia, his expression holding the sort of tender appreciation that should have made her heart flutter. Indeed, she does, Catherine. Though I believe Miss Edgewood is far more beautiful than any painting could capture. Heat rose in Amelia's cheeks at the compliment, though it felt somehow hollow despite his obvious sincerity. Around them, London's cultured elite moved through the gallery with hushed reverence, their whispered conversations about artistic technique and composition, creating a sophisticated backdrop for what she increasingly recognized as a courtship in its final stages. "You're too kind, Lord Harrington." She adjusted her grip on her reticule, needing something to do with her suddenly restless hands. "The artist has captured something ethereal in this piece that I could never claim to possess." "You're wrong about that." His voice dropped slightly, meant for her ears alone, while Catherine examined the painting's gilded frame with 6-year-old fascination. "There's something luminous about you, Amelia, something that makes everything around you seem brighter." The use of her Christian name sent a flutter of panic through her chest, rather than the pleasure such intimacy should have inspired. When had his careful progression from formal address to personal familiarity begun feeling like a trap closing around her? "Miss Edgewood, do you think the baby in the painting looks like I did when I was little?" Catherine's innocent question provided welcome distraction from her father's increasingly meaningful glances. "I think you were probably far more beautiful than any cherub ever painted." Amelia knelt to Catherine's level, grateful for the child's uncomplicated affection. "Though I suspect you were also considerably more mischievous." Catherine giggled, pressing closer to whisper conspiratorially. "Papa says I was a terror." "Catherine." Harrington's gentle reproof carried fond exasperation. "We don't repeat private conversations in public." "But it's true." Catherine's earnest defense made both adults smile despite their discomfort. "And Mrs. Whitmore says I ask too many questions, but Miss Edgewood never minds my questions." "Catherine, perhaps we should examine the landscape collection." Harrington's voice remained steady despite the flush creeping up his neck. "I believe there are several pieces featuring gardens that might interest you." As they moved through the gallery, Amelia became aware of 2 matrons following their progress with obvious interest. Their voices carried just enough for her to catch fragments of their conversation. "Such a devoted father. And she's clearly fond of the child. What a lovely family they'll make when—" The words hit Amelia like ice water. She stumbled slightly, her hand instinctively reaching for Harrington's steadying arm as the stranger's casual assumption struck home. There it was, the expectation that had been building through weeks of careful courtship, now voiced by observers who saw only the surface of their association. As they continued through the gallery, Amelia found herself trapped between Catherine's innocent chatter and Harrington's increasingly warm glances, while those overheard words echoed in her mind. Everything about the afternoon should have filled her with contentment: the cultured setting, the respectful attention from an honorable man, the obvious affection of his charming daughter. Instead, she felt like a woman standing at the edge of a precipice, fighting the urge to step backward rather than forward into the future everyone expected her to embrace. "You look absolutely miserable." Charlotte settled beside her sister on the settee, concern etched across her features. "And after spending a perfectly pleasant afternoon with a genuinely good man who clearly adores you." Amelia stared into the cold fireplace, her hands twisted in her lap. 3 hours had passed since their return from the exhibition, 3 hours of trying to understand why Harrington's perfection felt like a trap closing around her. "He is good." Amelia's voice emerged hollow, kind, devoted to Catherine, everything any sensible woman should want. "But you don't want him." Charlotte's observation held no judgment, only gentle understanding, despite all his excellent qualities. "I should want him." The words came out strangled. "He's going to propose soon. I can see it in his eyes, the way he speaks about our future. He would make me happy, I think. Content, certainly. So why does the thought of saying yes make me feel like I'm suffocating?" "Because contentment isn't love." Charlotte's voice carried the wisdom of someone who'd found both. "And you've always said you'd only marry for love." Before Amelia could attempt an answer, she didn't fully understand herself. Thompson appeared in the doorway. "Lady Pembrey to see you, miss? Shall I show her in?" "Of course." Amelia straightened her shoulders, grateful for the reprieve from Charlotte's probing questions. Lucy entered with the slightly flustered air of a woman who'd made an impulsive decision and wasn't entirely certain of its wisdom. Her usual elegant composure seemed strained, her fingers worrying at her reticule in a gesture that immediately caught Amelia's attention. "Lucy!" Charlotte rose to embrace her sister-in-law. "What a lovely surprise, though you look rather, are you quite well?" "I'm perfectly fine." Lucy accepted Charlotte's kiss, but her gaze remained fixed on Amelia. "Though I hope you'll forgive the unexpected visit, there's something I need to discuss with Amelia, something that can't wait for proper calling hours." "How intriguing." Charlotte settled back onto the settee. "What mysterious matter requires such urgency?" "Actually," Lucy's fingers tightened around her reticule, "I was hoping to speak with Amelia privately. It's rather personal." Charlotte's eyebrows rose, but she gathered her shawl with good grace. "Of course, I'll check on the arrangements for dinner. Take all the time you need." Once they were alone, Lucy moved to the window overlooking the garden, her posture radiating nervous energy. "Marcus told me what happened at the ball, about Lord Clarendon's proposal." Amelia's stomach clenched at the memory. "I'd rather not discuss. There's something you need to know." Lucy turned from the window, her expression earnest with suppressed urgency. "Something I should have told you weeks ago, but I gave my word to keep silent." "What sort of something?" Amelia's voice emerged carefully neutral, despite the way her pulse had begun racing. "The charity ball." Lucy moved closer, wringing her hands in a gesture completely unlike her usual composure. "It wasn't my idea, Amelia. It was never my idea." The words hung in the air between them like smoke. Amelia felt something cold settle in her stomach as the implications began forming in her mind. "I don't understand." "Nathaniel came to us." Lucy's words tumbled out in a rush, as if she feared losing courage if she paused. "Desperate to raise funds for St. Margaret's. He'd already committed thousands of his own money, but needed more. He begged Marcus and me to organize the ball, to use our social connections because his reputation made people suspicious of his motives." "Nathaniel organized the ball?" Amelia's voice sounded strange to her own ears, distant and hollow. "Every detail. He researched which families would donate, suggested the guest list, even paid for the musicians and refreshments. Marcus and I were merely the acceptable face of his charity." The room seemed to tilt around Amelia as memories rearranged themselves with devastating clarity. Lucy's nervous evasions about the ball's sudden appearance. The carefully orchestrated guest list featuring London's most generous patrons. The substantial pledges that had materialized with suspicious efficiency. "He made me promise not to tell you." Lucy's voice carried the weight of weeks of suppressed guilt. "Said it would be better if you thought the support came from society rather than from him personally. He was trying to protect your pride," he said. "Protect my pride." Amelia repeated the words numbly. "By lying to me about everything." "He wasn't lying exactly. More like managing the truth." Lucy moved to sit beside her, reaching for hands that had gone cold as winter. "He genuinely cared about those children, Amelia. Everything he did was to ensure their welfare, while letting me believe he'd abandoned them completely." Anger began replacing shock, heating her voice with outraged betrayal. "While I agonized over their future and his broken promises, he was secretly arranging their salvation behind my back." "I think he meant it as a surprise." "A surprise?" Amelia pulled her hands free, rising to pace the confines of the drawing room. "Lucy, do you understand what this means? I accused him of abandoning those children. I rejected his proposal partly because I thought he cared nothing for their welfare beyond winning his wager." "The wager?" Lucy's confusion was evident. "What wager?" The question stopped Amelia mid-stride. Of course, Lucy wouldn't know about the original bet that had started everything. Nathaniel had managed to keep that secret even while confessing his charity work. "It doesn't matter now." Amelia sank back onto the settee, her anger deflating into something more complex and painful. "The point is, I was wrong about his motives. Completely, utterly wrong." "Not completely." Lucy's voice carried gentle firmness. "His methods were secretive and high-handed, but his care for those children was genuine, and his feelings for you are irrelevant." Amelia cut her off, though the words felt like lies even as she spoke them. "He made his position clear when he proposed marriage as a business arrangement. Whatever charitable impulses he possesses don't change that fundamental calculation." "Amelia," Lucy leaned forward earnestly. "What if you're wrong about that too? What if his feelings are genuine, but he simply doesn't know how to express them properly? The possibility hung between them like a dangerous temptation. What if Nathaniel's cold proposal had masked deeper emotions he couldn't or wouldn't acknowledge? What if his secretive behavior stemmed from misguided protectiveness rather than calculated manipulation? But even as the thoughts formed, another voice in her mind whispered warnings. How many times had she made excuses for men who disappointed her? How many times had she convinced herself that callous behavior masked deeper feelings that would eventually emerge? It doesn't matter. She rose again, needing movement to contain the chaos in her chest. Even if his feelings were genuine, which I doubt, nothing has changed. He still sees me as a problem to be managed rather than a partner to be consulted. Perhaps. Lucy gathered her things with obvious reluctance. But I thought you deserved to know the truth about the ball. Whatever you decide about Lord Clarendon, at least now you can decide based on facts rather than assumptions. After Lucy departed, Amelia found herself alone in the drawing room as afternoon shadows lengthened across the carpet. The truth about the charity ball had shattered her carefully constructed understanding of recent events, leaving her adrift in a sea of confusion and conflicting emotions. Charlotte's voice drifted from the corridor as she spoke with Mrs. Henderson about dinner arrangements. Normal domestic sounds that seemed to come from another world entirely. How could she sit through dinner conversation about Lord Harrington's excellent prospects when her entire worldview had just been upended? One thing had become clear amid the chaos of her thoughts. She needed to see the children, needed the comfort of their uncomplicated affection and honest emotions, needed to escape the suffocating expectations of Edgewood House and Harrington's increasingly serious courtship for a few precious hours. "Charlotte!" She called toward the corridor. "I'm going to visit the children. Don't wait dinner for me." The carriage ride to Clarendon House passed in a blur of London's evening bustle. Carriages returned from afternoon calls, merchants closed their shops, families hurried home for dinner. Normal people living normal lives uncomplicated by secret charity balls and impossible emotional tangles. Mrs. Templeton's surprised but pleased greeting confirmed that Amelia's extended absence had been noted and mourned. "Miss Edgewood, how wonderful to see you. The children have been asking after you constantly." "I've missed them terribly." The admission carried more weight than mere politeness. "Are they in the garden?" "The morning room, I believe. Emma's been teaching the twins to play spillikins." The sound of children's laughter drew her through the familiar corridors like a beacon. In the morning room, she found Emma presiding over a game with the authority of someone who took her teaching responsibilities seriously, while the twins attempted to extract wooden pieces without disturbing the pile. "Miss Edgewood!" Emma abandoned the game immediately, launching herself into Amelia's arms with the fierce affection that never failed to heal something deep in her chest. "You came back." "Only for a visit, darling." She knelt to embrace the child properly, breathing in the scent of soap and childhood that clung to Emma's hair. "Though I've missed you dreadfully, we've missed you too." Thomas appeared in the doorway, his serious expression softening with relief. "Mrs. Templeton said you were staying with your family, but we weren't sure you'd come back at all." The careful hope in his voice nearly undid her composure entirely. These children had learned not to trust adult promises, yet they'd continued hoping for her return, despite her prolonged absence. "I'll always come back to visit." She gathered the twins into her embrace as well, letting their warm affection chase away the confusion that had plagued her since Lucy's revelation. "You're too important to me." "Lord Clarendon visited," Emma announced, with the casual delivery of information that might have seemed insignificant to a child. "But he looked very sad. Thomas asked if he made you leave, and he couldn't answer properly." Amelia's pulse quickened despite her efforts to remain calm. "When did he visit?" 3 days ago." Thomas's watchful gaze missed nothing of her reaction. "He asked lots of questions about our welfare, but didn't stay long. Mrs. Templeton said he looked like he hadn't been sleeping well." Before Amelia could formulate an appropriate response to this intelligence, the sound of the front door opening echoed through the house. Mrs. Templeton's voice carried from the entrance hall, followed by a deeper tone that made every nerve in Amelia's body snap to attention. Nathaniel was here. Miss Edgewood? Emma's voice seemed to come from a great distance. You've gone very pale. Are you feeling quite well? I'm perfectly fine. The lie emerged automatically as footsteps approached the morning room. Perhaps we should continue your game. But even as she spoke, Nathaniel appeared in the doorway, and the careful composure she'd been maintaining for days crumbled like a house of cards in a windstorm. Their eyes met across the room, filled with children and scattered spillikins, and Amelia realized that nothing, not Lucy's revelations, not her confusion about his motives, not her determination to move forward with Harrington, had prepared her for the impact of seeing him again. Chapter 21. The spillikins clattered to the floor as Emma scrambled toward the library door. Lord Clarendon, you came back! Nathaniel caught the child as she launched herself at his legs, though his gaze remained fixed on Amelia. She knelt among the scattered wooden sticks, her blue muslin gown spread around her like a flower, looking so perfectly at home in his mother's library that his chest constricted painfully. Miss Edgewood, he set Emma down gently, noting how Amelia's spine had gone rigid at his voice. Forgive the intrusion. Mrs. Templeton mentioned you were visiting. Indeed, Amelia gathered spillikins with mechanical precision, not meeting his eyes. I was missing the children terribly. Thomas looked up from his position near the window seat, wariness flickering across his young face. Are you staying this time, or will you disappear again tomorrow? The boy's direct challenge hit its mark. Nathaniel's fingers tightened around his hat brim. That depends upon Miss Edgewood's tolerance for my company. My tolerance expired 3 days ago. Amelia's voice could have frozen the Thames in July. She rose with fluid grace, brushing dust from her skirts. Though I suppose common courtesy demands I acknowledge your presence in your own home. Emma tugged at Nathaniel's coat sleeve. Miss Edgewood has been sad since the ball. She tries to hide it, but her smiles don't reach her eyes anymore. Heat crawled up Nathaniel's neck as Amelia's cheeks flushed pink. From the mouths of babes, indeed. Emma, perhaps you might help Thomas collect the spillikins? Amelia's tone remained steady despite her obvious discomfort. Carefully, so none roll under the furniture. But I want to hear what Lord Clarendon has to say. Emma's lower lip jutted out with characteristic stubbornness. He looks like he has something important to tell you. Children should be seen and not heard during adult conversations. Thomas delivered this pronouncement with the gravity of someone far older than his 10 years. Though adults rarely say anything interesting anyway. On the contrary. Nathaniel moved closer to the scattered game pieces, noting how Amelia stepped back to maintain distance between them. I find children's observations remarkably acute, perhaps uncomfortably so. Uncomfortable observations are often the most truthful. Amelia's chin lifted with familiar defiance. Though I doubt you've come here seeking truth, my lord. The formal address stung worse than her anger. I've come seeking conversation. Private conversation, if you'll grant it. The last time we conversed privately, you left me with promises you subsequently abandoned. She moved to the library table, using its solid bulk as a barrier between them. Forgive me if I'm disinclined to repeat the experience. Thomas snorted with barely suppressed amusement. She's still angry about something, you know. Mary heard her muttering about calculating aristocrats while she arranged the flowers yesterday. Thomas. Amelia's voice carried a warning note. Well, you were. The boy shrugged with brutal honesty, and you used words I'm not supposed to repeat. Nathaniel found himself fighting a smile despite the gravity of the situation. Perhaps we might continue this discussion elsewhere? I have something to show you that might illuminate certain recent events. More illumination? Amelia's laugh held no humor. You've provided quite enough enlightenment recently, thank you. Learning that my charitable ball was secretly orchestrated by you proved particularly illuminating. His stomach dropped. Lucy had confessed then. Of course she had. Her conscience would never have permitted keeping such a secret indefinitely. That requires explanation. Does it? Amelia's eyes flashed with renewed fire. Because from where I stand, you spent weeks lying about the very thing I cared most about. While I lay awake worrying about those children's welfare, you were secretly pulling strings like some benevolent puppet master. Amelia, Miss Edgewood. The correction sliced through the air between them. We haven't achieved sufficient intimacy for Christian names, despite your apparent belief otherwise. Emma looked between them, with the fascination of someone observing a particularly exciting play. Are you fighting? You sound angry, but you're using very polite words. Adults fight politely. Thomas gathered spillikins with practiced efficiency. It's called civilization, though I prefer honest arguments myself. An excellent point. Nathaniel knelt beside the children, bringing himself to Amelia's eye level across the table. Perhaps we might attempt honesty instead of civilization. Honesty? Amelia's grip tightened on the table edge. That would certainly represent a refreshing change. The barb struck home, though he supposed he deserved worse. You're angry. Brilliant deduction. She began stacking books with unnecessary force. Did you require extensive contemplation to reach that conclusion? You're angry because I kept secrets. I'm angry because you treated me like a child. The books hit the table with a sharp crack. Because you decided what I should and shouldn't know, then seemed shocked when I believed exactly what you wanted me to believe. You're right. The simple admission seemed to deflate her anger momentarily. Her hands stilled on the book spines. I beg your pardon? You're absolutely correct. I was arrogant and secretive. He rose slowly, noting how her breath caught despite her obvious effort to remain unmoved. I treated you like a problem to be managed rather than a partner to be consulted. Oh, she blinked, clearly having prepared for argument rather than capitulation. Well, I'm pleased you understand that. I understand considerably more. The afternoon light streaming through the tall windows caught the gold threads in her hair, turning her into something luminous and precious. I understand that I've been exactly the sort of manipulative gentleman you've already refused twice. You have been rather dreadful. Her tone had softened fractionally. Spectacularly so. Thank you for the assessment. It's remarkably accurate. He moved around the table's edge, encouraged when she didn't immediately retreat. Though I hope you might permit me to provide context for my spectacular dreadfulness. Context? Her eyebrows rose with skeptical amusement. Are you suggesting there's some reasonable excuse for treating me like a delicate flower who can't handle the truth? I'm suggesting I was an idiot, not a villain. He stopped just close enough to catch the subtle scent of roses that always seemed to cling to her hair. Though I suppose you'll have to decide whether being an idiot is any better. Emma had been following this exchange with undisguised fascination. Are you going to apologize properly? Thomas says proper apologies require groveling. I'm considering something slightly more elaborate than groveling. Nathaniel's gaze never left Amelia's face, though it would require Miss Edgewood to trust me for approximately 1 hour. An hour? Amelia stepped back, putting the table between them again. My lord, my trust in your judgment has proven rather unreliable of late, which is why I'm asking you to trust your own judgment, not mine. He pulled on his gloves with deliberate care, needing the familiar ritual to steady his nerves. Come with me. See what I have to show you. Then decide whether my recent actions spring from calculation or something else entirely. Something else. Her voice carried dangerous curiosity. 1 hour, Amelia. Her Christian name slipped out before he could stop it. What could you possibly lose? My remaining sanity? But she was wavering. He could see it in the way her fingers drummed against the table's polished surface. The last time I trusted your mysterious pronouncements, I ended up publicly humiliated. The last time I was an idiot who didn't understand my own motivations. The admission scraped his throat raw. I understand them rather better now. Thomas had been observing this verbal tennis match with the intensity of someone placing mental wagers on the outcome. Miss Edgewood always says we should gather all available evidence before making important decisions. Traitor. She muttered the word without heat, her lips twitching with suppressed amusement. Sound advice. Nathaniel fought his own smile. Though I confess my evidence comes with a carriage ride through London that might test your patience with my company. My patience with your company has been thoroughly tested recently, but she was already moving toward the door, her decision written in the determined set of her shoulders. However, my curiosity about your so-called evidence remains moderately intact. Curiosity killed the cat. Emma's observation rang out cheerfully, but satisfaction brought it back. Amelia finished the saying, then turned to the children with forced brightness. I shall return within the hour. Thomas, please ensure the spillikins are properly sorted before tea. We'll be good as gold. Thomas's grin suggested this promise should be taken with considerable skepticism, though we might accidentally overhear any interesting conversations that occur upon your return. I'm sure you will. Amelia gathered her pelisse from the chair where she'd draped it. Accidentally, of course. Of course. Emma's expression radiated innocence that wouldn't have fooled a person of diminished faculties. We never listen at doorways on purpose. The carriage lurched over London's cobbled streets, rain pattering against the windows, in a rhythm that seemed designed to emphasize the awkward silence between its occupants. Amelia sat rigidly upright against the blue velvet squabs, her pelisse buttoned to her throat despite the afternoon's warmth. You're regretting this decision already. Nathaniel spoke without looking at her, his attention apparently fixed on the passing shops and pedestrians. I'm questioning my judgment, which is entirely different. She adjusted her gloves with unnecessary precision, though I suppose the outcome amounts to the same thing. Fair point. The carriage hit a particularly deep rut, jostling them closer together for one electric moment before she could retreat. I don't suppose it would help if I promised this expedition will be worth your time. Given recent events, I'm disinclined to place much faith in your assurances. But her tone lacked the sharp edge it had carried in the library. Where precisely are we traveling? Because if this proves to be another of your charitable endeavors, disguised as personal revelation, I reserve the right to exit at the next corner. Noted and accepted. He finally turned to study her profile, noting the determined set of her jaw. Though I should mention this particular destination might prove emotionally complicated. More complicated than discovering my entire charitable ball was secretly orchestrated by the man who'd recently treated me like a business transaction? Her laugh held no humor. I find that difficult to imagine. The carriage began to slow, and Nathaniel felt his pulse quicken with approaching revelation. Through the rain-streaked windows, a substantial brick building came into view, well-proportioned and dignified, with fresh mortar visible between the courses and new window frames, gleaming despite the gray afternoon. We're here. He reached for the door handle, then stopped. Before we go inside, I need you to understand something. What? Suspicion flickered across her features as she peered out at the unfamiliar building. What you're about to see, it began as a practical solution to an immediate problem. His fingers tightened on the handle, but it became something else entirely, something I'm not certain I'm prepared to explain. She studied his face with the intensity of someone searching for deception. You're nervous. Terrified would be more accurate. The admission surprised them both. Of what? Of your reaction. Of what you'll think when you understand what I've done. He opened the door, cold air rushing in along with the scent of rain and wet stone. Of what it might mean for both of us. The building's entrance hall smelled of fresh paint and new wood, though underneath lay something else. The lingering dampness of recent construction. Amelia stopped just inside the doorway, her gaze moving from the gleaming floors to the tall windows that flooded the space with gray afternoon light. Where are we? Her voice emerged as barely more than a whisper. The Morrison property. Nathaniel removed his hat, raindrops scattering from its brim to the polished floors. The new home of St. Margaret's orphanage. The words stopped her cold. She gripped the doorframe for support, her face draining of color. The new home of St. Margaret's. He set his hat on a wooden crate that had been left near the entrance. The builders finished yesterday. Would you like to see the rest? She stared at him, then at the transformed space around them, her lips parting in shock. The entrance hall had been designed with children in mind. Coat hooks at multiple heights, built-in benches low enough for small bodies, wide corridors that would accommodate any physical limitations. Someone had clearly thought through every detail with meticulous care. This is why you stopped the repairs at the old building. Understanding dawned across her features like sunrise. This is what you've been hiding. Part of it. He moved deeper into the building, his footsteps echoing in the empty space. The dormitories are upstairs in separate wings for boys and girls, with a common room between them. The kitchen is designed for teaching practical skills, and there's a proper classroom with adjustable desks. She followed him as if in a dream, her fingers trailing along the smooth banister of a staircase designed for safety rather than grandeur. At the first landing, large windows offered views of a small garden where someone had already begun planting vegetables in neat rows. How long? The question emerged hoarse with suppressed emotion. When I had the old building properly assessed, the damage proved far worse than we'd thought. He paused at the entrance to what would clearly serve as the main classroom. My solicitor found this property. He said it would serve the children better than any repairs to the old structure. The purchase was finalized the morning after the charity ball. She turned to face him, her eyes bright with unshed tears. While I was refusing to see you, convinced you'd abandoned those children completely. While I was discovering that losing your good opinion felt rather like losing the ability to breathe properly. The admission hung between them like a bridge waiting to be crossed. Rain drummed against the windows with increasing intensity, creating an intimate cocoon around them in the empty building. Amelia moved to examine the classroom more closely, running her fingers over desks that had been crafted with obvious care and attention to children's needs. The expense must have been, she trailed off, clearly calculating figures in her head, considerable. He remained near the doorway, suddenly unsure of his welcome in the space she was exploring, though hardly insurmountable. You purchased an entire building. Her voice carried a note of wonder. Renovated it completely, all while allowing me to believe you'd broken your word about the repairs. Yes. The simple admission felt like stepping off a cliff. She whirled to face him, anger and confusion warring in her expression. Why? Why go to such extraordinary lengths while keeping me in complete ignorance? Because I couldn't bear to raise the children's hopes or yours until I was certain it could be done. The words emerged with more force than he'd intended. The renovations, the funding. I needed to be sure everything was possible before I said a word. I couldn't disappoint them again. You didn't want to disappoint us. She moved closer, her skirts whispering against the new wooden floors. So instead, you let us believe you'd broken your word entirely. This was the moment, the precipice where careful facades crumbled and truth became unavoidable. Nathaniel drew a breath that felt insufficient for the magnitude of what he needed to say, because somewhere between our first negotiation and yesterday morning, this stopped being about a wager or charitable obligation. His voice roughened with emotions he'd spent weeks trying to suppress. Because I realized I wasn't trying to secure you a proposal from someone else. I was trying to prove myself worthy of proposing to you myself. The admission echoed in the empty classroom like a cannon shot. Amelia went perfectly still, her eyes widening with something that might have been shock or fear or possibility. Worthy of proposing to me. She repeated the words as though testing their weight, not as a business arrangement or practical solution, but because I've fallen completely, irrevocably in love with you. The words tumbled out before caution could stop them, because you've become essential to my existence in ways I'm only beginning to understand. Essential to your existence? A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth despite the tears now sliding down her cheeks. That seems rather dramatic, even for you. You want dramatic? He moved closer, drawn by the vulnerability in her expression, despite every instinct that warned him to maintain safe distance. I love your intelligence and your passion for causes others ignore. I love how you argue with me when you think I'm wrong, and how you felt in my arms when we danced, and the way you see through every careful facade I've spent years constructing. Nathaniel, his name emerged as a whisper. I love that you'd sacrifice your own comfort for those children's welfare. I love your American directness and your brilliant mind and the way you make everything in my carefully ordered world feel suddenly, wonderfully chaotic. He stopped just close enough to catch the subtle scent of roses that always clung to her hair. and I cannot bear the thought of you marrying Harrington or anyone else who isn't me." "Lord Harrington?" Her eyebrows rose with familiar challenge. "What makes you think I have any intention of marrying Lord Harrington? He's never treated you like a shipping contract." Nathaniel's smile held rueful acknowledgement of his own failures, rather sets him apart from the competition. True. She stepped closer, bringing herself within arm's reach. "Though he's also never made me feel like my heart might stop beating if he walked away." "Is that how I make you feel?" His voice had gone rough with hope and desperate need. "Among other things." She reached up to touch his face, her gloved fingers tracing the line of his jaw with reverent care. "Though I should mention that I've realized something rather important during all this revelation." "What's that?" "I love you too." The words emerged with quiet certainty that took his breath away. Completely, inconveniently, far beyond anything resembling good sense. Thank God. He caught her hand against his cheek, pressing a kiss to her palm through the soft leather of her glove. "Because I was prepared to grovel considerably longer if necessary." "Oh, you'll still need to grovel." Her smile turned wicked with renewed confidence. "This grand gesture earns you forgiveness for the secrecy and the dreadful proposal, but the groveling is for making me think you'd abandoned those children." "How long should I expect to grovel?" He drew her closer, marveling at how perfectly she fit against him. "At least until our wedding." She caught his face between her hands, her expression growing serious. "Which will be a real wedding, Nathaniel. Not a business arrangement or practical solution, but a celebration of two people who choose each other despite all reasonable objections." "Are there reasonable objections?" He traced the curve of her cheek with careful fingers. "Dozens." Her eyes danced with mischief. "You're arrogant, secretive, and prone to making unilateral decisions about other people's lives." "Devastating critiques. Any others?" "You're also stubborn, overly fond of dramatic gestures, and completely incapable of apologizing without delivering speeches worthy of the Theatre Royal." "I'm amazed you can tolerate my company. I'm rather amazed myself." She rose on her toes, bringing her mouth tantalizingly close to his. "Though I suppose someone needs to civilize you properly. Might as well be me. Might as well be you." He agreed and kissed her until the rain against the windows and the empty building around them faded into insignificance beside the incandescent joy of finding someone who made everything else seem trivial by comparison. Outside, London continued its afternoon bustle, while inside the future home of St. Margaret's orphanage, two people who'd nearly lost each other to pride and misunderstanding discovered that love, when finally acknowledged, could indeed transform more than buildings. It could transform lives. Epilogue, Christmas Eve, 1822, 2 years later. The scent of cinnamon and pine filled the main hall of St. Margaret's Academy as Emma directed the younger children with the authority of someone who had found her calling. Her golden curls, now properly trimmed and gleaming with health, caught the light from the enormous Christmas tree that dominated the center of the room. "Mind the lower branches, Lucy," she called to one of the 6-year-olds struggling with a paper angel. "The star goes at the very top. Thomas will hang it when he's finished with the kissing bough." Amelia shifted Baby Rose higher on her hip, watching the organized chaos with the contentment of someone whose wildest dreams had been exceeded. The Academy's main hall bore no resemblance to the cramped quarters of the original St. Margaret's. Tall windows let in the weak December sunlight, while polished wooden floors reflected the warm glow of multiple fireplaces. Child-sized furniture scattered throughout the space spoke of daily use rather than charitable display. "She's developing quite the commanding presence." Nathaniel appeared at her side, pine needles clinging to his dark jacket. His hair was mussed from hanging garlands, and a streak of something that looked suspiciously like plum pudding adorned his left sleeve. 2 years of marriage had transformed the calculating Earl into someone barely recognizable, though infinitely more appealing. Rather like her guardian. Amelia rose on her toes to brush the needles from his shoulder. "Though I believe you've been sampling Cook's preparations." "Guilty as charged." He dropped a kiss on Rose's downy head before stealing one from Amelia's lips. Our daughter has impeccable timing. She woke just as I was conducting a thorough quality assessment of the Christmas pudding. Rose gurgled happily, her tiny fist tangling in her father's cravat. At 8 months, she possessed the sterling green eyes and her mother's determined chin, a combination that already promised formidable things for the future. "Lord Clarendon," a voice called from across the hall. Thomas emerged from behind the Christmas tree, now 12, and showing the first signs of approaching manhood in his lengthened limbs and deeper voice. His carpenter's apron hung loose over his best shirt, and wood shavings clung to his dark hair. The kissing bow's secure, but Emma wants the star hung before the guests arrive. Emma wants many things. Nathaniel's smile held the indulgence of someone completely besotted with his charges, though I suppose we should humor her on Christmas Eve. "You spoil them terribly." Amelia watched him stride toward the ladder Thomas had positioned beneath the tree's highest branches. The boy steadied the base while Nathaniel climbed, their easy partnership speaking of countless similar collaborations. "Look who's talking." Lady Caroline Whitcomb approached, her dark traveling dress elegant despite the journey from London. Behind her, Lady Sophia bounced with the excitement of someone still new to society's freedoms. The woman who commissioned an entire puppet theater for last year's Christmas entertainment. The children needed proper theatrical experience. Amelia accepted Caroline's embrace, noting how the older woman's sharp edges had softened since gaining a sister-in-law. Education encompasses more than mathematics and literature, spoken like a true reformer. Caroline reached for Rose, who immediately began investigating her aunt's pearl earrings with determined fingers. "Though I must say, marriage has improved my brother beyond recognition. He actually smiled at a dowager last week without calculating her net worth first." Revolutionary behavior indeed. Sophia joined them, her cheeks pink from the cold, though perhaps not as revolutionary as his insistence on personally installing every bookshelf in the Academy's library. He takes craftsmanship seriously. Amelia watched Nathaniel secure the star while Thomas called up suggestions from below, almost as seriously as he takes ensuring every child has access to books. The main doors opened with a rush of cold air and excited voices. Charlotte entered first, shaking snow from her burgundy cloak, while William followed with their 2 children, 5-year-old James and 3-year-old Margaret, both wide-eyed at the Academy's Christmas splendor. "Amelia." Charlotte embraced her sister warmly before stepping back to admire Rose. "She's grown so much since November. And those eyes, pure sterling determination. She's already planning her first rebellion, I suspect." Nathaniel climbed down from the ladder, accepting Thomas's steadying hand with easy familiarity. Yesterday she refused her porridge until cook added cinnamon. Today she rejected 3 different lullabies before settling on one of her own choosing. Choosy women run in the family. Eleanor appeared in the doorway with Thomas Blackwood, her condition evident beneath her forest green pelisse. The Edgewood women know what they want, and usually get it. Diana, Duchess of Rothbury, swept in with Gabriel, both of them stamping snow from their boots, though I suspect young Rose will surpass even her mother in that regard. The hall filled with warmth and conversation as the families gathered, children running between adults while the older Academy residents hung back with shy pleasure. Emma had stationed herself near the refreshment table, clearly appointed as hostess for the evening. "Lady Clarendon?" Emma straightened her shoulders with the dignity of someone determined to do things properly. "Should I ring the bell for supper? Cook says the goose is ready, and the younger ones are getting restless." An excellent suggestion. Amelia handed Rose to Nathaniel, who settled the baby against his shoulder with practiced ease. "Would you and Thomas help organize everyone? Families first, then the Academy children by age groups?" Emma nodded seriously before clapping her hands for attention. "Christmas supper. Form lines by the dining hall doors. Visitors first, then Academy children from youngest to oldest." The organized chaos that followed spoke of careful preparation and genuine affection. Academy children helped the visiting youngsters find seats, while the adults arranged themselves at tables scattered throughout the dining hall. The room glowed with candlelight and evergreen garlands, creating an atmosphere of celebration that transcended the simple fact of orphaned children sharing Christmas with titled families. Nathaniel found himself seated between Thomas and James Sears, while Amelia settled Rose in a specially crafted high chair before taking her place across from him. The sight of his family, for that's what they were, regardless of blood connections, surrounded by friends who had become extended family, created a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the blazing fireplaces. Lord Clarendon. Thomas shifted in his seat, sawing at his goose with obvious concentration. The apprenticeship is brilliant. Mr. Hartwell says I'm getting good with the joints. You've worked hard for that skill. Nathaniel paused in cutting his own meat. Mr. Hartwell doesn't praise lightly. I know. The boy's serious expression reminded Nathaniel powerfully of their first meeting. But you made it happen. That's important. Before Nathaniel could respond, Emma had risen from her place at the children's table, a piece of paper clutched in her small hands. If I may, she began, her clear voice carrying across the dining hall, the Academy children have prepared something for our guests. A rustle of anticipation swept through the room as Emma unfolded her paper. Her reading had improved dramatically over the past 2 years, though she still approached formal pronunciation with careful concentration. We wanted to say thank you. Emma looked up from her paper, her clear voice carrying across the dining hall. All of us children wrote this together. She took a breath, concentrating on the words with the careful attention of someone still mastering formal reading. 2 years ago, our roof leaked, and we were always cold. Now we have warm beds and all the books we want, and Cook makes pudding on Sundays. A ripple of giggles came from the children's table. Lady Clarendon taught us we're clever, not just poor. Lord Clarendon gave us a proper home with our own rooms. Emma's voice grew stronger as she neared the end. We promised to work hard and be good, so you'll always be proud of us. Thank you for making us a family. She folded her paper with ceremony, then beamed with the satisfaction of a job well done. And Cook says there's treacle tart for pudding. The applause that followed was gentle but sustained, adult voices murmuring appreciation, while the younger children beamed with pride. Nathaniel felt something constrict in his throat as he met Amelia's gaze across the table. Later, after the feast had concluded and the families had departed for their London homes, Amelia found herself in the Academy's library, with Rose sleeping against her shoulder. Snow continued to fall beyond the tall windows, coating the Academy's grounds in pristine white. Nathaniel appeared in the doorway, his evening clothes replaced by a simple shirt and trousers. The children are settled. Emma insisted on reading Christmas stories to the younger ones. They've grown so much. Amelia shifted Rose carefully, watching the snow accumulate. Sometimes I can barely remember the frightened children we first met. I remember everything. His arm circled her waist, drawing her against his side. Your determination to save them, my arrogance in thinking I could manage everything myself. And now? She leaned into his warmth. Now I wake each morning grateful for the stubbornness that brought us together. He pressed a kiss to her temple, though I suspect our younger selves would be horrified by this domestic transformation. Speak for yourself. Amelia smiled up at him. I rather like who we've become. So do I. His hand covered hers where it supported Rose's back. More than I ever thought possible. In fact, I've been thinking about expanding our work here. More children, perhaps more academies. More children. Amelia's pulse quickened with hope and anticipation. Are you suggesting we expand our family? I'm suggesting we've created something worth expanding. He kissed her then, soft and sweet with promises that tasted of cinnamon and Christmas magic. Though perhaps we should wait until Rose is walking before we attempt additional additions. Practical as always. But her smile held the radiance of someone whose cup had overflowed beyond measuring. Though I suppose 1 more year won't hurt. 1 more year, he agreed, gathering both wife and daughter closer as snow continued to fall beyond the windows. Though I suspect Emma will have opinions about suitable names long before we require them. Outside, London settled into Christmas quiet, while inside St. Margaret's Academy, a family built from love rather than blood, continued the work of proving that the most unlikely partnerships could yield the most extraordinary results. The calculating earl and the twice jilted spinster had become something neither had dared imagine. Two people so perfectly matched that their individual strengths created collective power beyond the sum of their parts. And in the morning, there would be more work to do, more children to nurture, more dreams to build into reality. But tonight, there was only the profound contentment of people who had found their purpose in loving each other and extending that love to encompass all who needed it. Christmas, after all, was a season for believing in impossible things made manifest through grace and stubborn determination, just like love itself. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of A Gentleman's Gamble, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe.